protect you. I would do anything now. Yeah, I could save you. All that I've got to do now. Hero. I could be your hero, fighting for your love soul. I could be your hero, fighting for your love soul. Yeah.
Take me under your wing, crack of thunder, as the wild birds sing. You can hear hunger crying out, a sonic echo that leaves no room for doubt. All the shots bring it back to what it's not. Make a move, do we do? As the world cries tears in our hands, are we all part of a bigger plan? Call the shots, bring it back to what
into this world. Let it out for the crowd, let it out, yeah, be proud. Right now, this is a real good atmosphere. Right now, superficialities are here. No excuse, no rules, no one to judge. Just give a fuck. The time has come to lose control. Don't be so shy, just let it flow. We are the masters of our own world, of our own world. We pray for fire in the sky. We show that desire is online. We stick together, together, together. We're alright. The time has come to lose control. Don't be so shy, just let it flow. We are the masters of our own world, of our own world. Will they drink really expensive champagne on their private jet plane? All we need is a cheap bottle of wine and a cigarette to have a good time. A freedom, conviction, and no restriction. There's no other place to die than here with us tonight. The time has come to lose control. Don't be so shy, just let it flow. We are the masters of our own world. We pray for fire in the sky. We show that desire is online. We stick together, together, together. We're alright. The time has come to lose control. Don't be so shy, just let it flow. We are the masters of our own world, of our own world.
赤信号だとしてももう止まらない理解不能のスピード100倍速い地横なんて哀れよねねえ聞いてよな負けの準備でもしておきな Come draw me if you down 悩んでもやめないわ No more 苦い思い消えてよこの街に呼ばれる際にレクチャー全力で追い越してよさ Driving モード始めよう 然な近道なんてのの完全にアウトだからあんたの後悔楽しみだわすげた気づいてよマジでベイビー一番でノックアウトするわ You better be listen 地横なんて哀れよねねえ聞いてよな負けの準備でもしておきな Come try me yet when you were down 悩んでもやめないわ No more 苦い思い消えてよこの街に呼ばれる生命フェッチャー全力で追い越してよさ Dreaming の始めよう
Country song. You and me going out tonight. Let's turn the radio on. You got your skirt on tight and your legs on long. Let's lay some whiskey down. We'll dance all night, then get it on to another country song. Tonight, let's turn the radio on. You got your skirt on tight and your legs on long. Let's lay some whiskey down. We'll dance all night, then get it on to another country song. You and me going out tonight. Let's turn the radio on. You got your skirt on tight and your legs on long. Let's lay some whiskey down. We'll dance all night, then get it on to another country song.
I saw you sitting in the moonlight. moonlight tripping, pain runs through your heart. Oh, we were skinny dipping, slowly sipping, then we fell apart. I'm just trying to catch a break from your love, oh, hey. Cause I need to find a new life, no love, oh. I can't lie, I've been thinking about us, but you, yeah. Tell me everything's gonna be alright. Tell me that you're never gonna need spotlight. Just say how you feeling, I don't wanna waste time. I saw you sitting in the moonlight tripping, pain runs through your heart. Oh, we were skinny dipping, slowly sipping, then we fell apart. I'm just trying to catch a break from your love, oh, hey. Cause I need to find a new life, no love, oh. I can't lie, I've been thinking about us, but you know better than anybody around me, yeah, you know. I think we both need a break from this thing called love. All love ain't the thing to question, it's all love. I got plenty problems and no shoulder. Last night on the tour, ain't no tour bus. I saw you sitting in the moonlight tripping, pain runs through your heart. Oh, we were skinny dipping, slowly sipping, then we fell apart. I'm just trying to catch a break from your love, oh, hey. Cause I need to find a new life, no love, oh. I can't lie, I've been thinking about us.
Putting out the fires, my head calls me a liar. Sick of breathing in your smoke. Leave a little longer, embrace a little harder. Yeah, every time we're not wrong, it's like we're walking on the water. Oh, too good to last long. Putting out the fires and looking for a miracle. It's like we're walking on water. It's like we're walking on water.
DJ, turn the music up, put the lights down low. All the worries we had, we just let them go. Wasn't looking for love, I was happy alone. When you put your arms around me, how was I to know? You got me feeling things I never felt before. We get lost in the music on the dance floor. If I leave you now, I'll leave you wanting more. If I leave you now, I'll leave you wanting more.
I think I'll sleep till it's over. I think I'll sleep till it's over. I think I'll sleep till it's over. Broken letters, broken pen, breathing every now and then. Getting hurt but never learn. I'm falling short of hope again. I need a shock to bring me round, to pull my head from underground. I'm calling out but there's no sound. How many times can we make up? How many years will this take up? And never is as long as forever. When it's love but it's over. I've woken up in the headlights, sticking from the clouds in mid-flight. Never is as long as forever. I think I'll sleep till it's over. 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 Stone days never end. Words I knew you couldn't say. We pretend we're more than this. Make believe that it's okay. I need a shock to bring me round, to pull my head from underground. I'm calling out but there's no sound. How many times can we make up? How many years will this take up? And never is as long as forever. When it's love but it's over. I've woken up in the headlights, sticking from the clouds in mid-flight. Never is as long as forever. I think I'll sleep till it's over. 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 I think I'll sleep till it's over.
Oh, won't you break me up? Oh, won't you break me up?
for my freedom. You're the chain, you're the lock, won't you hold me down? You're the key to the door, won't you break me out for my freedom? For my freedom, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Break me out, break me out. Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Break me out, break me out. You're the chain, you're the lock, won't you hold me down? You're the key to the door, won't you break me out for my freedom? For my freedom. You're the chain, you're the lock, won't you hold me down? You're the key to the door, won't you break me out for my freedom? For my freedom. Oh, won't you break me out? Wanna wake up in my bedroom with you right next to me, holding my hand. Something I could get used to, 'cause you're by my side. When city lights blur the evening, hollow skies grab my feelings, and shooting stars have no meaning. I know, I wanna be where you are forever and ever. I wanna be where you are forever and ever. I wanna be where you are. Be where you are. There's nothing like this feeling. Could look at you for hours, don't mind me. Didn't know how much I needed to have you by my side. When city lights blur the evening, hollow skies grab my feelings, and shooting stars have no meaning. I know, I wanna be where you are forever and ever. I wanna be where you are forever and ever. I wanna be where you are. Be where you are. When city lights blur the evening, hollow skies grab my feelings, and shooting stars have no meaning. I know, I wanna be where you are forever and ever. I wanna be where you are forever and ever. I wanna be where you are. Be where you are. I wanna be where you are. I
curious, my boy. Just outside your door, you'll find love where you don't know. You know that if you ever tried your last, call out on me if the old wind broke your mind. Set out to sea if you've fallen down. You know that I'm here, so you come on home to me. Oh, my son, stay curious, my boy. Always ask where this road goes. Oh, my son, stay curious, my boy. Just outside your door, you'll find love where you don't know. You know that if you ever tried your last, call out on me if the old wind broke your mind. Set out to sea if you've fallen down. You know that I'm here, so you come on home to me. There you pick up all your bags, lay down your toys. Oh, my son, stay curious, my boy.
身も蓋もないわねマジでメール既読無視でもてめトラブルならすぐ相談してよだなんて細い指先が僕を指す Please come this way ピンヒールで突き刺す血の味が欲しいまで純粋だと思ったバカねゴー赤いリップで踊るネオンライトがきらめく騙されたなんてめめしいやつねゴー通報するならすれば罪深いの私よこの世のクズどもよかも民がひれ伏す農場の世界へようこそ落とし穴に落ちたあなた Please come this way ピールで突き刺す血の味が欲しい前に純粋だと思ったバカねゴー赤いリップで踊るネオンライトがきらめく騙されたなんてめめしいやつねゴー通報するならすれば罪深いの私よこの世のクズどもよ
playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. No, I'm balling out, yeah, but my heart plays loud, yeah. And I'm all freaked out, cause I got nothing to say to you. But will I be down, yeah, when you come around, yeah. So let's get right down, cause we ain't got much time. And every time you hold me, I think about the times that I was lonely. Keep reminiscing about how you the only one that makes me wanna look into your eyes and say, stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Yeah, we could take time to work things out, oh, yeah. But I want you in my life so we could have each other, yeah. I know it seems hard to shine, but you're a million stars at all the same time, yeah. And you know I really mean it. And every time you hold me, I think about the times that I was lonely. Keep reminiscing about how you the only one that makes me wanna look into your eyes and say, stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now.
Different energies I bring, only sickness I fling. Bad like Gustavo Fring, can't try not a ting. Flyboy, I got the wings, and they can't keep up with me, dog. That's why all that I bring is wins. And they wanna hold me back, never doubt I'm a king. When they grab my killer chap on the ting, I don't wanna hear no talk from jokers. Say you got waves, I'll split that like Moses. The way that I catch it is flawless, it's awkward, cause they can't do it when they talk up. I don't wanna hear that ever. Stay on the ground like Cellar, they know man shell off. Feel man trying to get ahead of me. They should've known they ain't really got the energy. I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power, they don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power, they don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energies. I got the energies. I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power, they don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power, they don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energy. They ain't even got no energy. They don't wanna be my enemy. I got a different energy. I got a different energy.
So I got my education You don't wanna kill my vibe with the wrong beat. If you wanna feel alive, you gotta move your feet. Come on, let's take this downtown. Wake me up to the soul sound. Hit me with a little Supremes and give into temptation. Do you feel what I feel? 'Cause I'm feeling alive. I'm the real deal. 'Cause I'm feeling alive. Do you feel what I feel? 'Cause I'm feeling alive. I'm the real deal. 'Cause I'm feeling alive. Now I'm dancing in my new kicks, getting down to all my old tricks. Gotta get my fix. Now do you think I'm cool? It's all I wanna do. It's all I wanna do. Come on, let's take this downtown. Wake me up to the soul sound. Hit me with the Cali sun. Give me good vibrations. Give me good vibrations. Now I'm dancing in my new kicks, getting down to all my old tricks. Gotta get my fix. Now do you think I'm cool? It's all I wanna do. It's all I wanna do. It's all I wanna do.
Here we go. I don't really care about like all them fancy things. Never had a lust for cars or sparkly diamond rings. I don't really care about them platinum studded boys that run around the whole damn town just showing off the toys. Like do-si-do, I'm ready to go. Been a damn long week, it's time for the show. Call my girls like, ooh, don't you know? I'm with my girls, yeah, my girls. We've been working all day. It's time to dance the night away. I'm with my girls, yeah, my girls. We got records to play, so come let's dance the night away. Come on, come on. Like do-si-do, we ready to go. Sneaker fresh for the halftime show. That's right, girls, we dropping it low. Like do-si-do, we ready to go. Sneaker fresh for the halftime show. That's right, girls, we dropping it low. Here we go. I don't really care about the fortune or the fame. Keep rolling on and holding on. Don't need that crown to reign. Push through all the pressures, just keep grinding 9 to 5. Yeah, I'm working hard, we playing hard. Goddamn, I feel alive. Like do-si-do, I'm ready to go. Been a damn long week, it's time for the show. Call my girls like, ooh, don't you know? I'm with my girls, yeah, my girls. We've been working all day. It's time to dance the night away. Here we go, here we go. I'm
Excuse me, please, but I'm crying. Catch your breath before you get old. I couldn't stay for the battle. I couldn't cross in the middle. But we are far too much too young. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I couldn't stay for the battle. I couldn't cross in the middle. I'm losing my mind. I'm losing my mind. Excuse me, please, but I'm standing. Left on right when you're trapped in the middle. Excuse me, please, but I'm crying. Catch your breath before you get old. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I couldn't stay for the battle. I couldn't cross in the middle. But we are far too much too young. I couldn't stay for the battle.
Welcome back, one and all, to the LPL. We are going into another brand new week of LPL action. I am just Oshid. I am joined by the absolutely astounding Alk Battery as we're going to be diving into our first day of the week. Alk, you've had your first week now in the LPL. How are you finding it? How are you feeling the schedule's doing for you? Because you're on NA time, right?
Yeah, NA, West Coast. You know, if Lennon can do it, he's been here for a couple years. I think I can handle it right out. It's been a little bit tough, but I'm hanging in there. We've got some good games, you know, in the past week. I have been lucky to not have gone a lot of Zeri Yumi games, so I've been blessed.
You've been very blessed. Hashtag blessed for you, but not everyone will be as fortunate to that. I imagine Jamada coming back this week will have a couple of things to say about that bot lane meta. But before we jump into this week and what's going to be happening, we can have a look at yesterday's games. We had a couple of decent results there, and I think the big one obviously is the last one. We can talk about that in a bit. But NIP, who were playing yesterday, will be also playing today. They did come out with a big win over TT to put them on 5-3 at the halfway mark.
Every time I watch TT play, I think, is this team going to pull out the series? Because Yukao still impressive after in a disastrous early game. Alongside 1xN, this team is able to find some wins. They are still playing that lane dominant style, and then come into team fights, Yukao is that guy. They just couldn't close out NIP. Game 3, it all came down to Invincible with, I don't know how he does it. This guy just keeps finding backdoors, man.
Yeah, I mean, look, it does feel like NIP definitely kind of giving themselves a nice little win there in the kind of halfway point. But then we actually had a much closer series than a lot of people were expecting. RNG giving Top Esports a very good run for their money.
This is, surprisingly enough, RNG feel like that 500 team. They're going to take games off of the really good teams, and they're also going to probably filter a little bit towards our lower the standings. This was the match of the week for a reason. JDG versus BLG, and it felt like JDG, they came to play. They had zero qualms with squashing BLG.
Yeah, look, it feels so hard to kind of really kind of go for it. I was a personal fan of JDG in this one just because Ruler picked up the Kaisa. Very excited to see that. And it does feel like again, it's BLG for me. It should be the favorite in every single matchup, bar this one, because JDG just have their number.
You know, JDG have fallen. They have taken a loss to Weibo at the beginning of the season. They had some rocky series even up against Anyone's Legends, who we will see later today. And BLG, like you were saying, has been so dominant against every other team. But maybe it's the fact that we've seen this matchup so many times, both in international and domestic here and in the LPL. But JDG always have their number. It is ridiculous what we got yesterday.
Yeah, we got 4 best-of-5s and 2 best-of-3s between JDG and BLG, and you know what? It could go to 9. I believe we can see them twice in playoffs, and we can see them once at Worlds as well. So we can see it 3 more times. We come in and you can see the results from yesterday's games. Of course, TT still very much struggling, but NIP, who will be playing today, they are feeling good about their current setup. And look at the way, kind of putting themselves right now. They're up in 5th. 5-3 is not a bad scoreline at any stage of the season.
Yeah, you're right on that bubble, right next to LNG. You're one of those teams that's hitting that top 6. I think when people saw this roster, they thought that we would see a similar performance, but maybe not in the same way. And we'll actually get to see the one imposter on this standing. WE, Team WE, a team that we'll be watching in our first series today. They have only played 3 games, and that is because they've been playing in the Road to Asia games where they just won a massive win up against the rest of the teams over there. Undefeated. And now they're coming in. They're going to have to restart their entire season here in week 4.
Yeah, absolutely. It's an honor, obviously, to represent one's country, and WE did just that. But we got our best of the week, and my boy Sanji in that top side. Love to see it here. And interesting enough, Shadow making his debut there onto the team of the week.
Ooh, okay. Shadow definitely put up some numbers in each one of their games. I mean, obviously, when we talk about NIP, he is one of the biggest identities for this roster. Scout, nothing else you could say. This guy in the mid lane this week was fantastic. I think no one else more deserving. Jackie Love for top is always the biggest carry. Look at those damage percent numbers. Just insane.
Yeah, I mean, looking really, really solid there for LNG. And then, honestly, what I always love to see as well from the best of the week, 5 different players from 5 different teams. That's what you want to be seeing. It shows you how competitive it can be every single week here from the side of the LPL. And just excited to see kind of where these teams are able to kind of go and to build themselves from that. So really, really kind of hoping to kind of see where these teams can kind of, build off of that momentum. And of course, we got our best player of the week. It's Jackie Love. Man had an insane amount of damage, as you can see. Number 1 for damage per minute, number 1 for damage percentage, and 3 MVPs to boot as well.
It's really hard when you look at top esports, you're thinking, oh man, they've got Rookie, but it's such a bot lane centric meta, and Jackie Love, week after week, is just putting up record numbers. Always the biggest damage share for his team. He is the biggest proponent for their win, and while he does have some of those Jackie Love moments that we all know and love, there's a reason why he has been a premier AD carry across the world.
Absolutely, and our Rookie of the Week didn't make it onto the Team of the Week, but it was the mid laner there for RNG, Tang Yun, just having an exceptional time. And again, like I will put my hand up and say I was one of the few people who doubted this guy, I doubted this roster, but they've been slowly finding themselves a little bit of a momentum. And yes, they did lose against Top Esports, but a couple of teams to lose against. Top Esports definitely not the worst one to be dropping in Series 2.
Exactly. When we look at RNG, they're such a powerful team, and you look at some of the names on there, we're looking at LP, but this team sometimes isn't able to perform. The mid lane situation has been really interesting to watch as Tang Yun is finding his form, at least now here in week 3. We need this team, especially when you talk about how prestigious the entire organization of Royal Navy Europe are. You want to see them succeed. If you're an outside domestic fan kind of coming in and you're watching, you know what this organization can do. But right now the team on that bubble is currently in the 10th place standings. Got to be looking up, and Tang Yun, if you put up numbers like that, surely could carry this team forward.
I mean, we gotta hope and pray that for RNG fans across the world, that is exactly what you're kind of getting into right now. Of course, losing Gala, losing Xiaohu, losing kind of the guts of this entire, the MSI winning roster, the back-to-back MSI winning roster is definitely something not to be the best feeling in the world. But we are coming now from last week into today. We did talk about it. NIP versus WE. That's going to be in Shenzhen, not in Xi'an. So it is WE playing an away game for the first time in a very, very long time. And then then we fly right back over to Shanghai for AL versus LGD. LGD, they show glimmers of hope, but a spark does not make a fire.
It's heartbreaking every single time. LGD, they get close, they get very, very, near to that finish line, just not able to close it out. After the 15-20 min marks, it feels like this team doesn't have a voice, doesn't have someone that is able to lead direction in the game. And it's really tough because they're close to potentially going potentially winless. They still have not won a single series so far in the 4 weeks.
Yeah, well, we'll see if they're able to go for it. Again, it's been moments for LGD that we've been, very excited for, but we'll talk about them and, of course, Anyone's Legend a little bit later. We got NIP, Ninjas in Pajamas, and I'll be totally honest, if you offer Ninjas in Pajamas a 5-3 scoreline at the start of the split at halfway point, they take that no questions asked. That is an incredible run. I don't care who you are, you take that. If you're LNG, you take that.
Yeah, exactly. 5-3 is already putting you in the top 6 like we saw. Team WE, we've been talking about it. They are coming off of playing at the Road to Asian Games, and while they had a dominant schedule there, they, coming into the season, had a pretty easy schedule. They played against Anyone's Legends, Ultra Prime, IG, teams that are towards the bottom of the table, and we're looking for them now coming in. They're going to have a really tough schedule. They are going to be playing NIP, OMG, Thunder Talk this week, so maybe a little bit of an easier start coming back in. But then they've got Top Esports, LNG, and EDG next week. They have a four series week on week 6. They're going to have to make the marathon run back into the playoffs.
Yeah, look, and again, as I said, a massive honor to be able to represent your country, but for the next 4 weeks, we are coming up to the halfway point of our split. We are in week 4 of 7. WE play at minimum 3 series a week. They usually play either a Monday, a Thursday, and then a Saturday or a Sunday. That's kind of how it goes. And I believe in week 5, I think it is, or maybe even week 6, they play 4 series.
Yes.
I think they play Monday, Tuesday, back to back, and then they kind of move forward from that. So really, really gonna have to see if they can able to kind of bring themselves forward onto this. And it starts right here. I think taking a scalp off of NIP, a fellow playoffs kind of contender, is a huge moment for this roster to kind of continue that momentum off of their undefeated streak in off of 3-0 here in the LPL, and their 6-0 in the Road to Asia Games.
It's really funny. Every time I go into the stats for any of the matches that we're covering, I always see Team WE is really high up, and I'm like, oh, that's kind of weird. I wonder why. And I'm like, they didn't play for an entire week. So their sample size is a little bit low. They are a bit of a slower team. One of our teams that is definitely playing for later in the game, trying to index on the fact that you have so many good names, so many well-known names here in the LPL who have been playing, specifically Shanks in the mid lane, the big kind of franchise player coming in for this roster. And coming up against NIP, they just came off of that win last night up against Thunder Talk, and they're looking to replicate a little bit of that success, some of that magic that they've been getting in the past couple games.
Absolutely, and looking to do something that no one has been able to do so far this summer split. Take a game off of WE. WE are only 3-0, they're 6-0. They have not dropped a game in any of their series, and NIP, they're definitely no strangers for 2-1 series, let's say it that way, but they can, kind of put for it. I will say for NIP, it does feel like it is a lot on kind of how the team comes out of this early game. I really want to see how Shadow does. Again, jungler of the week, really had an exceptional week 3, but he needs to make sure that he's having another great time. And look at the confidence coming out from these guys. Slit the throat. We know what we can do.
Joel is just having fun with it. You can see Shadow is laughing at the same time. This is one of the things I do love about this team and some of our other LPL teams. What is that?
Slightly terrifying. Slightly terrifying.
Okay, they are always having fun. Shadow seems to be a really great vocal leader for this team, being able to direct the early game. And my eyes are going to be on these 2 junglers. When we see Shadow play, it has been exceptionally trying to get into the enemy jungle, trying to cause early plays. Seeing his Poppy yesterday, I actually think this was his perfect champion. He's been playing a lot of Viego, but I think Poppy is great. Can be a tank, can do a lot of damage, and has very creative gank paths.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the thing is as well, we're seeing the Poppy kind of eke in back into the LPL meta because of that early pressure. We've mentioned it, you've talked about it so much, is that when you have the Poppy level 3, you're good to go. You know that you can have such incredible impact with your steadfast presence, with the fact that you can just kind of stop any kind of, meaningful dashes for such a long time. And with the enchanters mainly holding their own in the bot side, it does mean that you're not really in a great position to kind of get out of that without your flash. So if you do flash, you're very vulnerable then for the next few minutes.
And it will be pretty cool to see, as both of these supports have really kind of been indexing a little bit more towards the engage. We'll see what Iwandi and Jewel can pull out here, as when we look towards the bottom lane, Hope, someone that has been on the international stage multiple times, someone who in the LPL domestically has had really good performances, but it's that consistency for this WE roster that I am a little bit worried about. Even that game versus IG, they were barely able to scrape by on that first game. It took one team fight. Hope got a massive shutdown. They got all of the resets on Jinx, and the game ended afterwards, like 15 minutes afterwards. They were able to close it out, but they need to be able to tighten up that early game when we're looking at NIP.
Yeah, completely agree. I think for NIP, I don't think the early game is going to be as huge a big an issue. As you mentioned earlier on, WE, some of the kind of, slower teams we have in the series. Again, hard to kind of really get a grasp of this roster for WE, but it's giving me 2021 vibes. It's giving me that 2021 summer roster that made that run because it was clean, it was consistent, and it was something that can, kind of bring itself to the forefront when it needed it. And specifically, I'm looking at Shanks, who's having a much better summer than he did spring.
For sure. I'm looking forward to what we can get from them, as we're going to get into the game pretty soon. I just want to touch on the fact again that Invincible recently, in the past couple games, he has been a massive standout player from the top lane. I know we had Shanji up there from OMG, but I really feel like Invincible is one of those top laners that is just starting to make his name every single week. There's always an insane performance from him, usually on the Gwen. We have seen some Jax performances as well, and he feels like one of the few top laners that is willing to pull out some different carries, hopefully.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, I love that you bring up that Invincible in that top side, because it does feel like in a bot lane centric meta, a lot of the times in these matchups, we do look towards the top side. We do have names like Bin369. We've got Ala. You've got Shanji. You've got so many massive top lane carries and just playmakers in your team that, yes, it is an AD carry meta. They get the flashy plays. They generally get themselves the quadra kills and the pentakills, but it's all off of the back of your top laner. It comes from the fact that your top laner can make those moves and does end up catching out the enemy team from that. So I am excited to see how Invincible kind of continues that form, or if he can, coming up against Cube today.
It's so weird because Cube has been a little bit quiet. Obviously, the sample size, like we were saying, is pretty low, but definitely for this team, for WE, they don't really play for the laning phase, past the laning phase. They're saying, okay, we can sacrifice. We have a lot of experience of just going for late, trusting in our AD carry, recognizing that we do have a lot of experience and we can use some of that veterancy to shot call into the later stages of the game. Whereas NIP, yes, they do have the early action from Shadow, and Angel does have a bit of a unique champion pool compared to the rest of the mid laners, has been willing to pick up more and more different things. But it's Photic and Jewel who have had huge games for this roster.
Huge games. They're already seeing kind of like some of those big picks being taken out. Look, the Nico, the Vi, the Annie kind of doing. But the big thing is the Milio has not been banned yet, nor has the Yuumi. So wait to see. I will say the Zeri has been taken away. Some teams have been saying, look, the Yuumi's the OP part. Some people have been saying the Zeri's the OP part. I know others are saying, look, it has to be the combo of the two. You kind of wait and see. But it's going to be the Aphelios. So the Milio left open here for Zhuo if he wants to go for it. And it just feels like you have to pick this up. You have to go for something this strong.
And taking away the Aphelios, not only from Photic, which has been his most played champion so far this split, when you look at Hope, are they looking to try to just immediately pick up the Jinx for NIP? The same could be said there. Wondering if Team WE coming into the week are going to say, maybe we try to do something different, but instead flexing immediately back over to the Lucian. So Lucian Nami, Milio should be taken over by WE, or they could go for our kind of super popular Xayah Rakan, which has really popped off here in the LPL.
Absolutely. I will say that the Lucian's coming, so one of the next picks for NIP will have to be that Nami. So get yourself a strong mid jungle. Ari Wukong here would not go amiss. Also the Cassante, still 100% presence in the LPL. Picked or banned every single game, and we're at about 130 already.
That's way too many
games. That's a
lot
of games. That's a lot of games.
Yeah, I feel bad for our top laners, man. Like, Cassante is fun. There's no way that champion is that fun. I know that some of them have been a lot of bans towards this champion, but It was funny. I was talking about this with some friends about like how the top lane meta has evolved, how Renekton has really kind of fallen to the wayside. Did get some buffs this patch, and we've been seeing his presence rise a little bit, but it's like, oh, why would I play Renekton when I can play a tankier version that also has really decent kill threats, similar to the Renekton, and also doesn't have very many bad matchups right now in the top lane?
No, absolutely. And the K'Sante, well, actually, I'll give you a quick. Do you think it's been picked more or banned more? There you go. It's close. It's very close. It's 68 to 66. You think it's banned more? No, it's been picked more. 68 picks,
okay.
66 bans. So
close enough.
I mean, close enough. It shows you the kind of power that this pick has. But for the moment, NIP kind of getting themselves a Lucian Nami. You knew that was going to be coming in. You cannot let that Nami just kind of go away, especially considering you picked the Lucian to give up the Milio. And now NIP get themselves the Poppy as well. So WE, I would personally love to see them go for the K'Sante right here now, because then you get to throw in bans to that top side, or even potentially go for your Wukong. But no, they're going to go for the Jinx instead. So locking themselves into that bot lane matchup, getting themselves something they're very comfortable with and had a little bit of a range advantage.
You know what's also something we haven't really touched on that people, if you're watching from an international perspective, are probably waiting on? The all-important, the all-encompassing kind of meta-warping static Shiv. We've been on 13-11 for a little bit now, and coming into week 4, it has really hit a fever pitch online. I wonder if we'll start to see that from some players. I know that Ahri, LeBlanc are very popular, but it seems like NIP probably not going to be going in that direction. I do want to touch on the team compositions as we get through the second phase of the bans. NIP have a very easy way of stacking dragons thanks to this bottom lane, with Poppy being able to get right down there. And you see that the Jinx going into the later game, 3 items. We can see hope start to scale. And we talked about it before. It takes a single Jinx kill and a whole game can turn on its head.
That's the best way to put it, is that the Jinx just gets you reset, especially with even an extended range that already kind of comes out from the Milio and your rockets. So really like to see that one coming in, and a massive amount of mid lane there. The LeBlanc taken away. And this thing, if you've been watching the LEC, you'll know how disgusting this champion is. You rush the static Shiv with it, it just becomes impossible. But thankfully for us, we do not have to talk about it, because it is taken off the board. We will not see it, at least in this game.
You know, if they really wanted to try for it, another person that can build it that is like semi-viable, depending on what WE goes here, is a pretty big Zoe. I'm gonna wait because I know the hovers are fake. I don't know. I know that we have 13-11 coming. We have 13-11 still. I don't know if Rel and Ivern are still disabled. I'm gonna assume that they are, because they already were before. Yes. Okay, cool. Those items are very broken on live as well. If you want to go and get yourself some free LP, those champions are just not okay.
They've got a couple of different issues with them, but we've gotten all the way down into the second round of picks. WE saying, well, you didn't ban the K'Sante, you banned the Gwen instead, so we're going to take that one up for Cube. Cube, as you mentioned earlier, very much happy to kind of let the game go late, just be an initiator, and the K'Sante lets him be just that. Even with Invincible going towards the Nara, this top side, unless we see a Cube or Invincible get some kind of jungle intervention, not really expecting to see much kind of happen there. But ooh, Angel coming out with a little bit of a fan favorite for him, gonna lock in that Twisted Fate.
All right, it's been now 2 weeks in a row he's been picking up the Twisted Fate. We talked about this a little bit, about his champion pool being fairly unique, as being able to play towards topside. This is something that you can do when you have this Twisted Fate. Typically you want to try to play for your solo lanes, but when we've been talking about how the mid lane changes, the minions now arriving in mid lane at the same time as the side lanes, it makes it very hard for you to go for a dive. One of the ways you can cheat that is Destiny right out of that mid lane, go straight bot and try to find kills for this bottom lane. And Hung is actually going to be playing this Nautilus jungle, which we've seen very fringe picks of it here. And I think it's pretty cool because it provides a lot of engage for WE.
That's what I love seeing as well. The Nautilus is still one of those things that it's kind of become a flex right now between the jungle and the support, because it can give you, as you mentioned, so much engaged possibilities. And the fact that you have got that point and click CC to jump onto a Lucian, so he either has to completely disengage or deal with the incoming kind of tanks jumping on his face, make it such a difficult combination. And also, as well as that, it's a very powerful combination with the Ahri. That double CC lockdown level 3 and onwards is so good to try and catch someone out.
Early on, if they are able to find picks It should be around the top side of the map. Twisted Fate and Gnar are not very resilient early on into the game. And once we get into the later portions, even as soon as level 6, those two will be a roaming kill squad for WE. And when we're talking about trying to find resets, the best way you could do that is just have your Ahri and Nautilus send them straight into the backline and take over. So Team WE, again, we're looking for them to go late. They have a lot of great scaling. They have amazing ability to start fights on their terms. But it is up to NIP, who are the early game aggressors and someone who can play to the side lane.
No more theories, no more hypothesis. We are jumping straight onto the riff for this first game of week 4. We are sprinting towards our halfway mark, and Ninjas in Pajamas are already there, 5-3 in the standings. WE lacking a little bit behind, but it's not how you start, it's how you finish. And we'll be seeing how both these teams go. WE yet to drop a game, not even a series, a game here in the LPL Summer Split. Now back off of the road to Asian Games, they are here to try and continue that momentum, continue themselves into a winning ways here in the LPL Summer.
I love this. I got this in some of my other games that I was commentating over today, and both of the top laners level 1, they just walked up right next to each other, throwing up emotes. They did not care. They knew the top lane was going to be a bit of an island.
They respected
it. NIP though, talking a little bit about this top laner, Invincible, someone coming into the league, we had some different expectations for what was going to happen, especially with how the meta has been shaping up the past couple months. And he has some of the most solo kills in the league as a top laner. Excited to see what he can do on Gnar here, where he can chase out this Cassante. And we have been seeing a lot of the Hull Breaker start to come out for this champion.
I have been seeing it quite a bit. We'll see. It's kind of becoming the kind of standard right now. The Gnar, yes, can still have a huge teamfight presence, of course, with that Mega Gnar, but just the presence he gives in that side lane, because with the Hull Breaker, it feels like nobody can really kind of contest him in that regard. So curious to see if we will still see that kind of setup. It does mean that he will be able to have a little bit more of a better time, I suppose, against the Cassante later on into the game. But we're going to just kind of have ourselves a little bit of farming right now. I will expect to see Photic look to try and level 2 this and try it all in. But in traditional sense, I also expect Hope and Iwandi just to back themselves away.
And I love this out from Shadow. He just starts the entire bottom side camps as Hope and Iwandi take a little bit of a trade, but an even one for them, and actually winning thanks to the healing on Melio. But this splits open the map. This makes it very easy for NIP to actually play towards their bottom side, where Hung is now sitting there as the Nautilus. And here we go, this is what I was talking about, using the flash.
Yeah, flash over the wall. Hope, though, perfectly timed flash, gets himself back into safety. But this is what we talked about for the Poppy. Level 3, you're good to go, and that's exactly what Shadow does.
Shadow should know that Hung could be here. He's going to cross, no flash.
Yeah, no flash and not a lot of health either. It does get the shield and the phase rush. Would love to see if he can get away from this one here. Hong not quite got the cooldowns just yet. You can see still a ways away from getting himself back onto that queue. So he just backs himself away. Going to accept a trade of camps at the end of it all.
Going to be able to take this red buff. I wonder if how much more of this Photic. I was really scared that there was going to potentially be a solo kill there, but yeah, like you were saying, taking away most of these camps. Shadow's going to contest this. I think making better use of this, instead moving towards the top side, trying to get some more of these camps, try to split open this top side. And early on, we've gotten very close to our first blood, but no cigar.
Yeah, like I said, if you don't get something in the first kind of setup before everyone gets at least one reset off, it just becomes nigh impossible to kind of make that one work. And I will say now that the big thing I'm looking at for the moment is going to be kind of the way Hong is kind of moving around this map, seeing what he's able to kind of get for himself, because he's not only able to get up, a couple of camps on bot side, but he's going to be able to kind of reset and set himself up for success with a flash available on this Nautilus. Makes him a very, very potent threat, even in the early game.
Ooh, I love what Shadow's doing right here, crossing the river, even with a full set of camps up. Thanks to him moving into the topside jungle, it will mean that he can track, hey, Nautilus is probably still bottom side here. We need to be careful for them to make that play. But with his pathing, I mean, he's going to be able to clear this entire quadrant and either have the option to go mid or maybe even just go straight up bot lane, especially with the dragon spawning. We talked about, hey, this bottom lane should have priority early on. They should be trying to poke out Hope and Iwandi so that they can set up for the dragon.
The dragon setups have been something that can feel very powerful in the moment, but we have definitely seen a fair few unfortunate Dragon Souls kind of end up in the wrong hands, or in the wrong kind of setup, I suppose. Chemdrake obviously being one of them, but first dragon is going to be that mountain dragon, so hopefully we'll get ourselves a decent soul. I'm a personal fan of the Hex Soul. I think it adds an amazing amount of stuff to the map. Not only that, but also gives you a little bit of extra damage and attack speed, which I love.
Okay, real question. So, what dragon do you? I guess I should ask, what is your favorite dragon? What is your least favorite dragon? You don't. It doesn't have to be backed by stats. I know a lot of people are going to complain about like Cloud Drake and whatever, or Chemtech, but is there a personal favorite and maybe one you're not a big fan of?
I love Hex Dragon because I love the stats it gives, genuinely.
Yeah.
Like, even if it's just a solo dragon, I love it. The one I actually hate, because I play jungle a little bit, is I absolutely hate Cloud Dragon. It's the hardest one to take. It's single target DPS, it's quite quick, and it's very difficult to take solo as a dragon. So much prefer, as a jungler even, but much prefer those ones there. But
okay.
Thankfully, I don't have to do that. I am not a pro player. I just have to talk about their stories. I'm just a narrator in their lives. I am an NPC here in the main characters' lives. Let's see now. It looks like NIP, with the pressure they have from the mid lane, as Shanks did go for a bit of a reset, they're going to be able to secure that dragon for themselves. No questions asked. Invincible goes into Meganar, gets a nice little trade into Cube, and everybody's just happy to let this game continue as it is currently continuing. Shadow, was thinking about it, maybe. Okay, close but no cigar.
Wow, not able to find that. Shadow getting cheeky with it. That's one of the great things about this Poppy. She's one of the more unique junglers when it comes to how she's able to use Hex Flash. Typically a rune that is used for supports, engage supports. Trying to find this pick on Iwandi. Tons of damage being put down. And they need to be careful because both junglers are on this side of the map. And Shanks already got this wave to crash in mid lane. They can immediately move down if they want to. Spotlink's got to be careful trying to find something. Shadow's even coming down here. Needs to be able to avoid some vision.
It's not a great trade. Yeah, I was going to say, they're going to have to
figure
out something else. A cleanse was used there by Hope, so as he recognized that Shadow was moving around here with a ward to spot out the Ninjas and Pajamas jungler, but now Hope and Iwandi, they just have to back away completely. It has to kind of go to that point now where they're saying, look, yep, we would love to be able to take more trades in the bot side, but we know that Shadow is lurking in the shadows himself.
Oh, and look at what Angel is doing currently with Nautilus sitting up here. This game is completely around the bottom lanes here between these two. Hung playing a little bit more defensive for his bottom lane, while Shadow trying to get this Lucian and Nami ahead. But the entire time, we still have not seen the Twisted Fate ultimate quite yet. Hasn't really found an angle to try to go for these kills. I think when we do see it, it is probably going to be around some of these objectives. We do have the Rift Herald spawning in the next 10 seconds. You already see, they're not even playing towards this. Iwandi's actually the one that's closest to mid lane. And we'll see if WE are going to be prioritizing this objective, because this will be a little bit of alone time for Hope and Photic as they maybe try to find a 2v1 kill.
That's the thing, is generally we see a Photic trying to look to go towards that bot side. He's definitely a lot more present with his bot laner in that bot lane, and it does feel like for WE, they're very happy to let this one go, but now you've left everyone. They're making the play happen. No cleanse, but Angel went a little bit too close to the turret, so Flash gets burnt by Hope, but now basically means a free Rift Herald. I will say it will take an age to kill this one off, and Shadow's found himself here. There's going to be this, not a great ultimate from Shadow. That means he's going to fully disengage, and that should just be WE trading a summoner for Flash on their bot laner and a Rift Herald in exchange for a little bit of presence in this bot lane.
So Hope recognizing that there's nothing really for him to do in the bottom lane. He's just kind of moving around here. He's going to come back and try to collect the next wave that is coming, but Shadow's already on his way, burning the cleanse earlier on, and now the Flash away. I was going to say that the play from Angel, I think he did go a bit early. His bottom lane was not in a position to be able to follow up, but hey, if we're just taking away the Flash and we're trying to get to an early advantage, then that makes good on that play. It makes that the Destiny is going to be pretty strong, and it is going to come up before this Flash is available for Hope. That is something they can do 3 plates already pre-10 minutes.
Yeah, feels so good here for the bot lane of Photic and Zhou, but Heng is over to the spot side now as he's looking to try and maybe make a move, and They haven't spotted him out. Now they know they're there, but Shadow is kind of moving himself back around. Hope, remember, no summoners on him as he's going to try and get soloed out in a 1v2, but he's moving around. He's got fancy feet, and he is totally fine to take this fight. Ooh, that Super Mega Death Rocket did a lot of splash damage. And that's going to force everybody just to back away, and now they can trade back some of that presence and pressure by giving Hope some of these plates for himself. What
a great play, not only from Hung there, but also Iwandi able to stop a lot of that play from happening. The Super Fire Mega Kick, I don't know what this ability is called. I'm going to be 100% honest. It has way too many words. I barely got to learn Jinx, and that took a couple years, but that right there stopped Photic from being able to jump forward. They weren't able to do a lot of damage, especially with the Nautilus ultimate on this Lucian. So now evening out the plates here, being able to get at least 2 for your bottom lane will assuage some of the worries that we had early on, as Hope, he's staring down the barrel of triple longsword BF, and he's like, well, I got a recurve bow, and I got 1 longsword. Am I able to do much?
I mean, it's right. It's exactly as you say. The Milio just kind of creates such an immense amount of kind of disengaged pressure. The Ultra Mega Fire Kick, which is the knockback there, is such a great tool at stopping someone like a Lucian from kind of engaging, because the Lucian wants to go forward with the Relentless Pursuit. He wants to move in with that dash and try and catch you off guard, but the knockback, as well as the little bit of a kind of, the stun that comes off it, means you can't even auto while it's happening. So it is a hugely powerful thing. And then, of course, the Cozy Campfire gets you some healing back. You even have the Breath of Life, the ultimate coming out here for Iwandi. It's just so difficult to actually kill off Hope when he has basically 2 cleanses, and if they go late enough into the game, he could get a third with a QSS if he really wanted to.
Yeah, it'll be very tough. Also, small thing here with this Nautilus picking up the redemption, increasing healing done, so even harder.
Ooh, Shadow.
Oh, Shadow. There's no one here. Angel does have the ultimate here, but he's going to be in such a dangerous spot.
Yeah, they're going to look for it. There's the cleanse to come out, but do they really want this fight? Hope's having this a little bit of a 1v1. There's going to be the ultimate thrown out here by Shadow, but immediately Iwandi kind of makes his presence known, drops down the Breath of Life, and Shadow will be taken for first blood. WE, they've been taking all of this pressure, and now they're looking to try and make it work once more. No fish for the hook of Hang, but still a hell of a lot of damage. Shanks is taking a fair beating from Photic, and this is just really good play coming out here from WE. They know that they can deal with all this pressure, because there's just no way that the Shadow on his own can kill off the Jinx.
If they had found 1 more kill in the bottom lane, that was the potential for WE to start up this dragon. As we get into the replay here, I mean, there was no vision. Shadow just a little too far up here, gets the cleanse out again, but it is Iwandi and Hung who keep the backline here. Photic can't get over the wall, neither can Jewel. It's just a free kill. And when we were talking about Hope getting behind early, this bottom lane for NIP doing such a fantastic job, all goes to waste when we have so much gold getting back into this Jinx.
That's the big thing. The Jinx kind of picking up those little bit of scraps. There's still 30 CS down, and that's going to be a second dragon over to NIP. They have themselves 2 of the nicest early game ones, but Chemsol now to hop onto the Rift, which means we get ourselves some nice plants. But unfortunately for the side of NIP, not the greatest of souls to be going into the later game of that stacking.
Ooh, we've seen very, very creative uses of the Blast Clone plant, but not anything super impressive, as Photic by himself is going to be able to pick this up. Really good poke. Nautilus now even walking down here. I mean, Angel has Ignite and the Destiny available to him, so very easily could just actually end up in this bottom wave. He's going to catch this wave first. It means Shanks will hit level 11, and the Spear Rush is coming on through. All of this vision is in favor of Team WE. They're going to try and force for this. They want to try and force for the turret at the very least. Maybe even try to pick up some summoner spells.
Well, Angel's looking to make the play on the top side. There's a Destiny Gate going in on top of Cube. It will soak it up, but we'll get hit by the wild cards on the back end of it. And that means that there is no ultimate available to try and come down and defend this tower. That means that WE can continually put in the pressure. They won't get another plate, but they will surely get this one in. So, yes, they lose their top laner, but with all the pressure going on the bot side, they're still kind of okay with this trade.
A first turret here for WE is a massive win and an indictment against NIP. They don't obviously fall off in the later game, but they really needed to be ahead of the gold lead at 15 minutes now. So they're going to trade 1 for 1 in terms of the turrets. some of that gold is going to be in Invincible's back pocket. I'm sure that Photic still has a little bit of a lead, but more and more of that is being eaten away at because of how WE are able to play around Hope and Iwandi. And I've got to say now, they're facing down 2 dragons. NIP need to be on top of these neutral objectives. Rift Herald now spawning. They need to be able to contest for this if they want to have a chance at being able to stay relevant in the game.
And their first item's completed. There's the Ardent Sensor coming out here from Iwandi. We have been wondering whether or not he would still rush that here as the Milio. We have seen kind of a couple of people trading that one back. Of course, it is still a flat 20% attack speed buff, but no longer the greatest of items to be rushing into the game with, as we do see Shadow now going to run into Shanks and get a fair bit of damage onto him, but a W should mean that Shanks is in a pretty decent spot here. There's going to be a hook to miss just barely. Now Iwandi and Hope thinking about maybe going for something here. See Photic trying to be aggressive with that relentless pursuit, and everyone's just kind of hovering around this top side. Again, it's only 1,000 gold lead here for NIP, not exactly exceptional, and first items are completed across the board.
It seems like they're trying to bait this. They want to have control of the top side. Hope by using this, using all of the rockets, he's just going to be able to clear out the mini wave a lot faster than Photic will. Both top laners do have their teleports, but Invincible, oh my god.
Yeah, just about get himself caught there. So we're going to see Shadow flash away. Good Everfrost in, but in the bot side, Cube and Invincible are going all out. It's going to be a little bit of a 1v1. Does Invincible want to go back into it? Flash away by the Cassante. Keeps him going there. Angel gets caught out by a charm. That's going to force the tidal wave out. Actually probably helps the Nautilus because he did hit the side of the wall there with his hook. And the Rift Herald shall reset once more. Nobody goes down. Everyone's just posturing.
Wait, they're going to keep going for this. Oh, you already see Angels running down bot.
I was gonna say WE got to try and make sure they get this as quick as they possibly can. Invincible almost going mega right now, and you can see a Cube is respecting it, but they're back on the Rift Herald.
Oh man, that was almost a solo kill for Cube. As I was gonna say, Invincible couldn't TP to this play and try to be the Mega Gnar. They're going right in.
Oh, they focus onto the Milio because they know they can take him, but the Jinx is huge! And that's a trade back, a support for an AD carry. That is absolutely worth for WE. They even got a TP in from Cube for safekeeping. It does give away their bot lane turret, but eventually they will trade it back for this objective they started oh so long ago.
This Rift Herald has been up for 3 minutes and has known nothing but war since it spawned in. WE are getting such big advantages thanks to this bottom lane, thanks to Hope on this Jinx. He is 100% of the kill participation right now alongside Iwandi. And in this replay, we can kind of see how hectic some of this fight was. It's actually the start of the pick onto this Milio. But now they've used all of their tools, and Photic was already very low. This minion wave in favor of WE. They're lucky that they didn't get 2 kills there.
And again, you're looking at this now. Yes, it's a CS lead here for Photic, but that kill is very, very significant. And I will say, yes, it's 2,000 gold lead. Next dragon spawning in 15 seconds, but that's a twisted fate. You got to remember, he's got that loaded dice. He's picking up extra money every single time he picks up a CS, so it's always going to be naturally more skewed away from his Photic and the rest of NIP. Looking to try and see if they can kill off this Nautilus. They are burning him down, but they will not kill him. And with the extra honey fruit, he's actually not that bad off.
There was so much used there. Rift Herald is going to give him an express back. That is going to now be the 3rd dragon being opened up for NIP. That was exactly what they wanted. They would have loved to kill at the same time, but they'll take what they can get in this moment. Photic without wards, knowing that the bot lane is coming through, they're actually just going to peel off entirely. And Hung could get there very, very quickly thanks to the Nautilus and his Q. So a dragon now given over to WE, a massive win for them.
A huge, huge win. And yes, look, the Chemtech isn't exactly the most, expansive soul in the game. But I will tell you, that extra tenacity, when that starts to stack up, it can mean a huge amount. As here we go, Photic already taking so much damage. 1 rocket! Ooh, whizzes past his ear. And that is so close. And we're starting to see the WE that we were talking about, the late game team that's very happy to let their team scale. They drop down Shirley to try and break open this tier 1 in the mid lane, but it forces out Angel's TP.
We thought that coming in, Team WE might skip a beat coming in, as they had an entire week off. I'll hold that. Here comes a play.
Gonna go for a play, but the cozy campfire means that WE keep themselves nice and topped up. Angel, fairly tanky at this stage of the game, going with the Everfrost, but no one really going to be able to kind of burn anyone else down for the moment. This is the thing. NIP do not have a lot of great burst. They've got some decent, consistent damage with the Gnar in the mini form and, of course, Photic. But if Photic's not in the play, their damage just doesn't really do a lot.
They have so much crowd control, but not enough to actually knock down the pins here. On a ward, Shadow's going to be going over. Okay, decides against it. They are forcing so hard for this mid-tier 1, trying to destabilize the map, trying to buy themselves a little bit of geography. By getting rid of that turret, it does open themselves up to being able to move into the enemy jungle and specifically continue to play towards the side lane here. I wonder if Invincible's actually going to be finishing off the... actually just going for the Black Cleaver here, making sure that he can try to punch through some of the tanks on the opposite side in that 1v1.
Makes a lot of sense. You want to burn down some of these resistances with that armor shred onto top of Cassante and Nautilus. Just exceptionally powerful and tanky characters in their own right. And we come back into the game. 2,500 gold lead for NIP. They are still growing it, but like we've seen the last few times, this Jinx is becoming powerful. These dragons just not really that valuable as they've been given, kind of delayed by this WE's third dragon take. So little by little, bit by bit, NIP are definitely in the ascendancy by taking the towers and such, but they aren't exactly looking super comfortable. WE seem to be growing into their own as they continue to knock on this mid lane turret.
Yeah, remember, Hope was down 30 CS here at the beginning of this game. And now, even with Photic getting 2 kills of his own, he is more than happy with where this is going. Has a small level lead or level disadvantage to Photic, but the ultimates just don't matter at this point for these 280 carries. They're playing more for how much can I actually get, how much kill threat can I put onto the enemy team. This Cube tries to go for the solo.
He is looking for it. It's close. The flash, a knockback, and the solo bolo goes to Cube. The Cassante 100% presence is very much felt by NIP's top laner.
Wow, Cube finding that solo kill is massive for them. It means that Invincible will not be able to continue pushing onto the side lane. And I wonder if this is going to be kind of that LPL/NIP special. We need to start the Baron as soon as possible because we feel this game is getting out of hand for ourselves.
That's the big thing. I love that you bring that up because this side lane kind of shows you where you're at. You go with the Black Cleaver, yes. Yeah, it just feels like he's not able to kind of do the damage. And again, it's the difference between a Black Cleaver and a Hullbreaker. Hullbreaker, great for side lane. Black Cleaver, not so great for the side lane itself. Better for team fights.
He also used the E there, which good on Cube to say, oh, you just used one of the most important cooldowns on your kit. Awesome. I'm going to try and find that solo kill. Trying to keep Invincible honest here will mean that they're able to have first priority moving over. Invincible, if they start up this Baron, will have to teleport for this. But they're just going to try and get more and more gold, take away all of the map here for NIP. As it's another turret, more gold coming in for the team that we prefer in terms of the scaling.
That's the thing. I want to ask you the question now. What do you want to see NIP do? Because we've seen them kind of like, try and accelerate this early game. Hasn't really happened for them now. Still 1,000 gold up, but that is still very deceiving with a twist of fate. Where do they find their advantages? Where do you want to start to see them look to try and make things work for them?
Well, I do kind of want to see what Juo and Shadow can do, getting more vision, because it will allow for Shadow to have those creative angles, try to find those flanks. And honestly, while Angel has all of the kills here, he hasn't had much of an influence. All he's really doing is farming up, not really moving into the side. Even if it's just to try to hover and protect Invincible on the side lane, you are applying pressure. But for every kind of passing minute that we don't see a useful or a very aggressive Destiny, it just means that WE are not getting pressured. They're not feeling the effects of having to play suddenly a 1v1 into a 2v1.
Wait to see. 12 seconds till the dragon spawns. Again, big team fight presence available for Team WE. They're on 2 items for pretty much all their carries. There's a good hook onto Shadow, who does have flash, would really not want to use it. But with that oncoming Nautilus ultimate, he had to respect the CC, so uses that to get himself back to safety. Does still have the Hex Flash to get over the wall, but again, we're seeing that in the 5v5s, it's WE feeling a bit more confident. There was no hook there. Oh, that's a huge ultimate, and that means Shanks has to flash, he has to ult, he has to try and get away, and he will just about. Oh, that was very close. He will have time to go back and get himself teleported in, but he's going to need his team to disengage and reset. Oh, there's going to be Shanks.
No!
Oh, David Frost. Angel underneath the tower will not go down. That dragon going down very, very low. It's not quite taken yet. There's going to be Smite confirmed. Soul point now for Shadow. Here we go. The reset on the fight going to be coming in. This Jinx is doing so much and completely untouched. They're like fish in a barrel, and she's got a shotgun. Invincible now now caught between himself and the rock. Gets himself over the wall, but Hope wants more. Hit by a bit of water, a little bit of rock, and he'll have to back himself away. NIP, they get the dragon, but they lose a little bit of that fight afterwards.
Oh man, getting that kill for Angel again. It's good that you got it, but that meant that your team no longer has the ability to gold card this Jinx. Hope still has Flash and Cleanse. That is the biggest win here for WE. As yeah, they lost the Dragon. They're going to get kills. They're going to take the biggest objective on the map here, the Baron at 25 minutes.
Shanks has a TP and he's waiting. Oh, he's waiting to use it, but they did spot out that ward. He TP's down behind the pit for the moment. They don't know exactly where he is. Here we go. Baron going to be flipped to 2,000 HP going down. 1,400, 1,000, and finally gets secured there. Shadow didn't have smite in time. With the Mega Gnar from Invincible is just that. Hope finally gets himself over the wall. Cube is still huge. They finally take down 1-for-1 as the Gnar and the Nautilus are traded back. How do they get out of that fight right there? I do not know. But WE, they trade 1-for-1. They get the Baron.
Oh my god. Photic in that fight was trying to put down damage, but maybe a little unsure of some of the cooldowns, maybe feeling a bit flighty about getting hit with some damage. He's not dealing as much as this Jinx, who is just planting her feet. And we take a look at this replay. This should have been them immediately starting up this dragon. As soon as Shanks uses all of these abilities, you have the flash coming out from Photic, they need to be on this dragon ASAP. But you could have just drawn out the teleport as well. This is Angel going in. There's no gold card now. There's no threat onto this Jinx. At least we're not going to be able to feign that pressure. And now it's an even 4v4 for WE.
That's the big thing. You had an advantage. The Ahri had to go back, and then just blood in the eyes, seeing red. Just meant that they just had not got the opportunity to kind of go for it. And this is where the plants come in huge as well, because getting the extra healing from the honey fruit is just what's kind of keeping WE alive. You can see Cube just on the bottom side there gets that entire fruit for himself, basically full HP for that Baron fight.
Oh, a little bit of a heartbreaker here as NIP. They had some good early game plans, but Photic and Jewel sitting at 1, 2, and 4 combined early game. That's not what you want to see when you have a Lucian Nami. They have had very little impact, very little to be able to dictate the pace of the game to WE's bot lane. And now staring down these Baron waves, these turrets with the amount of range that Jinx has, there's just not enough damage currently.
Shadow got charmed there. Decent respected. That tower, it will fall down. And now Shanks goes forward with the Zhonya. Is able to keep him there. Oh, ho, ho, ho. Hong just keeps himself in the fight, and that's going to be Reset City here coming in for the Jinx. Doesn't have a minion wave just yet, so can't push it into the tower. But WE, the cogs are turning. They're looking like they've hit their late game crest, and they're happy with the way this game is currently at.
Hope is 50% of his team's damage. Why? This is one of the cool parts of playing an AD carry meta. You get to see how much these marksmen can kind of push the boundaries, how much reliance they have from their team to really put out that DPS. And I want to say congratulations to Hung for making one of the second coolest plays after KDF, making a very similar one to try to avoid the Keeper's verdict, the hook, being able to bring him back before getting knocked away. Cool stuff, very fun, always awesome to see. We have the bit of a cinematic highlight when we do like that highlight reel at the end of the day. But we take a look at this replay. We get to see actually all of this, getting excited. Just not enough for this team. Like NIP, they're facing a front to back right now. This is not what we want to see from them.
I love this from Hung. Just catches him out. And again, it's the power of the Nautilus. Having that jungle flex here for WE meant that this copy that we love seeing, it was a great pickup here for NIP, just isn't going to be enough to disengage.
For WE, they're looking at it. We talked about them coming in, taking a break from week 3, going to play the Road to Asia games. It feels like they haven't missed a beat. And while they're scheduled, they are playing against OMG, they're playing against Thundertalk. We thought that this should be a layup for them, should be an expected where they come in against an NIP who is very hot right now after winning yesterday, should be looking to at least play pretty competitive. Now here in this game, it feels anything but 14WE as they're just dominating.
My question is to you, Ulk, I don't know if you have an answer, but I'll throw it out there anyway. How the hell do you get in range of this Jinx with the rapid fire cannon, the Milio, the rockets? Even if Angel with the rapid fire cannon kind of puts himself in a decent spot, it's just going to be so difficult for him to actually get his damage down or even have anyone follow up onto this AD carry.
Right now, it needs to be the Zerg Rush. We need to see them all hands on deck, running straight at Hope, throw everything at the wall, and pray that something works. It needs to be Shadow being able to flash in, maybe another massive Keeper's Verdict to knock away the front line. But it's a Dragon going over to the side of Team WE, and they're not able to actually apply pressure on the side lane of NIP. NIP, oh my god, Invincible. That hop, barely able to get him over the finish line, but they're going to look to take more and more of these outer turrets as they're rotating this down bottom side. Angel is splitting on the opposite side. Shanks has TP to answer as well if they need him.
They see Shadow, so they know that he's not going to be sneaky onto this one here. Cube trying to get the knockback, will get it. He's still a mini-Gnar, he's a small boy. Will take a hell of a lot of damage if you are not careful there. NIP do trade a 1-for-1 in terms of the turrets. Angel trying to see if he can maybe get in position to catch somebody out, but just going to soak up this mid wave, have himself a grand L time there. The game, for the first time, is in WE's favor for the gold as well. They've also got 2 Chem Dragons, and like I said earlier, though that tenacity is so valuable when you have a Jinx who the only way you can kill her is by CCing her. If she comes out with 4 dragons and a boat ton of tenacity, that just doesn't have the value anymore.
It's tenacity and it's heal and shield power. So we're just completely getting maxed out value for Iwani and Hung on this Nautilus and Melio. The redemption as well, we talked about it earlier, increasing the amount of healing power you get from allies. So it just feels like a complete perfect storm here for Team W in terms of some of the variables that happened in early game that, yes, was pretty detrimental, but not impactful enough for NIP to have massive control. They're still looking to try to push on the side lane. Angel has been that side lane threat instead of the Gnar. But, it happens again! No!
Oh, it feels so bad, especially when you're trying to maintain vision control here on this top side. And WE now looking to see if they can catch out. Whoa! He has to flash away, but he's getting hit down and taken out. WE are just too damn strong, and 2 people on the spot side, sure, you're able to get Shanks up the tower, but that could well mean the Baron.
They're going to be able to start this up, and importantly enough, if Cube and Shanks want, they can try to cancel these backs right now. There's no Mega Gnar available for Invincible coming up. Is he actually going to hit the 1v2 between them? All right, let's see these solo laners.
This is going to be the solo laners coming out. Invincible getting all out on top of his Cube. Tries to jump onto him. Does have the gargoyle. And in a 1v4, gets himself a kill. Massive for this Cassante. My God, is he busted. But it's fantastic for WE because not only did they get a straight of 1-for-1, they also get the Baron.
Awesome, guys. You got the bottom tier 2. I'm going to press tab, and if I see a Baron on the enemy team, I'm going to be pretty sad as the Ninjas in Pajamas. Team WE just getting more and more gold, getting the 4th item here for Hope. Still has the flash, still has the cleanse, now getting a stopwatch as well. How much of an HP bar do you have to be able to burn off this Jinx before you finally take her down? We're going to take a replay of what happened here. This pick onto Joel, just unable to get it. As soon as that first auto attack lands, as soon as that zap gets through, that's it. That's the entire kill. And that opens them up to grab this Baron. We're going to see how they were able to close this game out. NIP not able to apply any pressure onto the side lane at this moment. Oh, the blast cone!
Try and find it. The blast cone is good. They're going to burn down Iwandi, but not quite kill him off. Again, you just don't have the damage. Shanks TP's in just to bait them all. And now, without your jungler, without your engage, how do you survive this? That is the question. Angel finally ducks and dives his way out of that fight, but it's his dodgeball. And if you can't dodge everything, you are out. Hook does go wide there. Photo does not get hit, but I mean, the big thing is they almost killed Iwandi, but Iwandi wasn't the problem. A flash by Hope because he knows that nobody can touch him.
He is so fearless in this moment. He knows nothing can kill him, like you were just saying. A minion wave here to try to end this game. NIP.
Damage. I don't know if they can hold. They're going to get all out and deleted. Cube will get the knockback in WE. It was slow. It was steady. They dealt with the oncoming pressure of NIP in this early stages, and it's WE who come out on top and still remain undefeated in the LPL. They still have another game to go, but a 1-0 start is a good way to go.
7-0 is name of the game here for Team WE. Feels like they haven't skipped a beat. Says, hey, Road to Asian Games, we went undefeated. So if you really count their entire season, they're pretty close to like 10-0 at this point, which is pretty impressive.
6-0 in Road to Asian
6-0.
Games.
Oh,
yeah,
God.
So 6-0, and then they're now 7-0. So they're technically haven't lost a game in 13 stage games. Pretty impressive.
Wow. Insane. Impressive stuff there. It was on the onus that we had put on NIP to get early advantages. They just kind of stopped making plays, and I wanted to see a lot more from Angel on the Twisted Fate. Just wasn't able to find picks.
Yeah, I mean, that's the big thing there is that you pick a Twisted... This is the thing I always come out with. You're playing a Twisted Fate not to go even in lane, not to try and, dominate the laning phase and constantly you're a facilitator. You are someone who has to get around the map as quick as possible. And yes, we did see it a couple of times from Angel, but it just felt like it was very preordained, very premeditated every time he tried to go for it. So it was very obvious that it was a big trade-off on the other side. So many times you saw him go to the bot side to get a kill. And yes, he would secure it, but it meant a Dragon, it meant a Rift Herald, it meant a Baron so many times. And for NIP, they just couldn't get this Lucian kind of in a spot where Fota could put down the damage.
Every time that Photic wanted to dash forward, Milio Q, a charm coming out from Shanks. You had this Nautilus who was just constantly camping bottom lane. And that was a perfect game plan. Hung, I think, perfectly kind of assessing the situation, saying, I'm playing Nautilus. Farm is nice, but I don't need to do that for my team. I need to just protect Hope and Iwandi, make sure that they're at least comfortable. And while they did go down about 30, it didn't mean anything. Once we got to about 15, 20 minutes, that Jinx was online, and Photic just had zero kill pressure.
I mean, we could obviously talk about the issues that NIP had, but for WE, great to see them kind of just, soaking up all of this pressure. So many gang spot lanes, so many times we saw them try and just really push onto Hope. I don't think Hope died that game. I'm 99% sure he had 0 deaths, and I'm so excited to see his damage share because I'm pretty sure it could be well close to 50%, which is insane to think about. I won't say it was all Hope because he had a hell of a lot of friends to help him out with it.
Of course, Iwandi's there. We already talked about Hung on this Nautilus. I mean, what else can we say about the Team WE that we haven't talked about during this game? I will say a nice surprise for me was going to be Cube. I thought maybe this was going to be a much more quiet lane, but constantly finding those solo kills onto Invincible just meant that it bought a lot of time for them. It meant that Invincible could not be that massive split push pressure we have seen for them every single game almost, where he is looking to try to pressure on a side lane, try to take turrets, open up the base for his team to get those backdoors that we have seen. And it is 53% here for Hope as this Jinx.
God damn. Over 50% of your team's damage.
230%.
It's just insane. Hope he had to do the damage, but my lord, did he do it? Like, again, just doing so much. 7-0 and 4. He is going to be the MVP. There is no doubt in my mind.
Oh, for sure.
But again, like, this is why they're so confident on WE to put all their eggs in this basket, because you look at this and go, wow, if they kill the Jinx, they have nothing to come back on. And you're right, but they never could. There was too much CC, there was too many people in front of them, and there was just too many things to worry about for NIP to ever have a hope of killing Hope.
I think it is quite emblematic of the game we just saw where Angel, 4-1-1, has 100% kill participation. 5 kills total for the Ninjas in Pajamas. Weren't able to get many finds early on. And while Shadow, I did appreciate the fact that we saw him playing very aggressive, at a certain point, it did turn into over excess, right? Finding those picks, getting picked off himself a couple times, just meant that the timer for NIP got cranked up a little bit more, saying, hey, we need to do something else now. We need to be able to assuage this gold lead now that Team W is starting to mount. And eventually it just became too much. There's no side lane pressure coming in from Invincible and Angel. Shadow, while he is going an extra tanky build with the Evan Shroud instead of something like a Triforce or the Divine Sunderer, just meant that he got caught out, and no one was there with him. It felt like Ninja Pajamas a little bit lost here in game 1.
Yeah, I mean, a little bit lost and a little bit kind of set up there. You can see that they had a little bit of a goal lead, but 40,000 damage. Literally more than anyone else on his team. It just feels like this Jinx it's why they prioritized it so heavily. They said, cool, we got the Milio. You guys wanted to go to Lucian. Again, NIP opted into this trade. NIP first picked the Lucian. They thought that the combination was far more powerful for them than anybody else, but the Milio is just too damn good, and the Jinx is just too damn safe. Again, range upon range, it just becomes impossible. But yeah, I mean, great game here from WE, slow but steady, but again, they're still winning the race.
Yeah. we'll see what ends up happening. I thought it was very heads up of them to ban away the Aphelios, and hopefully into game 2 we'll get something a little bit more cohesive here for NIP.
Yeah, so we'll throw it to a break. We'll see you guys soon.
We're dancing a little bit of a 1-2 step right now. NIP back on the fair, and OMG, they are tired of this game. And Aki overextends himself. The front to back is taking advantage of by OMG, though. They distracted the backline of NIP, and that has led to a boon for OMG. Shadow goes back in. Can Photic be the difference maker? Shanji, he gets exhausted, and here comes Abel. He's shutting him down and taking down the house. As Swall goes down, resets come through. PP God versus Angel is all that's left. Angel with the triple. He's looking for a quadra. He gets the damage. It's gonna be good. And it's an NIP who come out on top in a long haul fight.
Top esports with a very low headcount. You just need to land one EQ, buddy. One Q. And that's top esports being down.
Here. He's going for a little bit more. Jackie Love actually ults onto him and just takes him out. The opposite man eradicated by Jackie Love, one of the greatest of all time and living up to that reputation here in this game. The Bramble Smash won't come through. Jin Chao tries to finish the job, but he can't. Nobody can bring him down. It's Jackie Love on the scene.
They're going for the inhibitor for the side of LGD. They want to stop this. Meteor too late.
A valiant effort from Meteor, but it's not going to be enough. Tries to stop the ports now. The GA will buy some time. This Decade will get the inhib. Jackie Love in a 2v1 here will mark alongside him. The sustain is there though, when he actually gets them. He charges forward. Your carries mean nothing here.
And they've definitely been playing it that way. The gold advantage certainly helps. It means that UDG can't brute force their way into as many fights as they would like. They have one item that helps.
Uzi! Oh, that's all they needed! Fantastic hook there from Hung. And that means that you don't really have the damage to continue this fight. Two-man decimating smash into the knockback of Fofo. He will have nothing to do with this fight.
Like, they get a big hook onto Ruler. They will one-shot him with an Aphelios. But Finn, not the champion you'd expect to be one-shot. He's going to be, though. So the Ignite burning away. Knight can't quite finish the kill. There's now the follow-up anti-engage, and Shun just taken for a ride, as so are the rest of BLG. JDG happy to go under the tower here. Look at them shred through BLG. See ya later. We're back to MSI Finals again. It's domination. A Finn TP's back in just to be set up for maybe a second quadra kill. Ruler on a triple already. I think he's bought enough time. I don't think the multi-kill will be there, but it just doesn't matter because Ruler hits double digits, 10-0 at 20 minutes.
我觉得这种背靠背的赛程会有压力吧，因为我们要连续准备比赛的打法还有阵容。我觉得来到 NIP 还是教练对我的帮助比较大吧，我觉得自己从打法上面去改变挺多的。然后队伍的氛围，我觉得大家都挺友好的。我觉得这个赛季我最大的愿望就是我们大家希望我们可以打到冒泡赛吧。我觉得像面对香港子，我不光会叫打野，我还叫辅助来把他打爆的。好，我想对香港子说，希望我下场比赛能打出 mid gap。
下场比赛打 NIP， 就对面的中路 Angel 比较强吧，然后也比较厉害，然后我们关系也很好，一定要防住他。Angel 最近的表现纯神，然后这次遇到他遇到什么样的画面，具体我也不知道，然后就是看打比赛看起来，打起来应该才能知道。当然赢了几场比赛给你闹麻了，就小心点吧，你来中路我等你。
Gotta love a little bit of mid lane rivalry there between Angel and Shanks. Welcome back, one and all, to the LPL. We are coming into our second game, but just before we do, we gotta give credit where credit is due, as Hope picks up the MVP for game number 1, and honestly, cannot give it to anybody else. Yes, he did have a lot of friends to help him, but he had to do the work himself, and he got it done.
Yes, there's just a reason why you do not want to give him Jinx in this meta. When we've seen WE before, it took one reset for him. 53, I mean, the fact that he was able to convert 230% of his damage from his gold is just insane. And you already see he took the Gathering Storm, took absolute focus. He is trying to max out on the fact that come 30 minutes, we are going to win this game if NIP are not absolutely smashing us. And it felt like this kill right here was all the difference that they needed for them to really get back into this game.
Yeah, like again, it was so much of NIP throwing things at Hope, making him life difficult, but he just kept himself safe every single time. And this fight kind of encompasses like everything that went right for the side of WE. It was just the rest of his team moving forward as aggressively as possible while he just sat in the back, very happy to take this fight, very happy to dish out the damage.
Look at him just calling it out in the middle of the team fight. You can kind of see it in the player cams there at the bottom. Just not enough damage or not enough threat onto Hope. I want to see what NIP can kind of go for as we are getting into draft soon. They're going to be staying on the same size. WE going to be on the red side again, so they will have the ability to go for a counter pick if they want to, and going to need to see some different things out from NIP. I want to see them get really, really aggressive, try for something, and if you're not going to do that, that Aphelios ban might be kind of the linchpin here for WE.
Yes, we mentioned it a little bit in the last draft, is that WE very happy to let open the Milio, let open a couple of different small OPs, quote unquote, to get themselves the Aphelios off the board. And it does feel like the Aphelios has kind of, it's been one of those OPs, but it's not as OP as certain other things. If this works for WE and they're able to kind of get that same kind of priority in this draft coming into game number 2, that Aphelios is now a massive, massive issue in terms of banning against NIP. This is information now for anyone else going up against NIP that, oh, you want to try and stop, NIP from having a decent game? Just ban the Aphelios away. So I really need to see them have a better kind of setup on something other than this Aphelios.
Yeah, maybe if we're not going to be able to go for that, you could try and say, let's try and go for a Rakan Xayah instead in the bottom lane. It doesn't have that same kind of massive late game scaling, but when we talk about damage, when you do want to see Fote playing aggressive, you give him all the individual tools to be able to make a play happen. Yes. Giving him the Featherstorm, I think, is so key. We'll see what they actually end up going for. There's still a lot of AD carries that are left in the meta. Taking away one isn't the absolute worst, especially when Zeri is gone alongside them, but if they're going to return to the Lucianami, we need to see some different game plans.
Absolutely. I think they're definitely kind of, trying to make this work for themselves. They almost did it, but it wasn't to be for NIP. They're still in this series. Of course, it's the beauty of best of 3 for us here in the LPL. You always get a second shot at minimum to try and redeem yourself on it. And honestly, even things like the Twist of Fate, I like the idea. The execution just wasn't as aggressive as I was hoping it to be. So maybe we see the Twist of Fate again. Maybe we see something a little bit more aggressive. And honestly, if he's going to go for a Twist of Fate, I actually would have preferred to see the Galio, to be straight up and honest. Kind of say, look, go aggressive on this Lucian. Get into the faces of the carries and such of the WE, and then you just drop in there with the grand entrance and try and make our hero's entrance, and then try and make that one work for your team. But new game, new draft, and new priorities to come in here for both of these squads. And again, for NIP, still not a bad situation even if they do lose this. They'll be 5-4 after 9 series. Not the worst, definitely right on average for them. But for WE to go 4-0 in the split so far would be absolutely massive for this team.
Yeah, currently 3-0 in the series, 6-0 total matches. Could be a pretty awesome run to see WE. For NIP, I will say, this is their only match this week. They've had a pretty intense schedule, constantly playing a lot of 3 series a week schedules. This time, only have to play against Team WE, and then they can take the break off to prepare for JDG Weibo next week in week 5. So they're going to have a lot on their plate. Hopefully they're using this as a little bit of time to kind of scout out a little bit more as to what they want. We are in that halfway point. We're over the halfway point for a lot of these teams. Now they need to start honing their skills, honing a little bit of that identity, as we're expecting for both of these teams, at least right now, to be playoff contenders, be trying to make a run deep into the playoffs. You saw Angel talk about it during that interview, wants to be worlds qualifying, and it kind of starts here up against teams that are around your skill level in the standings.
Absolutely, and I think that's a great way to kind of, say for these teams that, look, obviously everyone's like, oh, you should be trying to win, you should always be looking for the win. Different expectations for different rosters. I think you're looking at the barrel of JDG, top esports, BLG. That's a difficult one to try and really push yourself into, but for NIP, they are still going to sort of put themselves a little bit of priority here against the Milio, get that off the board and away, and give Angel something that has a lot more burst power. So already we're seeing them have a lot more damage available to them should they want to try and shut down Hope.
Wow. Okay. Taking this away, we'll see what WE end up going for. They could just try to pick up another support pick here and just say, we don't really care. We can go for the Aria again for Shanks if we want something that is going to be playing for our lanes, playing for potentially going into the bottom lane with Hope. I think even Gragas is available as a really good flex for both Cube and Shanks, would definitely open themselves up. Just got to be thinking about some of the really OP junglers on this patch.
Yeah, plenty to be kind of going for. And I love that the Hope goes back towards the Jinx again. Had a pretty damn good game there. I would like to see maybe a Wukong or something picked up here for Hung. But he has proven in the past that his jungle pool cannot be pinched. And they're actually going to go for the Poppy themselves. So a little bit of a top jungle flex for the side of WE. I will say we do expect it to go into the jungle because of just how much presence it can have from level 3 onwards.
Yeah, I don't know how many top Poppy games we've gotten. I don't think I've seen it in the LPL. But always a possibility, especially when we look at what top lane is right now. You have stuff like the Cassante, you have stuff like the Jax that is still popping up in top lane, so definitely an answer. And like we were talking about before the draft, they saw that they weren't going to be able to grab the Jinx early on. Immediately NIP, they grabbed that Xayah and Rakan, so more engaged tools here for Jewel and Photic. But we need to be able to see what their solo lanes are going to be able to do, what Shadow is going to be able to pick here, as we still don't know where this Poppy is going to be going. Team WE, though, have all their cards still locked away.
Yeah, they really do. I will say we have seen the Poppy top in the LPL for, I think, 4 times so far. Has been played by the Shy more often than not than other people. But WE gonna go to a little bit of an old favorite here with the Azir now and kind of adding to that range again, just kind of looking at their composition, saying, how are you going to get this Rakan in? You're taking the Rakan into a Poppy makes that very, very difficult with the steadfast presence. So getting the Azir down and kind of say, look, we don't just have one threat, we got 2.
Alrighty, let's see what they can go for. This gives them a lot of extended range, especially into the Annie. One of the things that you can do to try to match this is fighting her at a much longer range than she can interact with you. And it does give them, yet again, a situation where we're looking at Team WE playing for scaling, playing for a lot later into the game. And I want to see what they're going to pick up for supports, as this should start to get pinched. And I love this from NIP, getting rid of the Janna, something that is not incredibly popular. We have seen Iwandi pilot this before.
Absolutely seen it. And they can, again, very much disengage from everyone that's kind of, coming in here from NIP. So definitely like to see that one coming out from the side of them to try and disengage. And I like what the side of WE are saying. Cool, well, with the Rakan, with the Annie, you want dive buddies. You want things that can be aggressive into that bot lane or into our carries. So getting rid of the Nocturne, getting rid of the Wukong does mean the Viego's still up and available. Still a very powerful dive champion, pseudo dive champion in his own right. But WE now, honestly, this Braum would be huge if they wanted to lock it in. And this Nautilus actually doesn't reveal everything. You would think it would be a support if they do lock it in. But again, we've seen it in jungle and we have seen Poppy tops. They're still keeping their cards close to their chest.
Yeah, and it's just a good matchup into the Rakan. Something that I was wondering what NIP were going to choose. They chose all of the supportive champions that would technically give Hope the ability to get peeled. But you see WE, they got rid of the Wukong, the Vi, the Nocturne. What options do NIP actually have of getting into the backline? Viego's not going to cut it, especially not into the Poppy. So you really have to start getting a little bit creative. And going for the Kazakhs, you need this early game to go very well for you. Need to be looking to invade early on. Poppy has an additional amount of defenses thanks to the stalwart defense on her W. And maybe we're just trying to search for some early lanes here. NIP, I think, really going to be indexing on this mid jungle to get things done in the early game.
Yeah, really do need to kind of get up there. And as I said, they just needed a dive buddy, someone to jump in and do damage. So now you see everyone on the field here for the side of NIP, WE, they're going to lock in the Sion. And I'm looking at this and kind of thinking, if the Xayah can put in work, who the hell is going to kill off these massive tank frontliners here? WE going for the most bog standard front to back, we go late game scaling composition that I have ever damn seen. And NIP, they're looking to engage, they're looking to be proactive, but if their engages don't work, they're going to find themselves in a hell of a lot of trouble.
Big emphasis now for the engaged champions here on In
hang on.
Pajamas.
We haven't, there's no Cassante. Not banned, not picked for the first time in the LPL. There is no Cassante. We have done it. We'll no longer have 100% participation and presence in the LPL. Doesn't get banned, doesn't get picked. Cassante has been jailed for this game.
Wow.
So sorry to cut across you.
No, you're okay. You got forgotten. It was something we talked about coming into the series. We were going to say, hey, where's Cassante? What are we going to look for? Usually picked into the later half of the draft. Right there, we just see it gone. So no longer do we have that 100% presence for one of the champions. Although, to be fair, missing out on one game, probably going to do Cassante no harm.
I mean, 1 out of 130 games he has missed, or 132 or 3 or something like that, he has missed 1. So
he's chilling.
The meta is changing. The movement is away from Cassante. That's how we gotta say this. But I mean, honestly, I don't know if the Cassante would have been better or worse than the Sion. Probably about the same. Just has a little bit more kill threat than the onto the Gragas potentially. But maybe that's not what WE wanted. That would have been the only thing I would have changed. But again, we don't have to talk about him. We go into this game without him being picked or banned, and we will see if NIP can bounce back. WE, though, still undefeated in summer. Literally have not dropped a game. They are 7-0 in their 3-0 series score. And all the emotes coming out between everybody because they are happy with the way things are going. Even a bit of mana thrown out there by Cube.
Cube. I love this.
It's got to dance.
Wait, the Scion voice is so menacing. I did not know that that's what the emote did in this skin. Also, really cool chroma.
It's also in Mandarin. Yeah,
it sounds great.
Voice actor.
Well, yeah, I was gonna say, yeah, I always think of Lysandra for the LCK broadcast, just constantly screaming, being one of the loudest champions in the game. Shanks, bit of a tough spot, gets out scot-free. Okay, 2 auto attacks. A little under 100 HP there. Not going to be super bad, but WE now going for early invades. Photic having to back off. And I wanted to talk about how come into the late game, come 15-20 minutes, we need to see Invincible and Jewel link up and disrupt this backline. Get both either the Azir or this Jinx into uncomfortable positions. Otherwise, you're going to play straight front to back versus this team and you're going to lose.
CI1D and Hope just moving in here. They will have priority in this first level because, again, it is still a Nautilus and having a much easier time of just kind of roaming around and being aggressive onto these junglers like the Shadow Kazakhs and stuff like that. But like you said, going to be some vertical jungling coming in, trading off sides of the map. And I like this coming out here from the side of WE because it tells into why they wanted the Sion, why they wanted to go for that pick, because it shows you that they're saying, look, the Gragas and the Kazakhs are going to have a difficult time really killing off this champion. So we're not really expecting that one to turn into anything fruitful in the next few minutes at least.
And I think this is also just going to be very problematic for NIP, who, yes, you have this bottom lane that can scale, that can play safe for themselves, but you don't want to try and match scaling for scaling versus a Jinx right here. We already saw what Hope was able to do. They need to be able to find this kill onto Cube. Flash comes out.
He
Shadow.
flashes. One more auto. Flashes in. Cube hasn't died yet. Oh, my lord. That was so close. And now the bot lane dive can come in. The flash immediately from Photic as Zhou tries to get something going for him, but knocked into the wall. Iwandi picks up that kill. Now you're getting excited as Hope. Hong does have himself a little bit of turret aggro. Nice feathers, but a flash over the wall, into the hook. 2-for-1 deal, and that's exactly the kind of setup WE wanted.
All right, well, Shadow, guess what? Game's on you this time. First plate already going down at 3 minutes. 2 summoner spells out from Photic, while Hope still has the ghost, still has the flash. Massive place for them. Gonna be cutting him out of all of that golden experience. All eyes, if you're an NIP fan, going to be on this Kha'Zix, on the main identity for this roster, coming in from LGD. We need to see him step up huge. Otherwise, we're going to see a repeat of Game 1 here, where, I mean, Photic got cool damage. Great play from Iwandi.
I mean, Iwandi literally is the conductor of that entire setup there for the side of WE, and really well played there, knowing that the flash was already down. So it's 2 kills in the bot side, 1 apiece. You get yourself a 10 CS lead as well, which should be equaled out a little bit in the next moment or two, but the wave's already pushing against you, and you can see there with Hope already coming back with the Berserker Greaves. He is happy as Larry to know that he's going to be in such a positive position to kind of defend himself as well.
Who's Larry?
I don't know. He's very happy though.
We need to do an investigation.
Is that an Irish saying that no one else does? Is that an American
I've
thing?
never heard it.
What? I feel like that. I feel like I say idioms and sayings that everyone kind of goes like, "What? What's he talking about? Like,
look,
where's he going?"
I'm
like,
okay. I'm okay with just admitting that maybe it's just like, you know, haha, silly American moment. Like, I'll just take American education
I've said it
system
to
down.
I've said it to Jamada, and he's also been a bit.
Okay, then never mind. It is just you. Okay, I was willing to admit some fault, but if you're gonna admit that also Jamada didn't know, then it's all right. Then we'll just say that's just a very unique Ashin thing. That's okay, you know. Add some personality.
That's fine. I'm sure there's someone. I'm sure like someone like Hysterics will know where it's from or something. Someone's got to know. I can't be alone in this. But
right.
well, Larry is very happy, and as are WE. They've got themselves a little bit of an engage now on the bot side. Plenty of damage to put on the Zhou, who didn't have enough gold to go back and pick up some pots off the back of that. So he is going to have to sit there and hope he can hit some healing off his Q.
Oh man, good job by the side of Team WE. Not only to take away a lot of these bottom side camps, makes it incentivizes Shadow to stay up here, but also by getting vision. They just know that there's never going to be a threat. Angel, by using that teleport in mid, they know that the mid laner is not just going to suddenly TP to try to cover one of these plays. It is just hook after hook. Zhuo getting whittled away at, and it means by proxy, Photic cannot step on this wave, cannot make plays. Shanks
does have the shifting sands after the flash. Nicely done to keep himself safe. Nice idea there from Angel, as he did hit the 6th first, but with Shanks now able to kind of keep himself alive, that play isn't available for at least another 5 minutes.
Yeah, no flash, no teleport as well. So trying to get a little bit of an advantage. I love that we had that banter between our mid laners here as they were both kind of saying, like, we want to try to play against each other. Shanks actually staying for this, trying to catch all this wave because Hung came in through the mid lane. It allows him for him to pick up at least a little bit of this gold. So getting even here for the side of Team WE's NIP. Shadow, he made an early play up into topside, but we just haven't seen another since. Probably waiting till that level 6 when he does have that flash available yet again to try to make something happen.
Yeah, and look, Shadow, welcome to his sword shop, as he's looking to try and make that one work for himself.
I got a long sword, a long sword, a long sword, another long sword.
This blue orb thing, not quite sure what it does, but I mean, like, I love what WE's doing here. I love the fact that WE went, okay, Shanks will lose a hell of a lot if he has to go back. We have pressure on priority bot side. Let's rotate up our support. Let's make sure that he's in a position alongside our jungler to cover and position himself to make sure Shanks can kind of, you know, keep this lane even. That also leads to a dragon. That also means that you're winning in that objective game here from the side of WE. And NIP, they're going to try and get something here. Shadow trying to use his leap strike to get himself over walls and maybe make a bit of a nuisance for himself. But, I mean, again, the Poppy doesn't care about farm. The Poppy just needs levels.
Exactly. And maybe they try to make this play topside, but the wave's already crashed, so Shadow's just going to go for a recall here. Herald spawning in 30 seconds. Team WE can very easily push out this bottom wave, move their bot lane in, and Iwandi does have a level lead, potentially be level 6 soon.
Yeah, I see Iwandi flash away. There's a lot of feathers on the ground. Good trade back of damage here. As it's again a level difference between both the AD carries and the supports here in this bot side. No flash for Iwandi. He's not going to go for the full engage. We might see a flash over the wall, but Shadow is in the vicinity. Here we go. There's going to be the ultimate use. They try and jump down on the Zhou. Not getting the oh, he dashes back into the Kha'Zix. He didn't know exactly the trajectory. And that's another kill going over to this Jinx with the Ghost already popped. We can see Shadow now almost getting caught out from this steadfast presence. It would have been disastrous there for the side of NIP, but they're losing so much. Look at this difference in the bot side.
Oh man, Hope is level 6 before Photic. Zhuo is still level 4, and that's another plate. We talked about the early game needing to be like a big point of focus for NIP. But they're just letting it go to the wayside now. Look at the player gold. Oh my god. He has the most by a margin, by a huge mile.
Yeah, not even close for the side of anyone on NIP, excuse me, to get themselves back into this. And that means another wave goes down. They've actually moved the Zai up to the top side because that lane is just untenable. It's not, you can't win with it right now. We are going to see NIP going for this Rift Herald, but I don't know, will WE be here in time?
Yeah, even if they aren't here to immediately get this, they should be able to start this play. Iwandi is level 6. Hung does not have this available. There's no Shadow. They should be able to make this play. I mean, Angel's sitting on the stun.
They're converging. They're converging. Here we go. There's the Nautilus ultimate down. They're going to see who can confirm the Rift Herald. It's going to go down to WE. This is everything they want and more. Photic has already let the feathers fly. He knows he's dead. 2 more kills to Hope. And when you have nothing else, you have to have hope. As WE are smashing NIP in this early game.
This game is over. This game is just certified dunzo. WE, barring a massive misplay, but barring NIP with a huge comeback, which has been done before.
Ooh, nice flash.
All right.
Nice flash, nice kill.
Yeah,
good
able
catch,
to grab that.
But again, it's only a pick.
Yeah, and they're able to grab more plates. Didn't finish off the bottom tier 2, bottom tier 1, but there's 2 more plates being shared over for WE's bottom lane. Hung can stay here to try and drop down the Rift Herald if they really want it. Dragon spawning in 2 minutes, so they'll get all this gold. Recall, spend all of it, and then come straight out ready to fight for this dragon.
Shadow.
NIP, Shadow, I don't know what this flank is. You're going to get spotted on a ward. You got to hope and pray that WE make pretty big mistakes, that Zhuo was able to find something still not even level 6.
Yeah, I mean, Angel's looking for something now. With the flash available to him, they can see they're trying to corral everyone around here, and they will be able to get something going, and I think WE recognize something is in the air. Nice ultimate, good flash. And despite a nice opportunity for NIP, WE just slammed that door, and that means more plates in the mid lane going to the Azir.
Oh man, it's going from bad to worse. WE just make it look easy. As we get to start this playoff again, Iwandi having that level 6 and no one to threaten this backline. Look at Photic. I mean, great job from Cube. Again, another silent leader this game, saying, I had to sack the early lane. I got the first blood on me, but we just don't care. I'm still Scion. Able to grab that ultimate away from Photic, so 50 seconds before the Dragon, we expect for Team WE to grab this and hope. They keep showing this player gold because they really want to make sure that he gets MVP this game. Photic is making as much gold as Iwandi right now.
Yeah, I mean, that is insane to kind of think about. And again, it's just why they're so high priority for WE on this Jinx pick. It does feel like they're just comfortable the way Hope plays it. They know they can kind of go around with it. And the fact that he doesn't go with the cleanse this game, I will say this, you can't cleanse a Gragas barrel, or you can't cleanse a knock-up or a thing from Zhuo, so it doesn't have as much value outside of the anti-tibbers, but really kind of utilizing his summoner so well. Shadow seeing if he can maybe go for some kind of aggressive play in this bot side, as the wave is in a bad position. And Hope, don't get greedy. You know something's got to be up for the moment. You're by yourself. Just relax for a second. Wait for your teammates to come in here and help you out.
Yeah, this wave is not worth it, man. I understand, as a fellow AD carry, you know, the one more wave fallacy, it always happens. Now they're going to be able to spot out Shadow.
Ooh.
Good use of the ultimate to make sure that he doesn't get struck with the hook. But you already see, Shanks has first move. The Dragon is already up. They can immediately move over to this objective, take control of this side of the jungle. Just nothing they can do. Just going to instead say recall, maybe hope for another fight some other day. But if you don't stand your ground now, they're going to take your entire base. All of your structures are going to fall.
And like we said as well, that for NIP, you pick the Kha'Zix, you want to try and be a little bit more aggressive, I would say, in terms of the damage you're able to put out, but I just feel like WE's drafting has been exceptional right now. They've gotten themselves the Jinx, they say they're very happy with that, then they just kind of pick themselves a composition that says, cool, like, if you're not killing Hope, then you're not killing any of us, because there's too much tank too many tank stats, too much health bars to be kind of burning through, and the range discrepancy with this Azir and a Jinx is just going to be so hard to deal with. Angel will be taken to heaven to go see God, because that's exactly what he just happened to him there. Does not have a chance to react apart from drop down the Tibbers.
Oh man, it just gets worse, and even Cube is getting the advantage up here. After a little bit in the laning phase, it's where Invincible we wanted to see him, but on this Gragas, I'm gonna say it, feels a bit neutered. When we see Invincible have great games, it is on the carries, it is on those Jaxes and Gwens, but here and now has to play a facilitator. And when you're playing a tank for a team that's really far behind, you have to outplay out of your mind to be able to make that happen. NIP, we've been talking about WE a lot. They are not out of this game quite yet, but it is all but over for them. It takes one final fight, one major team fight in the next minute and a half when that Rift Herald spawns. And if NIP are going to show up, they need to show out. Otherwise, this game is going to continue to go in the favor of the WE.
I mean, the thing is as well, normally, obviously, we meme on the Chem Soul a lot, apart from the Rift, which everyone loves, but I think for me, look at this, they're just funneling gold into Hope right now. There you go, another 450, but the thing is that a Chem Soul, when you have a Nautilus, a Scion, a Poppy, these things that are just going to be so difficult to burn through, that is when a Chem Soul has massive value. That is when a Chem Soul kind of really comes out to its own kind of power, and we're seeing the objective bounties finally coming here onto the Rift here for NIP as they are down 4,000 gold. The Rift Herald should be spawning in 40 seconds, and WE just own this top side. They've been able to take down the top lane. They've reset. They've kind of brought themselves bot lane as well. And Cube should take this tower and then get himself back up for the fight. He's in no rush to really kind of, do anything else. He's split pushing and no one can deal with him.
Hey, Angel, you want to drop the Tibbers? They're going to just try and make this play, saying, Cube, you're too far up. Shadow even foregoing this. You already see the recalls coming out. They didn't even bother. They just didn't bother to go for it. Yeah. Okay, well, what are you doing? NIP, you got to wake up. You got to try something, man.
And this is something that we've seen kind of be a more holistic issue from the side of NIP throughout this split. Yes, they're 5-3. They've done exceptionally well for themselves, but they are a team that when they do fall behind, when they do kind of lose the priority to make plays, they look a bit lost. They look a bit kind of, they don't know where they're going. They're aimlessly wandering around trying to figure out what they can do for something. It doesn't feel like they have, especially in this competition, they don't really have a voice to kind of bring that one back. Because if I'm looking at this, I'm thinking to myself, it's got to be a play from the solo laners. They are double TPing on the back of this, but for what? Again, it's just so unnecessary. You're not going to gain anything from this because WE know they're taking the Rift Herald.
They're trying to make a play with some flashes, the summoner spells under this turret.
They know
preferably
it.
Trying
they know
to.
Something's up.
Yeah, they know the spidey senses are starting to tingle. They're actually hugging onto this wall. Angel has that ultimate. I mean, Iwandi trying to face it. What? Just throw that on a blind hook. He's like, I know what's gonna happen. They got the Rift Herald now, and Hope, his flash is back up. That was the timer for NIP to try to punish. The fact that this Jinx did not have the summoner spell, and now they're getting bullied out of mid. They lost priority by moving into this bottom side jungle. They completely lost their footing. So it's gonna be a mid-tier one for them, and they can continue to push. Angel gonna maybe look over for a flash.
Oh, that is the fattest part of the wall I have ever seen. And now Zhro pops in his quickness, but for stopping Cube from advancing, I don't think that's going to be enough. And again, great damage, but nothing else to be done. Angel, 4-man ult, does nothing. That is the least amount of damage I've ever seen an Annie do. And oh my god, it's bad to worse. NIP can do nothing right.
Oh man, a dragon now here coming up in 50 seconds. We expect Team WE to grab this for themselves. Ninjas in pajamas, it feels like they're just going through the motions right now of seeing how long this game can take. Nothing is going right for them. They just can't find this pick. Feels like they're all lost. Dro not jumping over this wall, I think, is one mistake that they just can't use. And Photic, while he's ripping them apart with all these feathers, he is so far behind that he's just tickling them. He's got 100 pounds of feathers, and it feels nothing akin to 100 pounds of steel. As Team WE, they're just going to take it 50 seconds now, taking over this mid turret, moving over down bot side. Shadow, the best you can do at this point is just try to go for a steal, try to get some objective bounties on your side.
Try your absolute hardest, but only 2 kills, no towers, no objectives, no nothing really, and they're just pushing them back all the way. They know they can maybe go for something a little bit more. Dragon is on the field, but they don't care about it right now because maybe WE's thinking the only thing that can really bring NIP back into this game is an Elder Soul. So you know what? Let's just not take the dragons. They can't they can't afford us to. Again, it's the only thing that can really bring you back into this series. And for NIP, they're just struggling again. Great explosive cast to clear the way, but it's Cube. He doesn't care, and Hong's just gotta keep himself on the side. NIP's Angel is caught out by a ward. There's just no answer.
They need a force for this. Angel, you're spending a lot of time, and all this is happening. Mini waves are just being fought over. You're losing out on
dead.
that.
Oh my lord, he's so close to dead.
Oh,
holy crap, he almost
wow.
died. And that's your tankiest member.
Yeah. Such a dangerous position now. They're even playing inside of the turret. Like, just they do not care. I think I love the Giga Brain kind of thought process of we need to lose all of the dragons so we can just skip straight forward into the Elder Dragon immediately. They're gonna grab this, teleports in. Let's see what Invincible can do.
He's already been caught out. He's already been spotted, and they know it's a 3v2 on the spot side. Immediately, the quickness does nothing. Has to use his stasis. Hope doesn't have a huge amount of mana, but hasn't been caught out just yet. Goes in aggressive with the flash to secure the kill. There's a Shurima's legacy as the rest of the bouncers are keeping Shadow and Angel at bay. They cannot join this fight, and they are forced to just kind of deal with these massive... There's no damage here. Now they can move into it, but the Timbers doesn't really land. Hope hasn't gone down because Hope never dies, and it's exactly what you want to be seeing from WE. There's a reason they are undefeated here in summer. There's a reason they went undefeated and they were chosen to represent China at the road to Asian Games because they are this kind of team.
Wow, and even getting the teleport coming out from Shanks. Gonna try to make sure that they find this. Actually, Photic gonna get chased down here. Shanks, 0 Requiem allowed for NIP. Dragon was still available during all of this, foregoing that objective. Baron's gonna be started. I was talking about maybe would have seen like a massive blast cone play, but even the ultimate from Angel misses out. So from bad to worse, WE can do no wrong here. We saw how they split open this fight. Photic is in no position to be able to deal any damage here.
And again, he's putting it into Shanks, who's got that Crown of the Shattered Queen, so he's already got to be able to kind of deal with the burst. He's got plenty of damage and resistance. Baron now gets taken in the picture-in-picture. I mean, it's just so difficult. And again, this is all your tank members just keeping everybody away, and you just can't do anything about it. How do you kill anybody here? And again, I love this from WE. Do not take the soul. It's a chem soul. Who cares? Do not let the Elder spawn onto this rift. This is so Giga Brain coming out from WE.
They do not care. That objective is completely meaningless. They know that the dragon is simply a means to an end, some gold in their pocket. They don't need to advance that objective right now. They know that NIP can almost never go for that, and if they do, that opens them up to try to go for more of these objectives. Now, Angel has his flash. It's the only way they're going to be able to get back into this game. The levels are even for some of these. Like, Angel is the same level as Hope is right now, while Shanks is level 14 in this game. Solo Lane's trying to do something. Shanks right now is pushing in mid lane. NIP, you have to do something. You cannot wait.
You cannot wait now. It's just kind of more pressure, more chip damage, more health bars being lost as he goes into the Invincible, who flashes away right at the end. Full tank Gragas does have its merits, but now your engage is gone. There's going to be the Keeper's Verdict, not getting used right now. Good ult there to try and catch out Sion. Cube hasn't gone down just yet. He's so tanky and finally will be taken out. It's only the 3rd kill of the game here for NIP, but they're 10,000 gold down. The base has been broken open, and with the range advantage that we've been talking about, how do you even start a fight? Inhibitor goes down, everyone disengages. WE got what they came for.
You want to know why that fight was so even and why the fact that they even got a kill in the first place? Hope had no mana. Hope had no mana, could not step forward. He did not have the flash. He was not putting down damage, and that's as close as this is going to get, as now NIP, after losing their inhibitor topside, they're going to move in to try to take this dragon. Team WE do not care. They still have the Baron on their backs. They're just going to be like, okay, cool. You got some gold. It's an objective bounty that's going to even up some of this, but you're down 10,000 gold at this moment. An objective bounty is just going to be a small drop in the pond, as Hung now is just going to chase down Shadow if he really wants to. Doesn't matter. Push through mid, try to grab this mid inhibitor, and look to end the game soon.
I mean, what can you do? That's like Angel's 2 levels down, you know, like the gold, 3 items on the Jinx. You have an item and a half for Photic. Shadow is on a flank, and we'll be able to try and maybe catch somebody out, but there's decent ward coverage here as Heng gonna walk straight in on top of him, and yeah, what can you do? You've got full lethality. That's a full tank. Poppy, who is 1-0 and 8, and you are 3-2 and 0. So just such a hard game here. And look, I really am starting to get excited for WE. Yes, they have only played four series so far, but and they haven't been against some of the bigger teams in our league, but 4-0 to start the split. They've kind of taken down everyone below them, and there's Angel for a TP, but he's immediately caught out. They know he's there. You're no longer with your team. Don't even go forward. You just move in, because you know they can't do anything.
Nothing for them to do right now. I mean, Angel's now getting completely routed off, marked by Shanks. This is triple inhibitors here at 24 minutes for Team WE. See what they can do. Shuoko's in.
And misses. Does not hit the quickness there onto Hope, and he just gets himself put away. Angel finally getting himself back in to try and find somebody. Hope, though, is a little bit isolated, trying to see if they can get on top of Shadow to kill him off, and they will. Vulnerability from the Dustbringer, but Angel flashing away to keep himself alive. The Xayah goes down, though. The tanks are too big, and it's still a 4v3. The towers will fall. The series is there. WE remain undefeated. 2-0. 4 times in a row here in the LPL, and they are looking fine after the Road to Asian Games stint.
Oh, we thought maybe this would be a small spot for them as they start to pad out some of their KDA, similar to what we saw in Game 1. 24-30. Close enough, man. Wow. What a stomp from Team WE. And their schedule doesn't get much easier. They're going to play a team close to NIP in the standings. OMG up next for them. Thunder Talk. And if this is the form we're going to be seeing out of them, this is very easily a top 4 team in our league. If they can keep this performance up, they have a marathon that they're going to have to go through on the back half of this split now.
Yeah, absolutely agree. I will say that, like, you know, WE versus OMG is probably going to be one of the big tests we really see from these guys, you know, so far this split, because, yes, they are 4-0, but you look at the teams they played, Anyone's Legends, Ultra Prime, IG, not exactly our playoff caliber teams.
Exactly.
But OMG, TT this week. Then next week is Top Esports, EDG. Then the week after that is Weibo and RNG. They have got a couple of difficult games to kind of come in, but what a start here. And again, for WE, they're pushing for playoffs. They're looking to try and recreate that magic from 2021 summer.
And what a run it would be. Not only saying, hey, we played our stage games, we played an additional 6 games on top of that. Playing in a bit of an international stint there, not necessarily an MSI, but hey, if you're able to win the Road to Asian Games, feeling pretty good about that. Team WE now,
absolutely
feeling pretty good. While on the opposite side, NIP, while that was a devastating loss 2 times in a row, that is the only game they play this week. That is the only kind of feeling, the sight that we'll see from the Ninjas in Pajamas, and hopefully coming into week 5, they need to shape up, because it's Weibo and JDG that are their opponents, and that form, as well as some of the inconsistencies that we've been seeing week on week for them, are going to haunt them when we take a look at those top-level teams.
Yeah, I think that's the big thing I'm looking at right now for NIP is that you're 5-4, still a very good scoreline, still very happy with that if you're an NIP fan, but JDG Weibo now in week number 5. Then they go RNG BLG in week number 6. Then they got RAFBX, which is fine, but, you know, should be winning those games, but there could be a quite a big loss streak if they're not too careful from the side of NIP. They've kind of, you know, need to make sure they're not losing too many of those games, and unfortunately for a lot of teams here in the LPL, a win in the win column is all that really matters. Doesn't matter if you go 2-1, you go 2-0, it doesn't matter as long as you get that W. So, but for WE, speaking of W's, for WE, they've all been seeding W's so far this split. Really excited for this roster. And look, they are a little slow. They are kind of, you know, in that first game, definitely kind of just absorbed a lot of it. And they do have a very set play style, but showing that Hung has such a great versatile champion pool between the Poppy, the Nautilus, and even, of course, things like the Vi and the Wukong, which you have to have in your back pocket. This is a very decent team. This is a top 10 team by all extents of the imagination. I don't know how Cube does more damage than Hope, but he does.
Yeah, he's just sitting there. He's probably sitting there with the Sunfire cape maxing out on DPS. Yeah, Hope, there was a lot of instances where he actually wasn't able to auto-attack, and it was, hey, we're sitting back here, we're trying not to get taken down, but hey, if Cube gets more damage, that's cool. We talk about the impact of some of these plays, and I think either Hung or Hope are going to get MVP, in my opinion. I would love to see this jungler for Team WE pick it up, as his influence in the early game, that level 2, level 3 strategy that we saw from them, cut Photic and Chuo immediately out of the game, and they were just unable to do anything for the rest of it. I mean, Photic trying, you know, he's trying to do anything, but his support is not hitting level 6 on a good timer. They're super far behind in levels, gold included. That was just a clinic, I think, for how to play an early game and how to immediately excise any win condition from the side of your opponent.
Absolutely agree. I just think that it just becomes so difficult to really kind of push anything out from that, and really, again, just great drafting from WE. People probably going like, oh, why did you not go Cassante? Why did you not go this, that, and the other? They didn't need to. They knew what their composition was. Front to back team fight, get this Jinx and Zir into safe positions, and the Scion works better in that sense. He doesn't need to be a playmaker. He just needs to be a wall of health bar that you have to try and whittle down before you can really do anything to these carries. So really, really well played here from WE. Great to see them now 8-0 in the split so far. 4-0 in terms of the series. Fantastic for them to kind of really come out with this win. And again, like we said, it's a bit skewed. They have a bit of a marathon. They're playing at minimum 3 series every single week, but by the end of this week, they will be up to, I believe, that will bring them up to 6 series played, and then obviously the next week after that, they will be at 9. So it's definitely a bit of a sprint for them, but I mean, with this kind of form, the sky's the limit.
Exactly. I do want to say, I think the problems for NIP this series were a little less away from draft. We saw that we talked about how we did want to see more aggressiveness. We saw how Photic and Juo were able to, at least early on, take Hope and Iwandi to task on that Lucian Nami game. But the execution just wasn't there. Angel not able to find many great engages. We saw that Shadow, even in game 2, immediately just wasn't able to do much on the Kazakhs. Got that 1 kill and then fell very silent. It felt like NIP losing some of that voice, losing some of that identity that we've loved to see from them from these weeks, where it's Shadow playing so aggressive, sometimes overly, but making plays happen, generating plays for this team to say, hey, look, I want to advance the state of the game, put my name on this map. We need to enforce something, enforce the law of bot lane for our Photic and Juo.
Yeah, I like that you kind of brought up the solo lanes as well. I feel like Invincible was a bit invisible, and the Angel was very much like God, kind of a non-tangible existence. So you just gotta hope and pray too, because it really did feel like they didn't have an impact on the map. Neither of those solo laners were able to kind of bring themselves in and do anything in either of the games. It felt like Invincible was in a mind control 1v1 at all times in that game 1 against Cube, and for Angel, just, yes, getting a couple of kills on the Twisted Fate in game 1, but the Addy just didn't look like it had any kind of comfort on it whatsoever. And I love that we're getting teams trying out new things, because what's happened is that your meta gets stale, and if you stay on the same patch for a while, you start to get these mini metas kind of forming up right now. So it's like, oh, you're taking the Annie? Cool. I'm taking the Azir, which means I outrange you, I out-DPS you in the longer kind of team fights, and if you fully engage on me after I've got my Crown of the Shattered Queen, I ult you and you die. That's just how this song and dance goes. So it's really awesome to see teams kind of, coming up with these, answers to the alleged OPs now that we have coming into this meta.
We've had so many different champions come and go in on this patch. We've seen players like UCal on Thunder Talk try to pull out the Tristana mid to various levels of success. We've had the top lane metas where IG versus EDG, they said, screw it, we don't care about that you have a Scion, we're going to go gangplank Fiora, and it's been very, very cool. But sometimes there's a reason why the OPs are there. There's a reason why Jinx has just been so prevalent. And I think we've got our MVP ready to show off.
We do. MVP Hope, double MVP on the day. Man has done exceptional work. Didn't do as much damage to the Scion, but you know what? We'll let him away with that. 7-1-4. Very similar KDA to what he had in game number 1. I think he only died once now so far this entire series.
Wow.
And that's just an insane stat line to have over 2 games.
He's like 14-1-9, and that's crazy. That's an insane amount of damage, an insane good positioning. And again, it was this play right here that immediately took Juo and Photic, and it feels like, oh, we didn't move too much. Guess what? Iwandi takes him out as well. They split the map perfectly for Team WE. NIP felt like they just had no options. Every single play was perfectly matched on the opposite.
Yeah, and again, just small little differences like level leads, item leads, you know, completions coming out here for the side of WE just made it almost impossible. This was kind of a bit of a sad one here for Angel. He drops down the timbers, has no damage, and then flashes into the wall. So little bit of kind of characterizes how this game and this series kind of went here for WE, or sorry, for NIP versus WE. And even here, just throwing everything they can at Hope, who had no summoners, and unfortunately for them, just weren't able to get the job done. But again, great from WE, great from Hope, and I am starting to get a bit excited for them. I need to see a bit more. I need to see how this first, you know, this next few games go. If they can take a scalp off of OMG and such, that's when we start to get a bit more kind of serious about this team.
Exactly. It's good to hold out expectations for them being able to perform. We expect them to be a playoff team, but with how few games they've played, it's really hard to tell where exactly they are. If they're playing like that, I think they can push some of our top teams a little bit in the series. We'll see exactly how that goes as their season goes on. Man, what a great series. We still got one more.
We do indeed. But before we get to it, we're going to take a quick break. And when we return, we'll bring you picks of bans for AL versus LGD.
很多上单的玩家偶像都是泽赛吧，因为他在 S8的表现就是太亮眼了，就也让我们这些上单玩家都觉得想变得和他一样打得那么强势。
一个地火阿比爆炸了！
就我觉得我可能是一个不满足的人吧，如果有机会我还想再跟宙斯打一次，我觉得我下次会要复仇他。
你能打得过吗？你能打得过吗？宙斯死！阿比打到第5个人头。
我最渴望的肯定是赢吧，不管遇到再强大的对手，都是很有机会去赢他们的。其实我打职业以来就没有说我一定要打败某个人，
来 ，BRG， 新年快乐！
而是说我的目标从来就只有一个，就是冠军，没有其他的目标。 我记得我看的第一个英雄联盟比赛就是一个 S3的全明星赛吧，好像。然后当时我看到的是 LPL vs LCK 的一个全明星赛，当时感觉韩国队就是感觉很厉害吧，总是以碾压的姿态去赢我们的 LPL 的队伍。然后我是希望我们中国队能赢的，我就知道了有这样一个赛事存在。我感觉我后面会打职业。 还是要归功于我上的那所学校吧。JK Love 也是从那个学校出去的，当时我也不知道他叫 JK Love。后面他在 LPL 赛场上登场的时候，还有他后面一路走到最后夺冠，然后我当时就觉得，那我也可以试一下，我也可以的。
其实当时第一时间接触到 陈哲斌这名选手的时候，我们是通过线上视讯的。他给我的不一样的感觉，不是说他训练赛打得有多好，而是他每天会在差不多1点钟的时候就会给我发微信，他说：“经理，我已经准备好了，2点钟我可以随时开始训练赛。”当时我就觉得我们是一个线上训练的模式，但是他对自己的要求啊，包括时间这方面的概念，我觉得他的态度很不错。
我成为队友之后，就跟我想象中差不多吧，很有活力，很单纯，的一个人。我觉得他对待游戏就很有那种胜负欲吧。
拉回来呢，应该没了。Q3杀很好，我天哪！这个大面1打3杀，1打3杀，我都惊呆了。哇！我的天哪！
其实我刚打职业的时候。 就一直想排位去打到那些 LCK 的选手啊，或者 LPL 的选手啊，还有像 Faker 啊这种泽赛啊这种知名选手吧。我当时就很想去赢他们，然后去证明我很强嘛。很多上单的玩家偶像都是泽赛吧，因为他在 S8的表现就是太亮眼了，就也让我们这些上单玩家都觉得想变得和他一样，打得那么强势，然后打得很有进攻的表现。当时我也知道泽赛这个人他在韩服打得很好。 我就挺看好他这个选手的，然后 S8最后他也是夺得了冠军嘛。 就让我更想去表现自己了，让我更想去登上 LPL 打比赛了。
他在19年夏季赛的时候还取得了那个 LDL 联赛单杀王的称号，当时在联赛里面没有任何一个上单可以打得过他。
Q1 斩到以后拿到5杀，
但是他可能从其他渠道听到了他下赛季会提升到1队来，我觉得他就是有点忘乎所以了，然后有点沾沾自喜，就导致了他后半段的比赛他有点消极，他只在上路跟别人打线1v1，我就找他谈了一次话，我就希望你能够做好，你能够成为这个队伍里面的领袖，把这个赛季我们好好打完。就是他整个人的状态一下改变了，然后我们当时是其实以第12名进入的季后赛，最后我们取得了一个季军的成绩，还挺不错的。
鳄鱼只想点这个水晶啊！恭喜 SNS！
我们要恭喜苏宁，面朝大海，春暖花开，引进世界赛。
第1年我就有这样一个机会去表现自己，那我就没有必要去让自己发挥的不好，我就想着我怎么样发挥好，然后打出我的风格。对于这段经历，我收获最大的应该就是，不管遇到再强大的对手，都是很有机会去赢他们的。因为我们在 S10世界赛的时候，其实不管是滔博还是京东，其实我们在联赛我们都是输给他们的，但是我们在世界赛上都赢了他们。还有最后的 DWG， 很多人都觉得他们很强很无敌，其实决赛我也觉得我们有很大的机会可以赢的，只是还是差一点吧，有点遗憾。
三杀到了，还有吗？还有吗？现在又定住了，杀鬼皇帝就了，4杀5杀嘛，
我觉得我可能是一个不满足的人吧，我对我2022年 MSI 的表现不是特别满意，因为我觉得当时我状态是不太好，然后我也没能打出我的最好表现。我觉得如果有机会，我还想再跟宙斯打一次，我觉得我下次会复仇他。
那我们要恭喜 RNG 拿到2022年季中冠军赛的冠军。
这个 MSI 冠军对我来说就是一个象征吧，就是象征着我第一次在国际赛场上拿到一个冠军的成绩。我觉得也是对我的一种价值的一种体现吧，可以让别人知道 LPL 会有这样一个上台选手。我觉得我从来都没有想过要改变我的打法，我唯一想过的要改变的可能就是怎么样多帮助队友，然后怎么样可以让我自己减少失误，怎么样让我自己可以打得更好。
我觉得改变还是挺大的，首先就是肯定心态和性格上面肯定更开朗了。然后心态上面肯定更加成熟了，然后打法上面我觉得他更加团队了，然后我觉得经过世界赛啊，包括他取得 MSI 这种成绩之后，以及他经历了很多队友嘛，我觉得他的打法也慢慢变得越来越团队，不会那么自私了，甚至在他自己劣势的时候，队友也陷入劣势的时候，他也能站起来说一些鼓励队友的话。
其实我就算是在我 S10表现最好的那段时间，我也是觉得我打得很正常，我从来没有觉得我打得特别好，或者说可以很膨胀的样子，就是我从来没有膨胀过。因为我打的 LPL， 我第1年我就拿到了世界赛亚军嘛，所以就我可能就不会再满足于那些比较小的那种成绩了，就比如说 LPL 里面拿个季军啊，拿个亚军啊这种，就我还是想去世界赛，然后拿到冠军吧，就是我的一个最终的目标。其实我打职业以来就没有说我一定要打败某个人，或者说一定想要赢他。我的目标从来就只有一个，就是冠军，没有其他的目标。我觉得我不管拿再多冠军，都跟我的初心没有什么关系的，因为我的初心就是因为喜欢这个游戏。我觉得在我喜欢这个游戏的前提下，不管我以后拿到什么样的成绩啊，或者说成绩再好，成绩再差，我都不会改变我对游戏的初心。
Welcome back, one and all, to the LPL. We are moving from Shenzhen over to the beautiful Shanghai for our second series of the day. I am still just Oshima. I am still joined by the fantastic Hulk Battery as we are jumping into our second series of AL versus LGD. And AL got themselves some new players to try and drum up some kind of heat in this team to get them towards those playoff marks.
Yeah, we're seeing iBoy reoccur onto this roster, which, I mean, he hasn't played for a couple of weeks now, so without Jichoyi, we'll see what this team can do. Harder is stepping back into the starting position for AL. And I think while we have seen some pretty impressive things for LGD, they're constantly taking games off of top teams. We have not seen them win a series yet. And Anyone's Legends coming off a pretty hot series up against JDG, I think should be looking at this as, let's try to get this win and boost ourselves up into the standings.
Absolutely. I love that you bring up the LGD thing, because it feels like for LGD, they're so close and they just feel so far away. They look fantastic one game and then terrible the next. It does feel like it's a bit of a tough pill to swallow coming in here for LGD. But for AL, they're not exactly a million miles ahead of them. There are 1 win out of 6 rather than, or 1 win out of 7 rather than, 0 out of 7. But still, look, 1 is still better than 0. It's a higher number regardless of how what way you kind of flip it. But iBoy coming in here now, as you mentioned, haven't seen him in a while. And look, I'll be totally real with you. Back in his RA days and of course the Vici Gaming days, it does feel like we're a long way away from what was peak iBoy back in the 2014-2016 era.
That was definitely a long time ago, but we're looking for this team. It seems like instead of starting the fresh-faced rookie in Jichoyi, they want to try and see what iBoy brings. They typically share a lot of stats between those two, so I think it might just be more of a personality thing that he's able to bring to the squad. Maybe, hey, I've been playing for such a long time, maybe being able to tap into that, but we do know iBoy to be a little shy, so hopefully we can see that kind of evolve for Anyone's Legends. And maybe they're just taking this game to say, like, we're trying to test things out. They know that LGD are in a really tough spot, and it is on them. It is on AL to close out the series versus them. We're going to get, I think, a very scrappy and a potentially very long set of games here for these two.
Yeah, like, I'll be totally honest, this is 2 of our bottom table teams. They are still trying to figure out what way they can make things work. They want to try and, get wins onto it. I will say for LGD, you need a win now. This is it. You have to get a win off of this series, because if you're going into the second half of the split 0-8, that means that your best scoreline is an 8-8 win kind of ratio. That is not always going to be able to, kind of get you into playoffs. We have seen it a couple of times where 7 wins is enough. We have only seen it as well where 9 wins is minimum to kind of get you in. That's the way the LPL does end up kind of functioning. So for LGD, it's got to start now.
You have got to make that 500 mark, and it might be pretty tough, right? Like their opening schedule for LGD was a little strong. I think in week 2 they did have to play against NIP and JDG, and then week 3 Weibo and Top Esports. But now after this, they're playing FPX after AL, and then OMG, BLG. It just doesn't get easier for them. It feels like it's staggered. You get 1 week that is kind of close, and then you've got top of the table teams, our top 6, top 8 that are really going to try and start to push you. So LGD, we've seen promise from you all season long. We've seen this being able to take certain games off of teams, but they have not closed that series. It always comes down to a couple mistakes past the 15-minute mark where this team feels like they're a little voiceless, a little directionless, and just unable to close out.
Yeah, I mean, I like that you say, like, the promise that we've seen. I think Meteor's had a great split, and I think it is just one of those things where this is a team that has had, like, very good, kind of sparks coming out from them, but, sparks does not a fire make, and this is kind of one of those moments here for LGD where it's like, you kind of need a result. There's no more promise. I don't need more promises. I need you to do the thing.
Yeah. You can say that you're going to try to make these wins, but if that ever ends up happening, then the promise means jack at the end of the season, as we have some pretty cool kind of matchups here. You already touched on it before with Meteor being such a big point for this team in terms of their wins. When we do see him on carries, that is when I think this team really starts to excel. Xiaohao on the opposite side for Anyone's Legends, I think the Lee Sin games that we've seen from him have been so impressive. And both of our top laners here, Decade coming in, stepping up from the LDL, and ZDZ, who hey, we talked about, like, he's been on this Anyone's Legends roster for such a long time, and the only time we've really kind of seen either of these top laners find success is in that solo lane, is trying to go for longer lanes in the side lanes, split pushing. So I think we have a really cool kind of set of games. Potentially could see an all-out battle in the long lanes.
Yeah, I mean, it could be a long, kind of drawn-out affair. Look, let's be real. This isn't going to be the cleanest game of League of Legends, but it doesn't matter as long as you win, and someone has to win. That is the thing. Someone's got to come out of this, and for AL, it's an important matchup for them. Again, you're going against a team that is very much kind of below you in the standings. You're 1-5 at the moment. You did pick up a win, I believe it was in week 2 against TT, but you kind of have a little bit of an easier matchup, I suppose. They've kind of had hard match, difficult, or hard match, easy match, or more, around their level kind of matches, and it's kind of been mixing and matching a little bit. So for AL to kind of push for a top 10 position, you got to start punching down. I hate to say it, but if the team's behind you, if the team's below you, you got to punch them down even further. Don't let them drag you down to where they are, because otherwise you're just going to end up both, or potentially both, missing out on playoffs.
We've been talking all split long, really, about how much of a bot lane meta this is, about how focused we are on the AD carries. We got to see it from Hope and Iwandi in that last series. I think this time around, while we do have likes of iBoy and Envy, they have not had the best split so far. Their stats, I think, reflect that, where the laning phase is such a problem for both of these players. We're looking towards the top side. We're looking towards the top laner, the jungle, the mid laners for these teams. Haichao and Harder, obviously, mid lane right now is more of a facilitator trying to play for your jungler, but when we've seen these teams pick up wins, it has been playing towards that top side. Your AD carry does have a little bit of an influence. We saw with Choi back in the roster, they were able to have some pretty impressive team fights, but early game is just not the name of the game here for these two, and I do want to see what the evolution is now. Coming into week 4, you've had a lot of time now to be able to gel, to try different roster iterations. You need to settle on something, in my opinion. Try to find an identity and find something that works. If it wins one game, you gotta be able to replicate it.
That's the thing, it's consistency in the LPL. You have to be able to keep getting the same results, kind of testing it and constantly pushing it, because it's great and all that you're able to take a game off of, JDG or Weibo or anyone like that, but if you cannot replicate that success in the next game, it's just not going to mean anything. Let's just be real with it. So for me, I do want to see exactly what you said. I would love to see either of these teams take a 2-0. I would love to see both of them kind of really come in with the learnings they've gotten so far this split and show us that they are, trying to adapt, trying to build off of what they had before.
You can see it on your screen. I mean, Anyone's Legends, they're getting ready to try to go for this. It's nice to see iBoy back on the roster. While his time on Anyone's Legends has not been very kind, just in general, the team has not been seeing too many wins. I think it is cool to see someone who has been in the LPL for so long, has been a mainstay in a lot of the AD carries, has had up and down results, yes, but there's a reason probably why iBoy has been around. It feels like a bit of a meter stick saying you need to be better than me to be able to get into the LPL. And here now, going up against the likes of Envy, who is new to the league, coming in from the LCK, I think this will be a cool way to see how these two are shaping up.
That's it. It's kind of a real litmus test between these two guys. A temperature check sometimes, if you'd like to call it that, between these two teams. And it could be the start of something beautiful for either of these guys. You want to see, kind of a 7-loss streak now for LGD, a 3-loss streak for Anyone's Legend. You don't want that to be stacking too much more. I will say it is nice to see LGD kind of having a bit more of a smiles on their face. They know they have a job to do today. They understand that they are not having the greatest of seasons whatsoever, but it's still good to see them being positive, even despite those clouds looming over them.
Careful, I was gonna say, I know you're a European fan. The last time we saw people getting happy when they're in bad shapes, that people on Twitter were not happy, okay? Oh, you're smiling after a loss? See how it is, man. I see how it is.
How dare you? I mean, look, at the end of the day, I think everyone deals with everything differently, and you kind of have to just accept for it for what it is. But again, I do think that both these teams have got what it takes to have a playoff shot. I do believe there's a lot of positives to come out from both LGD and AL, so I want to be able to kind of give them more credence. I want to give them more leeway and kind of give them my support. But I mean, just from the series we've seen so in recent day, it does feel a lot harder to kind of put that trust in this team, or in these teams even.
Yeah, let's be honest. A win here, it could lead to a snowball. But from the track record of this team so far this split, it has not been great for them. They have not had an amazing start to the split. If they can pick up a couple wins, it'll be pretty nice. But these teams, they may be locked out of playoffs unless they start right now chaining together series after series after series. Then we can start to see them as an actual playoff contention. But both of them are getting very close to getting locked out and mostly playing spoiler for a lot of teams in that instance.
And in fairness, we've seen it multiple times for teams that once the pressure's off, you kind of play a lot better. You play your game as better as you can possibly do it. But we'll talk about that when we get to it. But so far, both these teams still very much in the vicinity to try and get themselves into playoffs. Should they be able to will it into existence? LGD on the blue, AL on the red, and we're seeing things like the Milio, the Cassante, the Lee Sin actually banned away from Xiaohao. That's an interesting one there, gives you the favor of it, but does mean that the Vi is the first pick coming out here from LGD, and it looks like AL are going to try and respond with potentially a bot lane combination.
Yeah, if you are going to be going for this, I think that LGD throwing a little bit of the gauntlet, saying we're going to pick Vi, we dare you to try to go for that Zeri Yumi or Zeri Lulu combo, right? You're not going to be able to take that away. And I love the fact that every team now that goes up against AL that knows that Xiaohao is going to be starting, they have to get rid of that Lee Sin. There was something that wasn't really popping up and isn't in any other major region. But that one win, it's that full series win up against TT that led to everybody saying, okay, we cannot give them LeBlanc, we cannot give them Lee Sin. Xiaohao was a monster in the JDG series just last week. So I love that that's a little bit of an adaptation. It's something that is unique to Anyone's Legend.
Yeah, and it's really nice to see them as well. We are going to see the Lovers duo now going into that bot side there for the side of LGD, Envy and Jin Zhao coming into it. And look, let's talk about Envy a little bit. Very excited people. A lot of people are very excited for him coming over, having an opportunity here in the LPL. It has not gone well at all. He has had a rough time of it here in the LPL.
He currently statistically is not looking very great in goal difference at 15. It is a rough start to the league, and coming off of Live Sandbox, I think people were very excited, rightfully so. You look across the pond to the North American scene, you have two different LCK AD carries coming over in Prince and Berserker, who had massive opening splits, both of them taking down names. Unfortunately for Prince, not able to really make it qualify for international events, but his story has been super inspirational, and so coming off of the same team as Prince, joining LGD, I think eyes rightfully so, and a lot of pressure on a young player to come into the league, where in the LPL, known for a lot of famous world-class AD carries, it is a pretty big standard to live up to.
That's the big thing. You're coming into a league here where, you know, we've been built off of the back of AD carry prowess, and it just feels like it's just so difficult to really try and, you know, lock that in here for the side of Envy. He's just not been having a good time of it. Really been kind of put to the sword a little bit. And again, another legendary AD carry to kind of go up against. iBoy, yes, we did say that his most recent seasons haven't been the greatest of all, but he is still a man to be feared. He's still someone who can come out with exceptional performances when he needs. I believe the most viewed clip on LPL's Twitch of all time is an iBoy clip where he dodges a Sejuani ult, I believe. So yeah, still after all these years, still the most viewed clip on the Twitch channel. So
I was gonna say that might have changed with Uzi coming back. There might have been a shift.
Quite possibly. But we're gonna get the Thresh getting locked in here for iBoy and Zora. So Zora gonna maybe kind of protect this Aphelios. It's kind of the old school pairing. Thresh does help out the Aphelios in a lot of ways, where he just kind of covers a lot of his weaknesses.
And it's also a good matchup into the Rakan, being able to stop him on the engage with the Grand Entrance, and at any point being able to catch him out. Rakan, an engage champion that doesn't have a lot of resistances, so very unique in that sense. It's kind of squishy. When you look at the other side, though, a lot of threat into this backline. LGD going for a ton of dive with the Akali, with the Vi, and with the safety of something like the Xayah. Gragas fits just perfectly in here, so now for the side of AL, they need to be able to play defensive, something that's going to operate well under the turret, going to be able to stop them. Cassante was taken out pretty early. Sion, I think, would be a perfectly fine top lane blind, even into the Gragas. Sucks in the lane. We already saw later game. We're talking about this game going much further. Could be a really valuable top lane tank.
Absolutely. I think that's the best way to kind of look at it, is that top lane tank getting you something that can engage in. But this is something that's been kind of very much exclusive, I feel like, to the LPL. The Aatrox coming in as a little bit of a top lane counter to these tank top laner engages. So really like seeing it coming out here for the side of AL, giving them another little point of pressure. And again, just more kind of forward pressure to push in on the dives.
I want to see what ZDZ can do, because up against JDG, he was taking them to task. He was making sure to keep them honest, keeping them responsible, saying, you need to be able to answer me in the side lane. Eventually is the one that TPs into the base and ends that first game, giving them an advantage. And into the Gragas, it's a very good matchup. As long as you can keep Gragas at arm's length, you can poke him out through the laning phase. You can make sure to be a really, really resilient bruiser. And you look on the opposite side, while they do have a lot of dive, that Q3, all of them can be very, very nuisance for the side of LGD.
Absolutely. You got to feel like for LGD, they're going to have to be a bit more creative, you feel like, in these kind of engages. But a point-and-click CC and the disengage available to them with the Xayah and the Akali makes it just as difficult for anyone's Legend to try and really take down these carries in one swift blow. We'll have to wait and see how it all ends up unfolding onto the Rift, as both these teams desperate to try and get their season back on track. No one wants to be falling this far down in the season this early on. But unfortunately, someone's got to do it. In a league of wins and losers, there's got to be winners and there's got to be losers.
It's unfortunate. Someone's going to have to win today. Anyone's Legends, if they do, they will move forward with 2 wins in their series. LGD still searching for their first one. A lot of series going to 3 games for them, but they need to be able to close this one out. Here in game 1, anything can really happen. I think we've seen the evolution of these two teams really start to hit a fever pitch now that we've gone past the week 3 hump. We've seen how LGD, they're able to play when Meteor is able to play very aggressive, get into somewhat of a carry position. And I think Vi is perfect at that. Gives him some mobility tools to play and, you know, do some skillful expression.
See if they go for it right now. Of course, ZDZ has played the Aatrox into the Gragas so far this split. Went 0-2-0. Not the greatest of, and did lose that game against TT. So not the greatest of score lines, but see if he has a bit more of a better time of it in this particular game. So we jump onto the Rift and see where these guys want to go for. And again, the Vi is just such a powerful carrier here for Meteor. I really want to see him kind of have that emphasis with this carry to jump in onto the top of the Aphelios.
And because of where the both junglers are actually starting, even ZDZ giving over a leash, which is not very common right now in the meta, recognizing that, hey, we're just going to be seeing them move on forward. Both junglers pathing towards the bottom side of the map, which again is an influence. When we talk about how Xiao Hao does find success, it is with moving with his mid laner and setting up the bot lane for success.
See a little bit of a trade down in this bot side, but again, not really much else to be kind of going for it. I will say, though, an engage on top of that one onto Zora means he's going to be forced to flash away. Summoner's burnt here, and again, you cannot underestimate the power of a Rakan. He's got exceptional work to be able to kind of go for this. And Haichao, I know he wants to be in line for the minion XP, but that is a hard trade to be taking this early on.
Wow. This is one of the reasons why Akali is not very popular right now. She has a pretty big losing matchup into most of the mid laners that are very popular. And when especially you're playing against the Annie, who is so resilient, has the ability to just use AoE, so hey, you go into your Shroud, boom, you're still going to get stunned, you're still going to get farmed out for the first strike. Pretty tough, pretty tough. It puts a lot of burden of execution onto Haichao, who, even playing this champion in an earlier series, I think kind of missed the mark in terms of trying to find that backline threat. We'll see if he's kind of improved on that and able to find some different levels of success here in this game.
That's the big thing for Haichao. He's got to farm up. He's not really going to be looking for too much aggression into this Vi, who's going to be able to kind of go tit for tat for him realistically in the grand scheme of this game. So getting his Cyclone online as early as possible is the name of the game here. And look, the Akali has got a potential kind of, big ceiling to kind of work with here, but I do feel like it's such a risk here for LGD kind of coming into this one here. Yes, it got mobility. Yes, it got assassination kind of capabilities, but if you get CC down and burst it out, you're useless.
Oh, I loved the start of this path because you saw that Meteor actually went for his red buff, instead skipping out on the Raptors and going for Krugs, trying to avoid the ward. But harder, he placed it at a bit of an later timer, which meant that the ward was still up. They do get kind of seen out. And now they know that Meteor only has 2 plays. Go for a gank or end up topside. And now Xiao Hao will get spotted on this mid wave. And that means that now there's double scuttle, so he will experience a bit of an experience lead and a bit of a gold lead, can reset, go back towards his bottom side camps if he needs to. He can even start back on the top side on his Krugs, move down in the bottom lane and get set up for the Dragon in a minute. You're feeling more than comfortable. Meteor kind of has a lot of the onus to get some early plays going, even if it's not a kill. Summoner spells will go more than a far amount here.
Absolutely, and I think that's a great way to put it. I love that you brought it up as well. The fact that AL kind of say, cool, well, he's not on the top scuttle, which means he's definitely on the bot lane. Immediately, we saw the bot lane of AL just back themselves up, do not want to try and fight these guys just yet. And LGD just happy to kind of keep the pressure going in this bot side. And this to be expected. The Xayah will have a bit of a better time bursting out someone like the Aphelios until potentially we see Zora land a bit of a hook here onto any carry really of LGD.
And again, more full clearing coming out from them. I will say that Meteor currently does have a small advantage in the fact that he's actually spent his gold. Xiao Hao's still waiting, wanting to come up and try to maximize how much gold he has. I was going to say, I mean, his wolves aren't coming up for a little bit, so maybe he could look for something. This should be his recall timer, play for this dragon. Bottom lane didn't fully reset here, which is a big advantage, I think, for LGD if they are actually going to play for this dragon. iBoy is very late, as he did stay for an additional wave. And this means that Envy has to catch this. It frees up Jin Zhao for him to look for something and start to put down vision in AL's jungle.
Well, Harder is level 6. He did spot Meteor here. I don't know if they know that Jin Zhao is there, so maybe we're going to see a flash being used. No, nice fancy feet there from Harder, and the 3-man gank will need to nothing as Zora had already roamed up just to cover that side of the map.
Zora's just here to make sure that his mid laner is okay, and iBoy instead taking this path, going to be walking through the river. Needs to be a little bit careful. If he face checks something, could be a potential find here. He puts down his control ward in the dragon to try and make sure that none of that objective is going to be started. Oh, and even Zora finds this ward, so good ability for anyone's Legends to stifle any engage from LGD. And if this game does go even, I will favor anyone's Legends. They have the champions that will deal the best with a dive. They're gonna get more and more resilient. It does mean that LGD's assassins do get more items and can deal more damage, but it's a Kali, and a ton of that is single target burst.
Yeah, kind of needs to either go onto the Annie or the Aphelios pretty damn early on in the fight, or it's not going to gain much value from it. Both TPs from the mid lane, or into the mid lane from the mid laners. Because now the Dragon is the next big port of call. This is just a hard one to really fight. Again, you're just not really in a position to kind of go for the scuttle fight just yet. I will say, though, with Envy kind of sitting down on this bot side, it does mean that he's able to kind of continue with that one. There's going to be Haichao now getting caught off here.
Oh.
They don't even use the Cyclone. They just get the perfect execution out of him. And now Decade has to flash because ZDZ was going to land those Infernal Chains.
Wow, that's an insane summoner spell now advantage coming out from the top side. ZDZ can very easily poke this out. The one thing I will say is not only is Haichao kind of hovering towards his top side, Meteor's pathing can mean that he goes towards top side. They use Decade's ultimate to try to get Aatrox under that turret, and they can look for a kill. You already see Xiao Hao, instead of going for those camps, he's invading, trying to spot out Meteor and stop him from hitting level 6. This Gromp should be what gets Vi their ultimate, and if they can't do that, then you're taking so much of the power, so much of the want for why Vi is so popular out from underneath LGD.
You're delaying it. That's the big thing right now. You're delaying the time. You do have that cease and desist. You're delaying any kind of playmaking abilities that LGD might have. And Xiao Hao should be able to kind of stop it at least for a couple more seconds. But with the red buff respawning on the mini-map, you can see that Meteor going straight towards that buff should be able to confirm that for himself and get him to that level 6. But like I said, just gives the rest of his team room to breathe. They now know pretty confidently that bot lane's got to be a little bit more careful. Ghost does get used here by iBoy as he recognized the feathers were starting to stack a little bit too closely behind him, and might just be a trade of Dragon for Rift here between the two teams.
We'll even spot this out at the same time, but every single member on the top side of anyone's Legends is now hitting their recalls. Like you said, going to be a trade of dragons here, which feels nice for LGD. Remember, they are the ones that need to get early action done. And while it isn't a kill, it isn't them trying to force out some summoner spells away from anyone's legends. This is them advancing the state of the game by taking this dragon. This is them trying to make sure that they will be able to contest for dragons later on, stop a soul stack if anyone's legends do end up getting more of them. And the Rift Herald, we'll see how they're able to use this. Xiaohao is coming, but he's going to be very late. Meteor and Haichao want to make this work.
They want to make it work. Cease and desist straight in. Jump on top of the Aphelios. Do not allow him to do anything. Not quite getting the 2 kills, though, so they invest quite a bit. Not quite able to get the 100% down, but 1 kill is still good for LGD. They get the man they wanted. As now Zora thinking about maybe going for something here, but there's not another person in that brush, and he's not going to land the death sentence. But AL's harder, gets some free time in the mid lane.
Yeah, he gets a play for themselves. That is going to be a wave missed out by iBoy, as well as that kill going over to Haichao, so trying to make good on that. And that was a lot of flashes there. Meteor and Haichao no longer having their flash is something that can be punished as the game goes on. We get a look at this replay here as to what exactly happened. I mean, yeah, Zora, preferably you want to have Zora sitting in a position where he can try to do something like this, try to get everybody off of this Aphelios. Just wasn't it. Also got pushed off by the cease and desist. And we'll see what anyone Legends can do. They still have this Rift Herald available to them if they maybe want to use this in mid lane to try and get some extra gold. iBoy's dead.
Not yet. He's got a flash, but he's not got much else to do with it now. Yeah. He's going to go down now. Envy getting himself a kill in this bot side, and that is just a very poor play coming out from iBoy there. Not respecting the fact that he's all alone, and it's a Zyra Khan.
He's thinking, okay, my team is nearby, I can make this play. But Envy checking him, saying, okay, well, how nearby? Because if they're not close enough to you to throw like a lantern, you're done for. So that's not only the flash from iBoy, but him going down, more plates, more gold being missed out by this Aphelios. Now we want to see if you're on the side of anyone Legends, and this is the LGD that we have been waiting to see. It's not the full form, they still have a lot of game to play. But in the games that they've been able to win, it is off of aggressive plays coming out from the mid lane, coming out from the jungle, and setting their bot lane up for success.
It's a good start here in terms of kills for LGD, but you can see that pretty much every lane, apart from bot, they are ahead by 20 CS or so. It's actually pretty significant here between the top side of the map. This is why you pick the Aatrox. You do have an awful lot of a better time going into the Gragas, who is going for that full AP for the moment, so Decade should have the burst damage available to him, and we'll wait to see how that Gragas kind of flourishes into this mid game. That's what it's all about. If he can land a good barrel here onto iBoy or Harder, kind of separate them out from the team, that's going to be a huge win condition for the side of LGD. As AL looking for something in this bot side. Death Sentence does not land. We get our first mythic of the game, and we get the Divine Sunderer coming in for Xiaohao.
Yeah, Xiaohao is very far ahead right now. 30 up, or 25 up on his opponent. Still has the Rift Herald, and that probably is going to be the play here in mid lane with Haichao taking his recall. But we have a dragon spawning in 2 minutes, and AL are not feeling the most comfortable. I think the reason why they might be able to stay in proximity of the bot lane is the fact that iBoy did actually end up going for the call instead, where Envy trying to finish out more and more of this item, trying to finish out that Kraken Slayer. And now here, I mean, yeah, Xiaohao trying to use this, trying to get some more plates. Meteor's going to be able to respond. Still a minute and a half before that dragon. I mean, LGD, they're feeling way comfortable with where this game is at.
Very, very comfortable. Even rotating up their bot lane pressure to try and cover for this Herald push. Only getting the one plate over to Haichao, and that's literally it. So, Haichao, oh, sorry, not Haichao, Xiaohao, excuse me. Just trying to see if we can maybe go on to Haichao in this mid lane. Good trade back here from Haichao, but got the stun available for Harder, and I feel like without that Tibbers to kind of come down and really put in the work, it's just so difficult for the Annie to go for anything there.
Perfect trade there. That does mean, remember, Harder just teleported back in not only a few minutes ago, so they will not have this Annie be here, which opens up for LGD. Haichao is going to be able to push this wave out. He can take a recall whenever he wants and teleport back in. Meteor finishing the Black Cleaver first, and will be out on the map before anyone's legend can actually redeploy back into this bot lane.
LGD very happy with the way the game's going on so far. I will say it is still a CS lead, and that's a gold lead available to the side of AL, but Dragon is in the favor of LGD. Didn't really get much else from the Rift Herald, so you can say that that's a bit of a net positive here. And they're going to drop down the Tibbers, try and make something work here on that mid lane. It's getting more difficult. You have to rush those Merc Treads, and again, having those available to you, that extra tenacity, just makes that fight so much harder.
Does it? I mean, he's walking into the river. We could see it.
You
AL
thought
at
about
first
it.
to
You
the
thought
play
about
here.
not
Yeah.
saying it, and then you're just like,
yeah,
you know
I had to
commit.
get. I had to do it. Come on. Yeah, we have a long series ahead of us potentially here. First play, they are on this dragon. They are hitting it. There's teleports coming in. It is Hai Chao. While Decade is moving on over, walking on through. There is no Blade Caller available for Envy for the next few seconds.
Oh! He's so
Meteor!
Meteor gets the ultimate in as well, and they're going to try and burst it down. Whoa, I don't think he wanted to go that deep, and now do you have to fight? Great explosive cast from Decade. Does separate everybody else, and they cannot go for a re-engage. Hai Chao looking for a perfect execution, says one more push on it, but not going to pull the trigger on that particular ability. It's a 1-for-1 trade. LGD get the dragon, and LGD getting themselves closer and closer to that soul.
Oh my god, they've got 2 dragons now, you know, looking good. We have seen individual game wins for LGD. Not able to really connect it, not able to grab 2 in a row, or at least 2 in a full series. We get a replay of this. How did Harder steal this? I mean,
he just walked up.
I was gonna say, yeah, literally just walks up. Xiao Hao just. Oh, wait,
really
what is that
know.
calculation? Yeah,
899.
yeah, all right, well, Jin Zhao, this grand entrance and this quickness isn't able to get much. They walk straight into the Cyclone coming out from this Wukong. And now Rift Herald here, Xiao Hao on the opposite side of the map. ZDZ could potentially go to stop this, but is actually going to back off and try to cover his jungle, make sure that the Vi is not trying to invade.
And again, just kind of moving back into this game. It's interesting because, again, it feels like LGD are ahead, but it is actually coming out of AL with the gold lead. So right now it does feel pretty good here for AL, and even if they don't know it. But LGD picking up that Rift Herald does put them in a much more favorable position. And with the AL, we're a little bit all over the place. There was actually a TP from Harder bot, but Zora and iBoy were there, and a very miscommunicated move there means that they just lose a mid-tower for free. No contestation around the map.
They were just late on the recall right there. Like, they should have been going out of base, straight into mid. Decade should be able to jump out. Harder can flash. That's the 2-pointer coming in from Decade. The ultimate just try to dissuade Harder from going in. Yeah, that was a great redeploy back onto the map from LGD. You saw that Envy and Jinja walked mid. Meteor taking the Rift Herald the entire time. And unfortunately, iBoy and Zora not matching. Not able to get there first, so it meant a mid-tier 1 out of nowhere. That was a ton of damage for them. And so while the gold is even, LGD are in such a good spot now.
Yeah, really, really well done there for them. They've got 2 dragons. Gold is even. They've even broken open that mid lane turret, as we have mentioned. So really, really well done there from them. And this is the thing that we're seeing with AL a lot, is that they just kind of go through the motions a little bit and don't really think about where they're going with that. We've seen it a couple of times where they've been pushing themselves kind of, into weird situations. The TP bot, when your bot lane's already there, feels odd. I mean, if the Annie's already in mid lane, it should be fine. So I don't know, it just feels like it's a very strange combination of things kind of going against AL. But LGD, you gotta feel good for them right now. They're feeling like pretty confident in this game. I feel like this Xayah Rakan early priority has definitely paid off, especially in this early game.
It's just easier for them to push out the wave. Anytime Xayah uses her abilities, she's gonna naturally push out the minion wave. Man on your screen right there. Envy having a okay game so far. We do need to see how they will close this first game out, if they can. While on the side lane, we're going to continue to see ZDZ get more and more tanky. He already has the Merc Treads, the Hex Drinker as well coming in, making it difficult for someone like Decade to actually find the solo kill. While he is going AP by picking up the Everfrost and even going for the tier here, I wonder if he's actually going to finish this and either go for the Fimbulwinter or picking up something like the Seraphs. It will make him very difficult to kill and put him more back into that AP bruiser than necessarily a burst mage when we go full AP.
Let's see what they're kind of go for. Right now, it is a slow game in all senses of the word. We're nearly 20 minutes into it. We haven't really had our real 5v5. Had a couple of picks here and there. Even the one we almost had in that bot side towards the dragon wasn't really a native full 5v5. But For the moment, it is LGD feeling pretty and seeing if they can kind of come out on head on this particular thing. And I want to see what AL can do to disrupt that. I want to see what they can try and work with this combination of the Annie and the Wukong to burst out someone like the Haichao to make a name for themselves in this game.
Need to be able to pull off something. Now, this is as even as the game is going to get. Every summoner spell is available to you, every ultimate as well. Jinzhao.
They're going in, but that's going to be the clone. You ulted the wrong one, and that's a bonk on the head from Haichao to secure the jungler's there. Jinzhao almost going down as well. Actually, harder goes golden as Haichao goes in with the perfect execution. Well, that's all been happening. Top lane turret did go down in favor of LGD, but all said and done, it is still AL who come out with the kill. They come out with a dragon pressure, and they come out with a win.
Oh my god. That's so heartbreaking for LGD. They're like, oh, we're gonna kill Xiao Hao. We're gonna get him. We're gonna take him down. It's the clone the entire time. Great use of the trickster there, coming out from Xiao Hao as Jinzhao trying to find this engage, but all of it is focused on this Wukong, meaning that no one else is able to do anything. I mean, Harder's here. You have iBoy putting down so much damage as well, so feels like LGD kind of just seeing blood in the water, seeing red, seeing, oh, see hero, kill hero. Turns into nothing for them. Like you said, a kill for AL, a dragon as well. And while the turret did go over to LGD, there's not another play for them to really go for. There's not another kill. There's not another Rift Tail to pick up. So LGD squandering some of that early lead for themselves. But Envy now finishing in that second item. We are looking towards this Korean AD carry to step up and bring this team a victory.
Yeah, I like that you brought up as well that nothing really to trade back from. And again, this is what we said before coming into this series. It's probably going to be an exceptionally close game. It's not exactly like these two teams are much apart. Honestly, one win for AL is the difference at the moment. And LGD not wanting to go 0-8 just yet, but the series is far from over for the moment. And AL, they're posturing around this Baron for the moment. It's only just spawned. Yeah, seen himself on the map, but LGD still have enough presence of mind to make sure that they're not coming out of this one without the precious Scuttlebug.
Oh, and this is going to get worse and worse for LGD, where Decade, someone that we had praised as being able to have a lot of side lane pressure in multiple of their series, now on this Gragas, taking away the tools, taking away the keys to be able to make plays like that. And it does mean that now ZDZ is taking yet another turret away from him. Flashes, they're not able to get anything from that.
Again, great moves here from the side of AL to get that turret, put themselves back on the map here, and just keep this Aatrox kind of farming up, doing well. He's 50 CS up. I only just noticed that right there. So ZDZ, massive advantage just solo in his own top side against this Gragas. So really putting in some serious work here. And it means that he is getting himself fairly tanky, fairly bruisery. So even someone like Envy, until he gets that third, fourth item, isn't going to be able to burn him down as quickly as he may like.
This is what happens when you don't match the rotations. It was ZDZ who was in the best spot possible when we saw that those TPs and the eventual mid-tier one fall for AL. He was in top side, he was trying to get as much farm as he could, then swapped down into the bottom lane, picked up some more. He's making sure to stay up to date. He's above the 10 CS mark here. And now we're eyes on him. What can this Aatrox actually do? Almost level 16. Will be able to kind of overcome a lot of the gold advantage, some of the items that maybe Envy will have. Even with the third item, it is very difficult for an AD carry to deal with someone like this Aatrox if you're not able to kill him, if you're not able to put him down early. And now, look at what AL are doing. They're able to grab this first mid turret, or at least push up on it, thanks to ZDZ rotating into mid lane. And this should be them clearing out vision on their side of the jungle, specifically into that top side, because we have a minute and a half before this dragon. But I think LGD are more than happy to say, you can take that dragon, there's a Baron.
That's the big thing. That third dragon take by AL does kind of slow down the soul for a fair bit of time, which means that you are able to get iBoy back onto item parity. You are able to kind of push in and make this Aphelios work for 300 years, or 200 years, I should say. And again and again, we're seeing more and more priority given over by AL towards their Aatrox. They know that's kind of where their win condition lies for the moment. As long as Gragas isn't able to get a barrel down, it's kind of doing its job.
fantastic set of plays. It is as even as it could possibly get between these two teams, as neither of them very proactive, none of them really looking for plays. Zora is throwing out hooks, but I think more so just trying to keep them at arm's length, saying we have these abilities, can't really go for anything. I think we're going to be waiting until this next dragon. It is coming up in about a minute, and for right now it's kind of just a holding pattern, farming out waves, pushing them, recalling, and seeing what you can do.
And how do you want to see these two teams approach this dragon fight? Obviously, we got... Oh, never mind. Potentially not going to have a dragon fight at all. It's going to be the Baron starter.
Let's go, LGD!
They're looking for it, but yeah, I mean, AL's already got us out. So I'll go back to my original question. How do you want to see both of these teams approach this dragon? Is it going to start in a second?
This?
You're never going to get an opportunity for it. A good hook stops the quickness from following back onto ZDZ on the backside of this fight, but a Thresh versus Rakan taken out in this fight. Getting decent damage. The feathers are flying, and Harder cannot flash away. He actually flashed and instantly died. I didn't even see the animation. That's how quickly he was dead. And this Xayah starting to really put in work. So much was expended, but they gained the fight and they gained the dragon as well. Or do
that
they?
Fight was a huge advantage going over to AL. I thought the Cyclone was stopping so much. iBoy having to play around ZDZ now.
Here we go. Demonic Ascension coming in here for ZDZ. You're going to see Haichao misses Hurricane Flip. The Dragon still putting in work here. ZDZ gets hit by all the feathers and he gets taken out. Envy finally coming to life in the LPL. 4-0-2 here on this Xayah and doing some work.
There it is. Though the laning phase might be a pain point for LGD's bot lane, team fights have not always been the same. They have been able to sometimes eke out advantages, specifically on something like a Jinx where you have that reset potential. And I want everybody to see where Xiao Hao is in this. Stops the initial perfect execution, is able to stop Jin Zhao and Akali yet again. What a perfect start to this fight, where then Envy plants its feet, no threat from the enemy team.
No threat whatsoever, and really nicely done there from LGD. Just to make sure they're coming out on top of these trades. Now on Soul Point, now got themselves a little bit of a gold advantage. But I'll be honest, it's not that big of a deal. And we'll wait to see where they're going to go for this one right now, because it is feeling like right now it's all about LGD coming out on top of these plays. It feels like LGD are the ones being more proactive and gaining the benefit from them.
Well, we'll see what they can actually do. We do have that 4-minute mark now for anyone's Legends. Can they step up to the play? Can they stop this soul from being taken? They bought themselves an additional 5 minutes by taking one of these Drakes. And potentially LGD, they might try to make a repeat of what we saw before that Dragon, which was call their bluff, start up the Baron. You have a ton of damage with this Xayah. And if Haichao can keep ZDZ in a side lane, if they can make sure that they're not going to be able to go for a teleport, it's a very likely play for them. Even see start to clear out vision, start to make AL feel a little antsy, get them anxious, say we don't have vision. They could be starting this at any moment if they get into Fog of War.
That's the thing. Get into Fog of War, get yourself set up for plenty of fights. Could you go for it? It's the power of the buy. Just having that point and click CC, jump on the AD carry, force out all the summoners, and then what are you able to do? That is the question, and the answer is very little. So 2,000 gold lead for LGD, 3 dragons to 1. It's coming to the point now where all it takes is one decent fight, one good moment here from either of these teams to make it work. iBoy trying to see if he can steal away a red, but great vision control right now from the side of AL makes it so difficult for anyone on the side of anyone's Legends to walk in and try and deal with this dragon or deal with this Baron push, and Baron's going to be started.
They know that they have no vision in here, so immediately starting this up. Look at where Jin Zhao is. He's in a very good flank for them. Haichao will then be able to pincer them afterwards. Zora just immediately going in.
It's gone. Zora goes in to play keep away, and that's exactly what he does, because he's able to dance his way out of that one there. And that is just LGD utilizing their vision prowess, utilizing the fact that they knew they had got full control over that jungle, and AL couldn't go in.
They just didn't pull it fast enough. They didn't want to walk into Fog of War. They even used the Shirelius from Zora to get into the pit, but no one's able to grab that. So Baron now available for LGD as they have it on them. They can push out these lanes. The best I think that AL can really look for is maybe they're able to grab a turret here in the top side with some objective bounties. That'll feel pretty nice. But they've already left the base. They won't be able to actually spend this gold. A minute and a half before this dragon spawns. In Anyone's Legends, they need to be able to get as strong as they humanly can right now. The next 40 seconds should be iBoy picking up every single wave as they can. And Harder should be leaning down and towards this bot side, should be looking to try to get some damage down.
Just easy does it for the side of LGD. Don't need to panic, don't need to push for too much in the sense of things. You've got the priority in the side waves. You've got yourself a 3.5 item Xayah right now. Envy is just miles ahead of where iBoy could ever achieve to be in the next few minutes. So it's just becoming harder and harder for the side of AL to try and do anything about it. So for me, it does feel like this is LGD's game to lose. And again, great play for them, great patient moves from them to try and make sure this win gets them towards that, first series win.
Harder is sitting on a side lane when you're playing Annie. Mistake number 1 there for AL. They're not able to contest anymore. We've been waiting for Harder to get something done. Now has the Zonia, so should be feeling pretty safe if he does actually end up going for an engage. 40 seconds now. Xiaohao's back is canceled there with the Everfrost. And Decade moving through mid lane, pushing constantly. You even see Haichao now on the opposite side for bottom lane doing that. AL, they need to make a play happen. It should be around this dragon. And my eyes are going to be either on Zora or Harder. They need to be participating for them to having meaningful influence this game.
It's all about trying to see if they can get some kind of engage. The Annie and the Wukong have such incredible bursts, but doesn't matter if for squat if you can't get it out there. And I will say Decade is level 18. He is so far ahead of everybody else in terms of levels. And having those extra stats is just invaluable to this team. And now with Dragon on the Rift, maybe we look for a fight. Here we go. They're going to try and go for it, but immediately Envy goes into the Feather Storm. Now Haichao on the backside looking for iBoy. As Harder has gone down. They're not able to kill off the jungler of LGD, and LGD are looking for these kills. Double kill coming in here now for Envy. Uses his flash and his cleanse, but gets every bit of example that he needs from it. And now LGD, they might not even have a dragon. They've still got Baron. They can push up for this wave. They can push up for this win.
They can go for it. I mean, Haichao has teleport as well, waiting for it. Actually, just going to use it bottom lane. 2 members left for anyone's legend. And LGD, they're going to take game 1.
Yeah, this could be it. This could be LGD taking themselves a 1-0 advantage over against AL. Flash away by Haichao to try and keep himself alive, but this AD carry of LGD is just too damn big. Nothing you can do. We'll call it a delayed quadra for the LGD Envy, and that is going to be game 1 of this best of 3 to LGD.
Wow. After an early game that we were talking about for Xiaohao looking so good on this Wukong, even top lane kind of going in favor. We saw some good moments, but outside of the laning phase, outside of individual CS leads, AL just weren't able to get anything done. This Thresh pick felt more like it could have been a Tom Kench for all intents and purposes, not actually able to make any meaningful engages. Jinzhao and Envy really getting work done.
Absolutely, and I do think that this was great to see from LGD. It's not exactly uncommon to see for them. They do tend to have a very, very good game 1 when they come up against pretty much anybody in the league, but this felt more controlled. It felt like they were taking advantage of the fact that AL were a little bit scatterbrained, and honestly, iBoy looked hella rusty on the stage. I think that iBoy just didn't really look, he didn't look comfortable. He felt like he was kind of hoping that it would be the same as last time, and Envy really just put him to the sword, just did not let him have an opportunity to have any impact in this series, in this game.
iBoy made a few too many mistakes. It caused AL's early game to be a little bit delayed, not able to have that Aphelios who's able to match Xayah in the later game. And the items just weren't there. We talked about some CS leads popping up across the map. I think AL just kind of felt like they couldn't do anything. They didn't have any proactive tools. So I think going into game 2, they might try to fix that, maybe try to grab the Gragas for themselves. Otherwise, I actually liked the draft from AL, but they just didn't do anything.
Yeah, just inactivity. Just never really found themselves an opportunity or even looked for it, to be perfectly honest, because we saw on multiple occasions the amount of damage that the Wukong and the Andy can do, but I mean, I don't know if we'll see a replay of that last fight, but I think iBoy maybe got like 4 auto attacks off or something like that, and as an 80 carry in an 80 carry meta, that's just not good enough. It's really just not what you need to be seeing here for AL. And for LGD, look, gotta give them all the praise in the world. I think I've been very kind of disappointed with the results, obviously, at 0-7, but this is a great game 1 from them. I need to see them replicate this, though, in game 2.
It's always the game 1s, man. LGD look good. They give us some hype. We're like, okay, can you do it? But we're week 4, we're 8 series deep now for them, and they have not been able to deliver. I'm going to wait without bated breath before I kind of start getting very hyped for LGD. but rightfully so, they did amazing. And Envy, someone who we kind of criticized, saying, hey, look, the laning phase has not been great. You are on a losing team, so that does tend to dampen your stats. It does tend to make team fights look a lot worse than they could be if you're even. But when they're ahead, we can see that Envy will take advantage of that game. Like, almost, literally double of iBoy's damage almost.
Yeah, I mean, that's literally it. That kind of just had a much more impactful setup in this game. And honestly, Meteor did literally the least damage in the entire game, but it didn't matter. Meteor's it's why the Vi is so busted, because Meteor's job is never to do damage on the Vi. The Vi was literally to ult iBoy, and that is it. That is the end of what he needs to do in this series, and that is kind of exactly what he did. So great to kind of see again from LGD, a slow, methodical win. They did what they needed to do. They got what they needed to get. Kill participation, damage percentage, damage per gold, everything pretty much going highlighting. Yeah, Envy definitely looking a lot better in this particular game now. As I said though, I need this to be a 2-0. I want to be a 2-0 from either of these sides to show that they've got something in them to try and push for playoffs.
Unfortunately for AL, it's no longer in the territory of 2-0. Yep. So we're going to be potentially seeing either LGD get their first win or AL mounting that comeback, getting us to a Game 3. But it does start with them, firstly, waking up and being able to make plays. I do want to see what this team is able to look like when they put Xiaohao on something that can get a little bit more aggressive. The Wukong is great, but I feel like him and Harder just didn't have an amazing amount of synergy. We did not see them really link up at all. And when you have this Annie, they need to be on flanks, yes, similar to Angel actually in Game 2. I think overlooking for flanks, looking for too many of them, and then eventually the play is gone. By the time they want to make the play, it's done, dusted, nothing available.
Yeah, nothing to be done there. And unfortunately for AL, they go down 0-1 up against LGD. We'll see if LGD can get their first series win or if AL have got something left up their sleeve. We're going to take a quick break, and when we return, we'll have picks and bans.
복구를 시켜야 될 것 같아요. 전력 있는 거요. 다이온을 상대로. 예. 근데 모건이 한 명은 날려도 가다가 예, 그냥 그러니 스파이더맨. 와, 된 거죠. 스파이더맨.
Coming for the throne. I don't need no help. Why me do it on my own? Back against the wall, ain't no backing down.
TP de novo, Croc sem flash. Vai ter que dar uma volta completa e aí vai ser difícil demais. Será que dá? Será que dá? A Loud tenta um milagre, no máximo um disparo à distância, acabando conseguindo. Vai tentar agora a batalha com o Barão. É pra definir o jogo. A eliminação do segundo Weiser. Caiu um, caiu dois. Sem mano Carioca. Perde agora também o suporte aqui pra Loud. Perdeu os céus. O Dinquedo quase linha de frente. Quase amassa por ali o Tinoso. O Rubão vai ser penalizado. Ele vai sair do cronômetro. Round! É quadra kill!
Going hard and going home. Coming for the throne. I don't need no help. Why me do it on my own?
They're just going to try to fight it front to back with a 4v5. They got Page 1 on the side, but he can't do anything. They've already gone down with Yaja and a big insect on the Huan Fong. Xiaohao consistently making the difference. And AL, they are hungry, they are bloody, but they will beat down TT.
Drop the ball, yeah, I'm clutch like Rich. Light work, I beat all the odds, got them pissed.
コントロールワードを消したリキャップがフラッシンからのティバーズ、ハニーはただスタンが入っていない。1000分 M からの開始からの英雄降臨。さあリキャップとの 1v1 オールアウトラップ、イコライザーを敷いてはいますが、今度は上に全員で駆け抜けてハニーがダメージ出すことに成功。一人で残っているユージョはなんとかソウルが倒すことで成功しましたが、いやただチャクラムがとってもないソウルフラッシュあるぞ。トリプルキルからクアドラだ たので、そこにオートアタックしてしまって、
なるほど、それでオートアタックモーションが1回遅かった。
なのでアフィロスのオートアタックが届いた。
ただドラゴンはかわし
取れるか。
どうだ。取れない。実質ペンタ。いやペンタだ。
こんなに長いのクワドラって。
Grown man, call me Mr. I handle biz. Lot of blood, lot of tears. What it took to get here.
넣거라. 그리고 네, 좀 더 봐요. 근데 앞으로 제리를 못 잡았어요. 버드나. 있다며. 넥서스 땡겨와라. 죽여라 죽여라. 죽이지도 못하면 넥서스 깨면서 최대.
Consistently pressuring this inhibitor. He's already gotten it, but I don't think he can get anything more than this. So he can realistically TP, but it's gonna get stopped by Fearness.
He can fight.
He stole it!
Oh my
Phoenix
god!
stole the bag!
No way! No freaking way! Phoenix steals the Baron! No way!
Shield doesn't block it. Are you serious?
I met you at some party. You were talking about your band. You bored me with your stories about your tour in Amsterdam, but you spoke so politely, drinking gin out of a can. I knew that you liked me from the way you touched my hand, but I don't care if you play guitar like Johnny Marr. And I refrain from laughing when you compare yourself to Kurt Cobain. Yeah, I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. I met you at some party. You acted the part, had your Ray-Bans on, even though it was dark. I met you at some party. You acted the part of a rock and roll superstar. I don't care. I don't care. But I don't care if you play guitar like Johnny Marr. And I refrain from laughing when you compare yourself to Kurt Cobain. I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. I don't care.
Always looking, always praying. Now heaven's waiting on us to believe. Spread our wings, meteorite. We can be stars for them to see. It's like we waited our whole lives, we waited our whole lives. It's only you and me tonight, yeah, you and me tonight. Yeah, only you and me can decide.
Welcome back, one and all, to the LPL. We are coming into our second game of Anyone's Legend versus LGD. LGD 1-0 up, and honestly, it did feel like it was kind of just a slow, methodical win. Felt like AL didn't really have any answers, and I can't remember who was MVP, but a little part of me thinks it was Envy coming in on this guy,
Yeah.
but I could be wrong.
Yeah, no, it was Envy. It was 100% Envy. This guy popped off for a reason. We wanted to see him step up. We honestly wanted to see all of LGD as a whole really step up. And that they did in this first game. 40% of his team's damage share are not uncommon in this day and age for AD carries. But when we're talking about, hey, this is an import AD carry coming over from Korea, playing over at Lim Sandbox. Now here in LGD, they have still not hit their stride. They have found wins. There has been very good moments for LGD where we see their bot lane really start to work in harmony. We see Meteor take off in a game. And this time around, it seemed like they got all of that done and more, where Anyone's Legends feel like they got hit with this first punch under this turret and really just never recovered afterwards.
Yeah, and little mistakes like this that kind of come out from it, where iBoy is just kind of by himself looking to be aggressive, and it just feels like, again, rust kind of coming into this one here. And in such a AD carry centric meta, you cannot be getting caught out like this. You can see iBoy kind of puts in maybe 3 auto attacks in that situation, and that's about it. So it's just not really going to come out on top for you. And again, even here, when they find Envy, who else is going to try and turn onto him? He cleanses, he flashes, he gets his ult out, gets the feathers down, and able to turn that one straight back around. It's just, you have to have a solid AD carry here in the LPL, and if you don't, you're just not going to find success.
This was also a pretty tough composition to play AD carry in. There's an Akali diving you, Vi as well. I don't want to take away some of the criticism we did have of iBoy where he's not able to actually put down damage. This is a harder time to actually play. If you are even or if you are behind as Aphelios, good luck is all I'm going to say. You are not going to have a fun time versus those champions, and they made sure to actually execute on that game plan. Hopefully now, for anyone's Legends, if we do end up going to 3, it's going to have to start here. They have to make this push, and they have to be able to take this game.
Yeah, got to be proactive. Got to be able to push in and get some results here. Again, the Aatrox had a CS lead. That was great. But then the more we looked at it, kind of said, look, it's down to harder to catch out people with the Zanny. And I mean, LGD were very, very happy to let that one go. And we can see it now coming into this one here. It's that, how does AL change up their draft? How do they try and, set themselves up for success? Or will we be finally seeing the first win on the board here for LGD?
Very, very real, but also LGD are no strangers to Game 1 barn burners, and then Game 2 kind of falling off to the wayside, kind of falling away from what was finding them success. We're already through most of pick ban here, and it is saying the exact same, and we're even saying on the same sides here. For LGD, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. It is on on anyone's Legend. What do you pick to try to change up some of this matchup? It's going to be taking away Xayah Rakan from Envy and Jinzhou.
I mean, again, taking away the Xayah Rakan is good, but LGD could be just saying, look, anything you could do, we can do better. Get the Lulu Aphelios locked and loaded here. Maybe even a Aphelios Annie, to be perfectly honest. You've got the Vi already, and we saw how well Meteor was able to pilot that champion in the last game, but I still like the Lulu here as well. I think it does give you a hell of a lot of kind of setups. I will say, though, it means that your early game is going to basically be dominated by the Xayah Rakan because you won't have as much trade power, but those team fights, it's going to be nigh impossible to be able to kill off the Aphelios.
If it isn't this Enchanter, then they could go for a Nautilus just for the straight-up counter into Rakan, and it still would give them a lot of engage, would give them that backline threat. And this was the time where I did want to see them go for more engage, something that is going to be a little bit more upfront. It isn't as maybe... I need something from AL that is going to be concrete. It isn't like, oh, we have this Cyclone that we could use that is temporary CC, but not really going to be able to lock someone down. Gragas was the champion that I thought, hey, Decade took it last time, and while didn't participate in too many fights, is still a champion that, if utilized correctly, if used as a threat, will make it very difficult for Envy and Jinzhou.
Absolutely, and getting the Gragas in there can be flexed towards top or into the mid lane. I think it will more so go to harder than it would anybody else. I have to triple check my stats on that one there, but it does feel like AL trying to get rid of all of these kind of, Annies, the Aries. They're the ones that are kind of saying, look, we need this Gragas to survive, and not only survive, we need them to thrive. So getting rid of all these massive kind of, AoE picks definitely feels like the name of the game here for the side of AL. And again, love this from LGD saying, cool, well, we'll take away the dive options. We'll get rid of the Wukong, the Nocturne. You're lacking in a little bit of extra kind of frontline here. Maybe AL take a page out of WE's book and go for that Nautilus jungle.
Maybe. Would mean that they have a lot of magic damage coming in from their top side of the map. Picking Kha'Zix to be that backline threat is not guaranteed to get there, so need to watch how Xiao Hao will actually play, but definitely an aggressive player at that. LGD, you have your jungler and you have your mid laner here, or your top laner, sorry, your solo lanes to be able to pick up. I was wondering what was going to happen here. I do not like Syndra in this instance. It is very susceptible to Zord being an engage tool with this Rakan. I think they're going to need a little bit more time to figure out what their mid pick is, because you need a mage, someone that can operate at a long range but isn't going to be as easily killed.
Pick
See
LeBlanc.
Ari and Anna here.
Go on, pick LeBlanc.
Okay.
Pick it.
No.
Oh,
no.
on, lads.
Okay, wait a minute now. Veigar's a lot better. Do
I mean,
not
it
do
looks
the
like
Syndra.
it probably is going to be the Syndra. Being totally honest, Hai Chao is a Syndra player, something he's very comfortable on in this current meta, and it does give them kind of blow up potential as well. So we're going to see the Gwen locked and loaded here. So AL, yes, they have better engage options, but they're still kind of working with that kind of bruiser / carry top laner that will have to try and just kind of not get caught out. If the Gwen gets burnt out so quickly that they have no impact, that champion does not get to play the game. The champion does not kind of get to have an impact. So really for AL, the burden of execution is still very, very high.
I love what AL have here. On paper, if we were to take nameplates off, I would prefer this draft. You have a winning topside matchup. You have iBoy and Zora, who, while on the Zyra Rakan, will be able to get pushed pretty easily compared to a Lulu and an Aphelios. And in mid lane, that is just a free kill. If you can get the summoner spells out very early on, you can rinse, repeat, gank this guy. You have the Gragas, who will not take a lot of damage. Even early on, he will get pushed in, but has so much sustain. And if he is going AP, can straight up one-shot Hai Chao in the mid lane. I think it's a very difficult draft here to execute from LGD side. They need to play very perfectly. They need to have aggressive games, aggressive kind of laning early on. And we'll have to see what Meteor can do. He has been the early driver for this team. Same could be said for Xiao Hao on the opposite side.
Absolutely, but LGD, they find themselves in familiar territory. A great first game. They need to turn it into a win. They need to try and turn their season around if they want to have any chance of making it to top 10. And look, all you got to do is give yourself a chance. If you're in top 10, that means Worlds is still something you can attain. It's still something you can push for, but you got to start it here. You can't let this go any longer. And for AL, a uninspiring game one. Want to see more from them here now in game number 2, as we are looking at maybe a little bit of a move here on the bot side to try and catch out iBoy.
Oh, okay, so he does see Xin Zhao. That's it, should dissuade him from walking up any further. Okay. Gonna be getting pretty standard starts. 5-point across the map. ZDZ being pretty aggressive, and I love that we see ZDZ on this Gwen. Not only for the fact that it allows for a better matchup into the Scion, but also means that ZDZ as a split push threat will have so many more options compared to something like we saw in game 1, like the Aatrox.
We'll wait to see how it all kind of pulls out. And for LGD, again, kind of going with a front to back, nice team count. You got 2 tanks and an enchanter for your bot and your AD carry, and of course your mid laner to make the most use out of. But again, it comes down to who can be the more proactive, who can kind of mitigate some of these moves earlier on in the game. There's a good ward here from the side of AL, does spot out the path of Meteor, and this is the thing, with the Kazakhs now knowing full where Meteor is going to be starting, this could lead to an early invade, look for some isolation damage.
Exactly. Xiao Hao on the opposite side here is both of these junglers pathing down yet again. Xiao Hao, what he could do is actually just take this red buff, try to go for his Krugs, and then maybe meet over on the opposite side. But the way that this pathing is kind of going does lead me to believe that Xiao Hao is actually just going to go for a full clear, and if not that, maybe try to play around top side. It does lead to him kind of losing out, I think, a little bit on the efficiency, as he will have to walk all the way back through his jungle because he started on the Raptor so early on. I think he was just trying to avoid an early invade from Decade on the Scion. Could have potentially been taking the red buff and wanted to save up on HP and prevent something like that happening.
Yeah, just trying to make sure he's in a good position to answer anything that does end up kind of popping up for him now. We will see Meteor going for this Raptor. He knows he's been spotted, so he's not really that worried about the pathing being called out, shall we say. But for now, good moves coming in here from LGD's bot side. And again, just saying, look, we'll take the matchup because this time around, we are the ones with the Lulu. We didn't get this banned away, so we're happy to go for this fight. As Xiao Hao is going to be spotted out by a ward there. Was thinking about maybe a little bit of an engage or a little bit of an invade. Thinks the better of it afterwards is doesn't really have priority in mid or bot.
If Meteor walked into that brush, that would have been him farming some first strike gold immediately away from this Vi. But instead, like you said, he's going to go right back into his jungle. And because of that, he is behind a little bit. He still has all of these camps to take. But you see right now, like we were talking about, Hai Chao and Envy on this bottom lane early on, taking iBoy and Zora to task. Meteor should be able to grab this scuttle, and Xiaohao has the option. Does he want to try and contest for this, or is he just immediately going to skip over into the top side, where Meteor yet again can actually just go over there and contest him?
Again, great moves here from LGD. They're kind of just having much more comfortable setups coming into this game, and now Meteor thinking about maybe going for something in this bot side. Will spot out Xiaohao in that jungle as he's starting to farm up a little bit more, but nicely done here by LGD to kind of mitigate the early presence of the early vision. And this is the thing, I always say this, it's all well and good putting down early ward. It's all well and good saying, look, hey, this is where this guy is, this is where that guy is, all that kind of stuff like that. If you don't do anything with it, it's basically null and void. The information is, the best teams in the world use that information to the best of their ability to try and make something, you know, positive happen for their team.
We'll see if all you do with that information is try to stop a gank. Haichao, you just cannot be here. Flashes over.
Flashes over, flashed on top of him. First blood, isolation damage is great. Now on the bot side though, seeing Gravitum and some feathers, a lot of CC coming out here. No summoners burned by the side of LGD, but Ignite used by Zora as he thought maybe they could go for that fight.
Yeah, Haichao, this is the problem with this matchup, is as soon as Gragas can get on top of you, that is the biggest issue, and not able to use a Severin here to try to get that. Good job from Jinzhao to stop Xayah from walking forward and getting any more damage. Gotta know that the Kha'Zix was going to be on that top side. Haichao was leaning towards bottom lane. It just wasn't enough. You had too little HP, too little mana as well. So that ends up being the first blood for Xiaohao, as he'll be able to grab the rest of these camps topside, finish his Krug's recall. Like right here, you just can't be here. That's the moment where he's just too far up. Love that flash from Harder just over the stun, just to make sure that they grab this.
Yeah, really, really well done there for the side of AL. Gets himself first blood and utilizing the power of this Kha'Zix. He's actually farming up a fair bit, in fairness to him, as well as Harder knows exactly just how powerful he can be. Meteor moving in towards his bot side is going to spot out the ward that was just there with his own pink. So just trying to be around here so Envy can be a little bit more, you know, kind of liberal with his pushback and get a reset in here for this Aphelios.
Okay. Remember, no flash here in mid lane is something that they could use to grab more and more kills. Zora just now ticking over to level 5, so won't have that ultimate available soon, but I mean, Xiaohao can just finish out on some of these camps, should be really close to hitting level 6. And again, I want to see AL punish the fact that these summoner spells are not available. You have this massive Gragas ultimate to be used to great effect up against an immobile Syndra. And that could open up so much. If you're able to grab this mid kill, you're able to say, yeah, I have priority over mid lane. Harder, you just can't be here. No flash, doesn't have the E.
Yeah, Harder.
You should be able to hit him with the Q.
Yeah, Envy is here. He just pop out the ultimate there, but might be able to get himself away. Nope, never mind. Meteor picks up that kill, and yeah, I just don't know really what the plan was going to be there. You don't have your flash, and like you said, once he uses the belly slam, he's just dead to rights. So now we're going to see them moving back in on top of Haichao, who's going to be dead a second time. So just really weird pathing from both mid laners, gets them both punished.
Good punish, I think, from AL. Again, we talked about it. No flash on Syndra. That should be an easy target for you. Leads to AL now starting up this dragon. A Meteor on the opposite side of the map will potentially try to start up the Rift Shield spawning in 50 seconds, but such a long timer before that goes up. AL now in a really good spot. You're obviously already winning the top side here. Deke trying to make something happen. Meteor is available, not level 6.
Not level 6, and yeah, Ghost gets popped here by ZDZ, so he would have been able to run away should anything else actually happen. Again, not having that cease and desist makes it very, very difficult. And now it's Xiaohao having such an early aggressive start. He's going to have his Umbral Glaive picked up and ready to go so early on in this game. So having vision control around those objectives is going to be massive here for the side of AL. And they're looking a lot more confident in this early game comparatively to game number 1.
Harder is just has more influence this time around. And it means that he can just do whatever he wants. He knows that this mid matchup is going to be in favor of him unless Haichao is finding more and more kills. Hex Flash comes in, Envy gets caught.
He does get caught, does have to flash away as the feathers were flying. Moonlight Vigil still available, does lose a flash for himself, so Zora happy enough with that trade. And we're seeing this Hex Flash Rakan kind of coming very much into prominence. Kind of picked it up about a week or so ago here in the LPL, and it just seems to be kind of the new flavor of the month. And it does feel like it's kind of being utilized, that flash cooldown so much more often. It's just such a valuable tool.
Especially for Rakan, who loves having additional movement speed as well, being able to use the Hex Flash. Hey, gets you into position a little bit better and definitely could surprise people like we just saw LGD's Envy losing out on his Flash. Another timer for them to be looking for. Kha'Zix is on the top side of the map and will get spotted out on this ward. You already see how they're linking up. Zora, after coming out of base, moves mid, shields up his mid laner, knows that they can either go for the top side to try to reinforce this play, or instead, Meteor here trying to make this dive happen. Remember, iBoy does not have this ultimate.
Yeah, no ult available. Meteor now kind of feeling can be a bit more aggressive in. There's a grab at him to lock him right down into place. He's not underneath turret aggro just yet. Now the cease and desist can come out. They are not getting the damage down though. Finally a flash in with the wild growth. More CC than you can shake a stick at. LGD make the dive work because they knew the Rift Herald was being taken.
More plates going over to the bot side though, and iBoy gets caught out there. They invested a lot for that play. Even Haichao was trying to feign his way over, but unable to do anything there. Now Zhao Hao kind of sitting here. He doesn't have to do all that much. This should be their play for anyone's Legends to start up this dragon.
Should be. Xiao Hao able to get himself back onto the map after taking away the Rift Herald, so going to be able to take that one there. Because this now replayed kind of fight took so long, you can see the LGD, they just unfortunately used too many things to try and make a play for that objective.
This is one of the few instances where I will say this is a good death. This is a good death for iBoy. Does get caught out, but they waste so much time. Like you were saying, turns into double objective plays here. Forces Haichao out of the mid lane because Kha'Zix has to just walk right through the lane physically. And early dragon here, 10 minutes now. 4 minutes before we see another dragon. The stacking, not necessarily going to be a big issue for now, because it is just one dragon. Pretty even, all things considered. Remember, still having that Rift Herald in their back pocket. They should be looking to either destabilize mid, make sure that Haichao cannot stand under his turret in safety, or put more gold into iBoy.
That's the big thing. Try to get more gold into iBoy, who is doing pretty well. That is a satisfying way to clear a minion wave, if I do say so myself.
Yes.
But now ZDZ, ooh, if he gets stunned up there, he possibly dies. Would have the ghost, or at least loses that summoner, but he'll be fine to dance and prance his way over to that blast cone, get himself back to safety. So now we're coming back into live and seeing that, again, AL, little bit of a gold lead. Not exceptional, but something that they can work with. But they need to be proactive. I need to see them being a bit more, you know, a bit more forceful with this Gragas and Kha'Zix combination.
We only saw one punish onto Haichao without his flash, and it did lead to 2 deaths onto the Syndra, who is far behind. Has not finished the boots, has not even finished their mythic. While they are getting hooked onto harder here, is Meteor actually going to try and make this play? There's no one else around. They should have vision of where Zhao Hao is. Meteor instead going to finish off some of his topside camps. You look already, Zhao Hao is sitting here towards the bottom lane. The Rift Herald is going to be going down soon. So we need to see where they're going to place it. Seems like all they want to do is get all of this vision, put LGD's bot lane in a very tough position.
Yeah, really trying to just force the issue here are AL. And I like that they're doing it. I like that they're trying to be aggressive, trying to see if they can get more going for themselves in this game. And they can do it just before these first items all start to be completed. But you do have a Black Cleaver now for Meteor. You do have the Kraken Slayer for Envy. So it does feel like, you know, it's still very close in this game. It's not going to be an easy one for them to try and secure for themselves, even if they do get a couple more of these kills.
We're seeing it yet again. ZDZ with a pretty massive CS discrepancy, where everyone else is, for the most part, even. It is Gwen who is just taking off. This is what happens when you have this matchup, where Gwen can very easily farm out, can do a ton of damage to the Scion, and they actually spawn in the Rift Herald to try to take more of this turret. Getting plates over to ZDZ is nice, only gets 1 plate, but look at how they're taking over the top side of the map here. Just full domination, forcing Meteor to come back, recognize that there's nothing here available for him, and saying your only play is go bot lane, and we're totally okay with that.
Yeah, you've got one move, and that move is to go bot, so let's see what if Haichao can get the secure on the blue. He will indeed, and or Xiao Hao, I should say, over Meteor. And see there, just having a little bit of a better time now this particular game, especially on the jungle side of things. But Meteor not exactly a million miles away from him at the moment. Plenty of scattered vision here for the side of AL, but Nothing too significant for the moment. Minute 30, just a little bit underneath it till the dragon spawns. You're going to see a TP there from Haichao this time around into that mid lane to try and cover off this wave. And he's got his Luden's Tempest, so he's going to have burst available to him. So this is where the game gets a little bit harder. You can see harder. Oh, just about gets his flash off of the right time because that was close to being disastrous.
Yeah, the Scatter the Weak canceled out the body slam from Gragas. So he was just stuck. Immediately has to blow the flash. Really important there as Harder's teleport is coming back up and this will force it to be used here. 45 seconds before that dragon like we were talking about. They're going to try and use this time to get damage onto this bottom tier 1. But iBoy not really having any of that. He's going to try and push out, make sure that this wave is taken down in time. Level 11 procking over for all of our solo laners here. This should be around the time when they're going to be interacting with these teams. Riftmaker done, as well as the Duskblade here for Xiao Hao. So we're looking at this Kha'Zix. We're looking at what anyone Legend can do with this jungler who is so far ahead at this point.
Xiao Hao is massive. No CC to be locked down here for the moment. Xiao Hao is a level up as well. ZDZ has already made his way towards
Meteor,
this
no,
Meteor.
no.
Yeah, don't think that was the play there, mate. You thought you had an opportunity, but you did not expect Xiao Hao to be in the vicinity. Now Decade has caught between a rock and a hard place, and he is going to be dying as well. Just error after error here for LGD, and again, we come back to what we talked to for LGD. Game 1, exceptional. Super happy for them. Great to see them kind of coming out and smacking people down. And then it comes to game 2, and I just don't understand where they go from this. It just feels so alien to how they played in game 1. They don't know how they're playing now.
They get lost. I think the draft is not doing them any favors as well. And Meteor just can't go for that play. You just saw Kha'Zix in mid lane, crossing with Syndra there. Haichao backing up, thinking he can try to burst out ZDZ like in mid lane. Maybe didn't see Haichao here. I'll give Xiao Hao. I'll give him the benefit of the doubt, but just cannot make that play. Even if it's just Gwen by herself, she's level 11. Very tough for you to be able to make that play. And then Decade getting paid off with the sins. Oh no.
Yeah, Decade's dead. Not really a lot he can do about this one here. They're trying to give it over to Xayah, but not enough there. Tower goes down. It looks like this game is going to be going, or this series is going to be going to game 3, and for AL, much better from them comparatively to game 1. Game 1, they looked scattered, not really sure where they needed to go, not quite sure how they wanted to play. This time around, they are going to be coming in a lot stronger, and we have been getting a unholy amount of Chemdrakes today. This is our third one out of 4, so... But again, AL, 4,000 nearly gold up in the Ascendancy. We'll see NB getting a lot of plate gold, or sorry, gold, local gold from this tower. But you got 2 towers on the bot side. This is a totally fine trade here for AL.
Yeah, the one thing I will say for them is that it is 2 turrets in trade, but there is objective bounty, so looks like it goes about even for either of these 2 teams. Harder now.
Oh, they're looking for something here, but the damage! Trade back of 1-for-1. Mid laners dying to the junglers, but... That's a 4-0-2 Kha'Zix. He is melting health bars right now.
Has a CS advantage. You already see the objective bounties have come out for the side of LGD. I guess what I was going to say before that play is that with this lane being so long in the bottom lane, it does allow for LGD to kind of sit here and do whatever they want with it. I think it's pretty tough for AL to revisit this without breaking down a tier 1 in the mid lane. And that's exactly what they're doing here, or at least they're attempting to do. While they will trade another turret, objective bounty still, again, getting cashed in. Pretty big win there for the side of Anyone Legends. The fact that they were able to find that mid-air Haichao is taken out. There's literally 0 point for him to interact during that play. The Gragas ult comes out, and he's just taking damage the entire time. Just watch what Xiao Hao is able to do on such a fed Kha'Zix.
Yeah, I mean... Just so much damage with the burst as well. Just able to do so much in such a short amount of time, and it's just becoming harder and harder for LGD. They do have opportunities to come back into this. 3,500 gold is not unassailable, but it is difficult, especially when you've got your AD carry already on 2 items. They're going to drop down the Rift Herald into this mid lane. Maybe Envy looks to try and get a little bit more aggressive. Hasn't got the greatest of guns, but a TP on the backside here. Harder. He's got flash, explosive cast. They're trying to isolate Envy. They will. The wild growth is good, but Harder goes for a play that just wasn't his to make. And it's a game of throws right now, and I don't know what's going on between these two teams.
Yeah, Harder making it much more difficult for his team. Maybe his namesake coming in. TP in the mid lane was just a complete loss there, and the Rift Herald wall did hit. Massive scatter the weak.
Yeah,
Gets
of course,
immediately
iBoy
countered out.
into his ult, and this is good for the side of LGD, finally showing lives back into this game, but I will say AL are definitely making it easier for them.
They still have a long road to go for LGD if they want to bring themselves to their first series win here in the LPL. They are still having 3,000 gold, and remember, most of that is in this top side. Xiaohao and ZDZ are the main carries for this game right now. And I just want to see what exactly... So this was supposed to be just a punish onto the fact that they're overextending in mid, but Haichao here, just unfortunate timing, maybe saying I can deal with just the Syndra, but with the Scion here as well? Unfortunate timing, at the very least, for Harder.
Maybe the ward doesn't quite see that Haichao is there, and yeah, there's a lot of if, buts, and maybes when it comes out to that particular one, and we shall unfortunately never know. Now we come back into live. You've actually got the Radiant Virtue finished up for Meteor, so he's going to be a lot tankier, a lot harder to deal with coming into these fights. Haichao, with teleport available, trying to see if he can push up this wave just a little bit. Will be met by ZDZ on the bot side, and again, they're trying to put in this pressure into this mid lane, but it's just becoming harder and harder to try and go into this one. It's becoming more difficult for AL to make things work. ZDZ going to be caught out onto the side. They're trying to fully commit onto him. He does have the mist, but if everybody's in the mist, you get nothing back. And AL are throwing this 100%. They should not be letting themselves get this far behind after they were so far ahead.
Yeah, and the one thing I was going to say is LGD cannot step up for this dragon if they still have no summoner spells on Envy. But that pick dissuades AL from going for this, and now they're going to trade for this. I thought that maybe LGD were going to go for the Baron, but Haichao now sitting in mid lane. They're going to take control of mid lane. They're going to hit all these minions, and then immediately move over. Okay, the dragon being done now.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like this is a little too late, though, from the side of LGD. They're going to try and burn it down as quick as they possibly can. Decade does not have his flash. They're TPing in as well. It's not that fast. Meteor over the wall. He needs to be ulted away. Hard is going to commit himself over, but there's the explosive cast to try and get him away. Zora going back in. Oh, stolen! Meteor with the god play! And the Infernum burns down the rest of the team. iBoy, you are going to have to flash a scatter the weak, a smack down. And it's just that LGD smashing AL around the Baron pit.
There it is, man on your screen makes it happen. Meteor, he walked in to steal a dragon in game 1, and he makes it look so easy here in game 2. The early game was all AL. This mid lane was a hazardous place to be as Haichao. But now, AL are looking at an evened up game. A Baron, as we get to take a look at this replay, Meteor, the fact that there was a good mark from Harder, but now they're out of the pit and no one's dealing damage. iBoy is not hitting this Baron. He's trying to get into the back line. They do not time this.
Oh my god. Perfect flash in. The Infernum just wrecks them on the backside as well. It brings the goal back up into even. It means that you've got about 2 minutes of just pure Baron play as well here from the side of LGD and AL. I mean, they gotta feel rocked right now. They gotta feel very, very sketchy because, I mean, if you're Xiaohao, you're 5-0-2, you're 3-item Kha'Zix. You were doing so well, but Harder 0-3. Your Gwen randomly died. It just doesn't feel like they can go for anything, and now Xiaohao looking for a little bit of a flank here with the Rakan, and it's just harder and harder for them to kind of go for this one again. Harder is making this harder. I'll be totally honest. Harder has not looked good on this Gragas.
Oh no. Okay, they're trying to make this pick on the Haichao.
They're trying to make it on the Haichao, and they will be able to get him down eventually. Good scatter of the week will put decent damage on the iBoy, but will stop the Baron push for the moment. We're going to see a TP, or excuse me, a recall coming out from Decade, as he knows that ZDZ is just free farming on this bot side. So good moment there from AL, and good to see Harder taking my criticism to heart and pushing himself into a position to make a play.
They've got your audio piped in immediately. AL were like, okay, we're not going to let Ashin slander us like this in the middle of the broadcast. We've got to Harder, make the play happen. Pull the trigger here. They find that it is not a summoner spell used, except for it looks like Jin Zhao's heal in that instance, trying to save them. But Gragas no longer has a flash. iBoy's flash is still not available. These are things that can be punished. We have a dragon spawning in 2.5 minutes. Look for those to be influential. Zhao Hao trying to get damage onto Envy. Guess the Moonlight Vigil, but with Crescendum, or with the Severum in his back pocket, he's healing more than enough. And that's a little worrisome for me. Level 14 Kazakhs unable to one-shot an Aphelios that is out in the middle of no man's land. Is very, very bad news bears if you're an Anyone's Legends fan.
And look, Anyone's Legends are still ahead by 1,000 gold. Their Kazakhs is still massive. The Gwen is still a threat. But when you've got things like a Scion, like a Vi, a Lulu, these things that just kind of gain HP the longer the game goes on, it starts to feel harder, just more difficult. I gotta stop saying harder because he's in the game, but more difficult and just more tedious for the game, for you to try and burn out this game. I will say, with full summoners available for Envy, he's in a much stronger position to potentially go for a big fight now in a minute 30's time.
And Decade is just holding on to this. We talked about how ZDZ should be a side lane threat. But remember, we talked about by taking all of these turrets, it is very difficult for ZDZ to actually come back and push out this lane. With how much he has to overextend for himself, there has to be another play on the opposite side of the map. They're just not able to get it. So those two turrets, I think, starting to bite AL. Yeah, you got the gold, but you weren't able to turn it into much else, and it is just allowing for Decade to catch back up into this game. He's 70 CS down. That's going to happen in this matchup. He's playing a tank, for crying out loud. He already has his Jokshow, the Sunfire. He will do as much influence as long as ZDZ just isn't able to actually do anything here. Haichao's got to be careful. Does have the Banshee's Veil now to try to avoid any of those knockbacks. But 40 seconds, and LGD, they're taking the high ground. They're going for mid lane first, so they can move straight into this dragon. Zhao Hao in a bit of a flank. No one's marked this Kazakhs.
No one knows he's there yet, but you can see they're feeling he might be around, trying to jump on a Decade and burn him down. But like you mentioned, he's a tank. He is happy to go for these fights for the moment. Even blue buff on Haichao means he can throw out a couple of Scatter the Weeks and not be too worried about how the game is kind of going. The lane is going to be equaled out, you would imagine. A couple of minions there sneaking themselves past the halfway point, but 5 seconds till Dragon spawns. This would only be sole point for AL. Do they want to try and take a big fight? That is a question. The Cannon minion gets all the way into the turret. Dragon has spawned. Do they want to try and fully force this one? Meteor not going to be there in time, you'd imagine. And honestly, LGD, if they had known, they may have been able to just go straight for that mid lane tier 2, trade that back. But unfortunately for them, they didn't. And therefore, it is just going to be AL, take the Dragon, back and away.
They just didn't make a decision there for LGD. Indecision was the biggest killer for them. They thought maybe we could go for mid lane. No, we have to contest. And instead of doing either of those things, they lost both. They weren't able to grab mid lane turret damage, and they weren't able to contest for the Dragon. So now soul point here for Anyone's Legend. 30 seconds before this Baron here, Ashin, and I'm a little worried. Even with that fight, we saw it, all it was a stopgap for LGD, the fact that they got that Baron. Aside from that, AL are still in the lead. They're still picking up a gold advantage. They're still pushing out on these side lanes now. And Zhao Hao, oh my god, okay, getting the quickness is so big for them, and teleport coming in.
Yeah, because Decade knows he can just... There's no AD carry, there's no Gwen. Who's going to kill you? No one is the answer. There's a 3-man Scatter the Week into a decimating smash, and everybody's going down harder. Will not be able to escape this, you would imagine. Will have the belly bump in a couple of seconds, but he's already dead. 3 killed because you had no damage dealers, AL. You had nobody to put out DPS.
This mid jungle for LGD are alive this game, this time around. Haichao with a much rougher early game finally gets into this, and iBoy, he's just going to try and take this mid-tier 1, try to make it even for his team.
And even
barely isn't even able to get that. The Baron yet again here for LGD.
You start to believe for LGD at 0-7. I said I wanted a 2-0. I didn't want this to go to a third game, and for all the LGD faithful, these are the kind of plays you want to see them make.
This is so good for them. That find, that was a great face check coming out from Haichao using the Scatter of the Week there. And it's just this play right here connecting onto Zhao Hao. Haichao as well, executing him. He's already picked up 120 of those Syndra Splinters. Getting all of these kills, it makes the gold into their favor. It gives them the Baron. We'll have to see what they can do with it, because the first Baron they got, they weren't able to grab too many turrets. This time around, if they're able to take more structures, this could be the game we're waiting for. Envy gets caught.
He does, but nobody was willing to commit to that after the fact. Remember, TP was used by ZDZ, so he's not going to be able to find a massive flank ward play. Dragon up in 2 minutes 30, so this is all about the Baron push in mid lane. You can see Meteor now just kind of utilizing in his health bar to push himself back in towards this mid lane and push everybody else out. That's one tier 2 down. Still a lot to go here for LGD, but they finally got themselves a gold lead, and they're looking more confident than AL. That's all I can say.
Harder has to be looking for a flank. ZDZ, he's playing on the fringes, but is not really looking for many plays. LGD, stop walking topside. There's nothing up here. We need to go bot lane so we can grab this tier 2. There's nothing for us here. This mini wave is not going to be here in time. It seems like instead, they just want to focus on mid lane. Get this inhibitor tower for themselves. Playing on this wave, a minute and a half.
Oh! ZDZ, he has to use the mist to try and keep himself safe, but now he gets punched in straight away. Will actually turn this one right back around and take down the Vi. Harder in the middle of no man's land. He flashed in to find a play, and he will suffer the consequences for it. Now the inhibitor is down, the base is cracked open. And do they want to go for a little bit more? They're trying to see if they can make something else happen. Green and white is a powerful combination of guns, and they've still got Baron for a minute.
They're trying to summon this in, a wave coming in. This could be LGD's first win in the LPL Summer Split. And they're looking to push. Now, massive guns here for Envy.
Oh, massive guns here. Gonna force iBoy into a stasis because he just cannot die. If he dies, he knows the game is over. And that could just be it. Now they're gonna try and see if Haichao or Xiaohao can kill him off, but he just can't do it. Jin Zhao sets him up, but I think they might have done it all. I think they might have been able to finally be able to get themselves a series win. LGD in LPL Summer 2023 are finally on the board.
It took them until week 4 to do it. They had to take down everybody. They got so close to finding wins. Envy just putting down damage. You could see it. They're relieved. LGD, man, they've gotten it. They've crested over to finally finding that first win.
Great win here for LGD. Look, it's not exactly the greatest of situations you find yourself in, but you gotta try your hardest. You gotta put yourself on the board. 1-7. And look, I'm not saying they're gonna make a run. I'm just saying that there is hope. I'm just saying that you now have a chance. You do not want to be going into the second half of the split 0-8. And thankfully for LGD, it's not much better, but 1-7 is still better.
This is the first time they've been able to do this all summer split. It's got to feel good for some of the LGD fans. You saw the Envy fighting poster there. Relief, at the very least for them, that they're able to win that game. Coming back as well, it was looking like we were going to 3. AL had such a big advantage in the early game. And Haichao and Meteor stepping up, specifically Meteor having such a good game. Setting up his team for success and making sure that he's like, no, this is not happening again. I can't take 8 in a row here.
I mean, look, when you give Meteor a Vi twice in a row, we saw it just twice again, you know, kind of why this Vi is such a massive pick in the meta right now. Having that point-and-click ultimate when things are down, like flashes or Xayah ultimates or you know, miss from the Gwen to try and mitigate those engages, it just becomes an easier game for the team that has it. So for me, LGD, very well done for them. Delighted to see them get the win, and it means that nobody will be going winless in our split. That means that we will have, at minimum, everyone having at least one win, and that's always good to see. It's always a competitive season when everyone's taking a win.
There we go. Feels good. Heartbreaker there for anyone Legend who coming in, you know, they made some roster swaps. They did have iBoy starting, and kind of looking like old-fashioned AL, where they weren't really able to pick up a ton of wins in spring. Here again, kind of in a similar boat. Their season has not been very kind to them, and while they have pushed our top teams to 3 games, falling here to LGD, while it doesn't have a massive impact on your split, it's gotta feel a certain type of way when you lose to the team that hasn't won.
Yeah, it can feel bad. Look, there are no easy games in the LPL. I maintain that 100%. We've seen plenty of teams taking series and upsets of many a different top-tier teams throughout the history of this prestigious league. But it never feels good when you have to drop to you know, especially when those games start to rack up. You're 0-7, you should win, but then you kind of put it in perspective is that, you know, AL were 1-5, not exactly a million miles ahead of LGD themselves. Yeah. So it is exactly as you say, though. It is always, you know, kind of feel like a bit of a mental boom. And for me, AL, I don't know where to go with this team right now. It does feel like they're trying their very best to bring in the mid laner, swapping him out, bringing in iBoy. They are trying things because I think they know that whatever they've got right now just isn't working.
You can see it in the damage graph. I mean, the fact that Xiaohao has an opener like that, Haichao taken out of the game so early on, not much for Envy and Jinzhao to do, where we saw iBoy and Zora, I think, have an okay laning phase, specifically Zora, I think, leading in that charge. Not able to find anything, not able to find a win here in today. I gotta say again, Meteor Man, this guy was the carry, was the one to grab the reins of this game. He got his Black Cleaver, he got his Redemption, he was just constantly making plays with his cease and desist. And for LGD, like, they brought in this new top laner, no longer with Fearness, Decade coming in, does bring, I think, a little bit of a different flair, but so far this week at least, and at least recently, moving away further from some of those bruisers and needing to say, we need you on a tank. We need to have some kind of front line, someone that is going to stand in front of us, because currently trying to play these multi-flex roles, having multiple different threats, is not working for our team.
Yeah, absolutely. And look, I'm always delighted for a team to pick up their first win, especially a team like LGD, which if you've been following the LPL closely enough, you know that they had sparks. They've had moments of absolute brilliance. But we are going to send it over to Christina, who's ready with a winner's interview with Jinzhao.
Hello there, welcome to Post-Game Interview. I'm Christina. We're joined by Jinzhao, the support for LGD. Congratulations on your 2-0 victory. It is your very first win of summer season. So first question for you, how do you feel about this first win and what does this victory mean to you from your perspective? 欢迎金角来到我们的赛后采访，恭喜老干爹在今天的这场比赛中2-0拿下了对手，同样也是收获了夏季赛的首胜。这一场胜利虽迟但到，我们也看到今天老干爹发挥非常出色。你觉得今天拿下这场胜利之后感觉怎么样呢？这场比赛的胜利对你们来说又意味着什么呢？
我觉得这场比赛对我们来说非常关键吧，因为现在我们已经0干7了，然后赢下这一场的话，我觉得是比较关键一点的，这个还有希望吧，还能有希望进季后赛。
So from my perspective, I'm very happy and excited about this first win. It shows that we still have the hope to make the playoffs. So this game plays a very important role for us, for our team. And the next question I want to talk about a little bit. I do believe you guys made a lot of efforts to improve your form, maybe in terms of team synergy, your understanding to the meta. So could you please elaborate a little bit more about this aspect and how did you guys prepare for this matchup against AL, or how did you guys prepare in the past few weeks? 那么第二个问题，正像金角选手提到的，这场比赛也是非常关键嘛。同时，我们也一直相信老干爹一直在积极的寻找适合自己的战术风格和体系。那么想可不可以跟我们大概说一下，在过去的几段时间里面，队伍这边做了哪些方面的努力呢？特别是今天对阵到 AL 这场对局的时候。
过去我们做出改变的话，就是偏沟通一些吧。然后我觉得大家打的都还是还不错的，然后就是整体的沟通有些出入，然后有时候打的时候决策也不是特别好，我感觉这方面稍微加强一些，我们还是可以的。
So in past few days, we just fixed our communication issues because from my perspective, I think we players plays very well, but maybe we are struggling about our team communication issues. So in past few days, we just improved this aspect. And let's talk about game 1. And you made a tower dive on bowling in very early game, and you guys snowballed the game from the bowling in very earlier. So how did you guys manage to make that tower dive on bowling and try to ensure you can get leads on bowling to snowball this game very smoothly? 那么其实我们今天从第一局就可以看到，队伍在很前期的时候就做了一波4包2的决策，在下路，同时也是从这一波开始，下面就拿到了优势滚起的雪球。所以想问一下，在第一局前期做出这样一个沟通决策的原因是什么呢？是觉得要针对到对面的恶锤吗？
这一波是因为对面先锋被我们放眼了，就是我们的上单去放了个眼，然后看到了对面在打先锋，然后我们中野就刚好往下路走了，然后我们就正好做了一波4包2吧。
So about this tower dive, that is because our top lane put a ward in the Rift Hold. So we just know our opponent is trying to secure the Rift Hold, and our mid jungle also went to the bot lane, made the perfect tower dive and get some leads. And a final question for you: in game 2, it was a little bit shaky because your opponent got Gwen, causing this very strong top jungle duo, and they secured some kills and leads, especially the Dragons and the Rift Hold from early game. But how did you guys manage to steal the first Baron in 20 minutes and bounce back to get this win? 那么第4个问题也是我们今天的最后一个问题。第2局的时候，对面拿出格温螳螂这样一个非常强势的上野组合，并且对面的打野在前期的时候也是积极的带起节奏，获得了一些资源上的优势。那么队伍这边是怎么样从20分钟的时候国豪抢掉了那条大龙开始，就成功的扭转局势呢？
那里是什么情况来着？
那可不可以跟我们说一下，在中期大概队伍会不会觉得是怎么样去应对对面的压力的？
就我们中期的时候，因为螳螂这个英雄的优势吧，然后我们视野压力很大，然后但是一直沟通，就是发育，一直等，然后等 AD 跟中单的装备，然后稍微打一些那种大的资源团吧。
So in mid game, we just need to stabilize our mentality and just farm until our mid laner and our bot laner get very well items, because they got Kha'Zix jungler, which is give us a lot of pressure about vision. So we just need to hold down and stall the game to the late game to get this win. Thank you so much for joining us. 谢谢金角来到我们的赛后采访，也期待之后老干爹越打越好。Back to you guys.
Thank you so much, Christina. And of course, thank you so much to Jin Zhao for that great interview. And we got our MVP of game number 2. It was Meteor on the Vi. And I love that Jin Zhao kind of mentioned it as well. It is just kind of a communication issue. Again, a lot of the times when we're seeing LGD lose was just kind of them coming off of really bad plays in the mid-game. So glad to see them kind of going for it. Look, goal difference at the end does not matter. The fact of the matter is that he got himself onto the carries at the moment he needed to most.
I think it speaks to a testament of, hey, I am playing a tank engage champion. I am playing this Vi. I don't need to have that much gold. You saw Black Cleaver and the Redemption. That was his core build. That's all he really needed. He got to pick up some different spot items there. You saw he was actually going for the Guardian's Angel and had the stopwatch in his inventory. Didn't need it. Didn't need it, as eventually they were able to kind of get that. And I love what Jin Zhao was saying, similar to what you were just bringing light to, was the fact that in the mid game, this team does tend to crumble. It feels like they do not have a voice. It seems like they do maybe get caught out on side lanes a little bit. Specifically, I think Haichao does have a proclivity to get found and ends up going down. It makes it very difficult for them to find stuff. But if they're able to calm down, take a breath, find whatever they need, and get that goal like they were saying for their carries, we can get performances similar to this. This was not the cleanest victory, but it starts with one. It always starts with just one win. It gives you the blueprint for what can go further. Say, look, this is what we did right. This is what we were able to improve on. And week by week, hopefully LGD can continue to try to take this win in stride and find more.
That's the big thing, is that you need that first win just to confirm to yourself that you can do it. Just to say in your head, yes, it is possible for us to be able to get a series win overall for our team. So really, really well done there for LGD. Of course, for AL, you got to figure out something there. I don't know really where this team's going to go. I don't really know how highly I would even rate them, to be perfectly honest. It just feels like a bit of a mess. After that early game, I just feel like you can't... And it wasn't as if they were like outplayed or they were given, impossible decisions by LGD. There was just like 3 or 4 moments where solo laners just threw themselves into random positions, or they went for fights where iBoy and ZDZ just weren't there.
It's unfortunate because we saw that. We thought we were going to a game 3, and I think also Anyone's Legend thought they were too. They thought that the game was a foregone conclusion, that they could kind of get away with it. Gragas is similar in that sense, where you are very tanky and you could definitely make a few mistakes, but Harder, I think, just having way too many and getting caught out a few too many times makes it very difficult for you to actually come back into this game. I did want to touch a little bit on the schedule. I know we've been talking about it throughout the broadcast, but we look in the future, AL, after this, they have to play EDG, then they have to play FPX, and afterwards it's RNG Rare Atom, which is not the hardest schedule, but also for a team that is at the bottom of the standings, every matchup feels like it's going to be hell or high water for them. And for LGD, they play FPX. That's it for this week. Afterwards, they're playing OMG and BLG. So we wanted them to try to start stringing along wins. That OMG BLG week is going to be pretty tough.
Yeah, it really is. But we can have a quick look at the results for today. If you did, unfortunately, only join us now, you have just missed all the action. We do have WE continuing their literal perfect split of a 2-0 over NIP. They're 4-0 in the wins in terms of series, and they are 8-0 in terms of games played. They have themselves, though, a hell of a lot of games to catch up as they were representing China at the Road to Asian Games qualifiers. Now, AL did just lose, unfortunately, to the side of LGD, which means that LGD get themselves not quite off the bottom of the table, but they're definitely not sitting on 0 wins now at the moment. We can have a look at the standings and see that it's all starting to get a bit separated. We can all start to see now we have a very definitive top 3, top 4, and then the rest of it's kind of, you know, everyone's kind of scrapping for whatever they can get.
That's insane that our bubble teams right now are OMG, Ultra Prime, RNG, Rare Atom, EDG. All of these teams, I think, at a certain point, you could have said that they're making some pretty great strides. Ultra Prime may be feeling like the rare one out. They're like, oh, okay, what is this team? But you look at the names on that roster and you're saying, this team should be a one that should be in playoffs, maybe not necessarily making a deep run. We'll see what they can do as the season goes on. Like you're saying, the bubbles are starting to pop up for what is our top 6, what does our top 4 look like, and then the rest of the teams here, RA, EDG, like FPX, IG, it feels like that clump is really getting a little bit dense.
Yeah, and we can look towards tomorrow's games as well. I like that you brought up IG, FPX, RA, and the likes because they are up tomorrow. Ultra Prime going to be their first series of the day versus RA, and then FPX versus IG. This is where the club either gets a little bit more clumpy or starts to separate just that little bit more. If Ultra Prime can get the win, that puts them at 4-3. It also knocks down Rare Atom to 2-5. And on the opposite side of this one here, both FPX and IG at 1-5, both desperate to try and get their playoff bids back on track.
It feels so weird to say that FPX and IG are scraping into playoffs, trying to make it in there.
When you think about
the prestige of these organizations, they obviously are going in a little bit of a different direction with their roster construction, and hopefully for both of them, they're able to make it. They're able to kind of fit there, but only 10 teams make it. It's a 17-team league, so every single spot is super coveted.
Yeah, it's the way things work. Unfortunately, there are teams that make it and there are teams that don't. That is how a league works. But I think that is all we have time for today. I don't know what happened there. My brain and my mouth just did not want to do the exact same thing. But that is all the time we have for today. Thank you all for bringing me through the weird and wonderful world that is the LPL. Thank you guys for watching. And of course, thank you to our fantastic production staff. Without them, none of this would be possible. We'll be back here on the same usual channel at the same usual time. And we'll see you then.